I fell asleep there for a second. Okay, and we should be live into YouTube right now, and then in the lobby we will be streaming momentarily into CEwire. So hello everyone. And welcome to day number 2. I'm not yawning. fully alert, fully awake. Grabbing my coffee, and in 10 minutes we'll get going. Dad, you're bleeping and blonging there. Please close your email. Go to quit, go to mail, quit.
Okay, oh yes, I want to close it now.
Yeah, so go to mail and then quit. Don't just close the window. So go up to where it says mail, click on mail, and click quit
Yep.
mail.
Okay, I quit.
I'll put the 2 messages in the chat.
Anybody there yet? Huh? No one chatting with us. Let me just send a message to make sure I'm working.
Yeah, so we're not, the lobby's not officially open yet. It's 10 minutes and then we'll be streaming into it. So, but let's see.
I put all these 2 things in the rooms, at least the first couple hours.
Yeah.
I'll put them in the rooms now. Room 1, 2, and 3.
Did you get Craig Thomas to come on to take up some airtime today?
No.
Yeah.
Hate for him to feel left out.
Nah.
Yeah,
Well,
apparently this past weekend, God.
You know, he felt left out, but I feel left out, and Adam does also to a certain extent. When I send him, 6, 7 emails to be a speaker, and he doesn't even respond. Well, that was when he was having a fight with you, also.
His poor guy's so anti-ophthalmology that it's almost a sickness for him.
Okay, so.
Rich is out getting coffee, Paul.
So you see you know what you have? I have to change my direction here. Hang in there.
I'm going to go make a cup of coffee myself. Be right back.
Okay. It's amazing how low lights can light up the room for the camera. It's remarkable.
Yeah, the cameras have definitely gotten, the light sensors are definitely better.
Just amazing. Just a 60-watt bulb will do it to the room. So what was the final sign up for the weekend?
I honestly don't know. I haven't looked. I've been so busy answering people's support emails. I'm not like constantly on top of the the numbers.
I would imagine it's over 3,000 though.
Yeah, I don't know yet. We'll find out. But again, I've been so busy actually answering people's emails and so forth. So we will see. Let me make sure the lobby's set up here.
Yeah, you still can't chat in the individual courses yet.
Nope.
Do
That,
large
that's great.
of the sign-up still have to go to ODwire? Are we gaining more members on ODwire because of this?
Well, I mean, Dad, so people who sign up who aren't ODwire members, who sign up for the conference are signing up for ODwire. That's why when I was explaining yesterday, when new people register, I actually have to sit here and manually verify them before they can get into the conference.
Such a large percentage of people that have never been on ODwire.
Honestly, I don't know. I'll have to look at the numbers after this is all over. You
But
gotta just, I don't know.
But the point is, Paul, that every person who wasn't, that is now from last year and this year, are now ODwire members, and they'll receive the e-blasts and all the other information you want to send. So you're building up your database even more and more and more.
That's my concern.
Okay, so but we got to focus on what's in front of us right now, and I've got to actually just deal with this. Well, the numbers and everything else will shake out later, but yeah. It's interesting, I guess, Dad, because you're not doing too much operationally. You're not really thinking in that mode. But for the rest of us, like, we just need to make sure that this goes off without a hitch today, and we'll worry about all the other fun stuff later.
Adento's engineer is still with us?
Yes, everybody's here. So yeah.
He was very useful yesterday, or she.
There's a million people who are working on this. So we have an entire team that's helping us this weekend.
And that 25-letter name, though, that was a big surprise.
Oh yeah.
I guess when some women marry, they may keep their maiden name, and if they come from the Middle East, they can have a tremendously long.
It was not a Middle Eastern name that actually crashed the system. It was a very sort of plain Jane name. But also, if you put your credentials after your name or before your name, it can be longer than 25 characters. So those are the kinds of things that happen.
Okay. I've got that Mealy coffee machine that makes fantastic coffee and cappuccinos and lattes. I put maple syrup coffee beans in today.
The two best investments I ever made from Starbucks was this and this. They don't wear out, and they're wonderful. Yeah. When you dump your coffee, it doesn't fall over the place.
Yeah. The live stream isn't playing for me yet. Is it playing? I'll just refresh.
It's still not going on for another 3 minutes to the lobby.
Okay.
You can see the timer there.
Yeah, I saw the counter. Yeah, I just realized.
Did that Starbucks program work out that some people refer?
So wait, Dad, I can't.
Let me concentrate.
I can't. Yeah, you have to let me concentrate. I really have to this morning.
Okay, no problem. Steve, we can talk about your foot. How's your foot?
It really is good. I mean, I have an ever so slight limp. I'm taking loping strides now, and it's only I've been only out of the boot for like 2.5 days. So I'm hoping to by a week from now to start playing minor golf, chipping, pitching, hitting short shot wedges. I'm doing physical therapy 2 or 3 times a week with this guy, and it's great. It's at my club, so I drive my golf cart. I'm there in like 2 minutes, and he's really good. I thought it was nothing, but he has a whole big room with all the electronic stuff, and he's very well regarded. And he actually talked to my physician the first day to determine what they want to do, which often they wouldn't do.
Your body can really affect you. My wife has had an ingrown callus on one heel, and she's been crippled for well over a month now. She can hardly.
That could also cause a bunion eventually, because what happens is your bones get pushed out with the callus, and
I pleaded with her to go to a podiatrist, and she kept going back to primary care people. They did nothing.
No, that is stupid. It's not her being stupid. They should refer right out. That's not their field.
Well, bandaging, all sorts of nonsense. Work.
And like I told you, I went to an orthopedic group really highly respected, and the MD kicked me over to the podiatrist to treat this. He said he's a better surgeon at this, and he knows this area of the body better. So, and that's my complaint. They actually can do knee replacements now. They can go up to the knee, a podiatrist. And look at us. We're fighting in some states to still get oral pharmaceuticals.
It's interesting that the podiatrists also don't have any sort of public relations. Most people are unaware of what, why you should go to who.
No, but a lot of them are at hospitals, and in fact, almost all are at hospitals. So when somebody comes to the ER, they'll call them in as an attending. And like I said, in the practices, I went to 3 different orthopedic groups, and all 3 had podiatrists on staff to handle the ankle and foot problems that they don't want to deal with. So they're not employees of the MDs like ODs are; they're partners.
Yeah, and and my wife goes to a very, very large orthopedic group, and they have specialties in every department. Hands are separate, everything is separate, arms.
Yep.
Yet there's not a single podiatrist on the staff, and only not a single DO. As a matter of fact,
Yeah, I'm seeing more and more DOs in everything, in internal medicine, cardiology, dermatology, all the allergy.
They keep opening schools, so they're graduating in large numbers. So it's just a question of people wanting to go there. I'm not sure I still want to go to a DO for a specialty. I have a feeling that their residencies are not the same quality.
And Ken Luanda is here. He said he's going to be here the whole day. I asked him if he'd vacuum.
Yeah.
Good morning, Paul.
Ken loves us because he really sees the how we are like overly compliant, and like he actually called us the I can see we're offline now, the what do you call it, gold standard for CE.
Well,
And
they have the power and the capability to have everyone.
But he's the head of Arbor, the OD head of Arbor.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so how is it going, guys? Are we actually streaming into the lobby here now?
Nope.
Nope. I'll start to refresh, and I bet you it works. No, it starts soon.
I got something in as of 6:31 Pacific time, so people are on. I got you.
No, I'm not getting it, and I might log out, but let's just see.
And Ken Luanda is on as well, so he's listening to us.
Yeah.
Good morning, Ken.
But we're not streaming.
So he can't hear us.
Are you seeing it, Gretchen? Are you seeing stream will start soon? I've refreshed twice.
Me too.
I'm not going to go out yet until Adam tells me to get the hell out of here. This is I use the Miley machine, and I have this coffee, Gretchen. It's delicious. It's coffee beans or beans. They grind up itself. You know how Amelie works. And I got these maple syrup coffee beans. They're just delicious.
Ooh, that sounds interesting.
You don't even have to put a little bit of I put artificial sugar, but I put like one little thing, and it's delicious.
What's your the top of your cup looks interesting.
It's my wife's choice of.
I can't see it there, but I saw it when you were holding it differently. It's not. I like that it's a little different. That's nice.
Yeah, it's whatever she buys,
I have a question. Is the fancy Chinese restaurant still in town center in Boca?
Mm-hmm. What about them?
Well, one Chinese restaurant that was very fancy.
I forget the name, but I don't really love Chinese food because I try to eat healthy and the grease and the stuff. So we generally go to Japanese or fusion restaurants that have Chinese. So, and we're a little far from Meissen, that's east. So there's so much stuff. It's amazing on in our area. We must have 30, 40, 50 good restaurants. Also, it's amazing to me, Gretchen, when you go to a restaurant in Philly during the week on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, they're empty by me. In New Jersey,
We don't
here,
eat out that much
everything's what?
because of me being gluten free,
Yeah.
and until recently my daughter was vegetarian, and then Troy was working late, so
Mhm.
we've been hitting it up. And by the way, Adam, the countdown started again on the live stream.
Yeah, I know. I confess fully to messing this one up in the lobby. So there's a configuration option to start things automatically or to start them manually. I set it to manual last night because I was punch drunk when I was setting up the stream for this morning. So
Okay,
I just
no
reset
worry.
it. I just reset it to automatic and it's just start in like 2 minutes from now. I just want to see if it'll do it, and it looks like it will. So fingers
Now it's
crossed.
down to like a minute.
Yeah.
So
Yep. So
A quick story, Gretchen. My daughter wanted to get a colonoscopy because her friend died very young of colon cancer, and she's only 38. So
Wow.
she lied to the physician about her symptoms because they wouldn't do it without it. And they did the blood tests for celiac, and it came out 150 when 15 is high. And then he did an endoscopy also, and it turns out she has celiac disease with no symptoms.
Wow.
And we just put her on gluten-free everything. And yeah, we find it, you have to look, but it's really good stuff. I mean, I had some gluten-free pretzels, and they were, I mean, a little different texture, but nothing terrible.
Well, it depends. Some's good, some isn't good. And I'm also finding that it's very individual, that
Mhm.
I would have a friend recommend something and I try it and I hate it. Oh, we're about to go live. Oh, now it says stream will start soon.
Let me
So
go.
we'll see.
so we'll see.
Right
So
now I have a little gluten-free coffee cake that is
Mhm.
good. It's made
Yeah.
by a company called Lucky Spoon, and that's good, but they have brownies too. I tried those, not so good. So here we
Well, I
go.
think, I mean, we're live streaming now.
Yay, we're live.
We have, the sponsors on.
there we go. Okay, so everybody can see the screen. Hello, everyone. It's funny. So I still have stream will start soon. I want to actually just leave it frozen here on mine for a second to see how long it'll take. So again, it staggers the people who are watching, right? So you guys got it immediately. Other people might
Ben got it.
yeah, other people might take 30 seconds to get it. Other people might take a minute or longer. I'm going to leave mine sitting here, and we're going to see if and when it lets me in, and if not, then this is actually a good test case for the folks at Audentio because I can tell them what I'm seeing for once
Mhm.
versus what everyone else is
Is
seeing.
there any complaints from Michigan yesterday with no electricity?
No.
I would suspect that if people really had no electricity, they wouldn't be complaining to us.
Well, they could use the iPad with 5G though and get on until it cops out from no electricity.
That's a good question. How long do computers last with built-in?
Computers or tablets?
batteries?
Tablets?
I mean, well, any of them, a tablet or.
Well, my tablet will last pretty much all day if I charge it at night. So I just have to close a lot of the things running, and then it'll last all day. So if I'm on vacation and I'm reading at the beach or something, I could be on the Kindle all day, and by the time I get back, it's like a 30%. Computer though, if I unplug this computer, it's very variable. I'll get 2 or 3 hours out of it, while others will get a lot more. I'm going to be replacing this computer after this conference because it's starting. Any suggestion when it hangs all the time, Adam? Clean my cache. He's probably busy.
Yeah, I can't listen to it. I'm hearing you guys, but I'm not listening to you because I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Well, I'm gonna start posting it. I posted some stuff in the lobby, but oh, here they are. People are there. Dr. Witten's class isn't showing for assessments. I'll have to look at that.
So Whitland's the title of it. You look up. Tell them just to search on anterior seg. It's there.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes you massage that one title. I remember.
Just if they just type anterior seg into the search box
Mm-hmm.
as they're on the page, it should be there.
Any way to scroll your screen with the people looking in live stream about the?
I can't. I will, but not right now. I'll get to you guys in a second. I'm just hang on. I'm just trying to help somebody here.
Yeah, that seems to be the biggest question now about getting the credits.
And a couple of questions about the first course again, but we know that.
Gary, I don't understand your question. What was what during COVID?
That's terrific. We have a total of 3 hours on Sports Vision to start the day.
Mhm.
Hopefully, a lot of people will log into that particular meeting.
Yeah, it actually says something different. I'll post it for Rich. It starts especially cases in interior segment. And the counter is not working at all. I mean, it works on the right-hand side who's here, but the actual counter doesn't tell us how many people are in the room. But I see a lot of names I know. This is Gretchen
Are you talking about in the lobby?
in the lobby, yeah. But Paul doesn't show up.
Counter shows 27.
I got my counter showing 0. Let me just, oh,
Oh,
no,
now it's up to 32.
I got 32. Yes, I just refreshed
Okay.
it. But like Adam was saying, the right-hand side does not coordinate with the left-hand side. And Paul doesn't show up.
Paul is
Yes.
incognito. He's still.
I'm on 32 seconds, 32 people.
Yep, that's what I have.
Yeah, but if you click on it and you look at all the names, there's only 17 and Adam. And I'm one of the 17.
Mine shows 18 and Adam.
Well, I'm up in Adam. You're up in Adam, sorry. And Ken's here. Hi, Ken. And Rich Hackman was here.
Hi,
He's
Joe.
glad-
Hi, Lisa. Good morning. Glad you're here.
So if we click the unmute in the lobby,
Don't do that.
Don't do that.
You'll
So
get feedback on
you'll-
the Zoom.
You'll be competing with yourself 30 seconds delayed.
You're going to
Yeah.
be like the talk radio people who do that and then they get hung up on.
Yep.
Good morning, Norman from Tennessee.
Is that part of the U.S. still?
Last I checked.
So, sorry guys, I'm just working here with Identio just to make sure that all is okay.
You don't need to be sorry, Adam. We're
No.
supposed to be the on-air personality. You're supposed to be the tech guru, the engineer, the chief bottle washer.
we speak
Hi,
trivia.
Jeff.
Jeff Ray says to all of us, would it be possible to enable a highlight feature in the text stream for the current speaker to allow for easy differentiation during the lecture? I have no idea what that means.
That's already on my list, so let him know it's on my
Really?
list. Yep. So as
Well, he
I was
can hear you.
Oh yeah, right. Sorry, I keep forgetting that I'm actually here. Yes, it's on my list. Actually, I have that one bulleted because I'd like that too.
Great minds think alike, Jeff. Excellent.
Gary wants to know, Gary, go to your nearest.
No lox and
Bagels.
bagels. No, absolutely not. Because out in Portland, they're all iced in. So poor Adam had to make his own coffee.
I told Gary, though, go to the nearest bagel store and tell them to charge us. Good luck.
That there was snow again last night in our Portland, Oregon. There was a warning: don't go out into traffic this morning until 10 o'clock.
Thank you, Teresa, for the kudos. There was a lot of hard work put in, mainly by Steve, to get all the speakers on board, and then for Adam to submit everything. So
Yep.
a lot of classes, a lot of hard work, a lot of good education. Glad it's appreciated.
I have to defer to Adam with the amount of busy work and tedious things that he has to do 60 times over, as well as the intelligence stuff. We need a $10 an hour employee doing this.
I tried to tell him, you need help. Hi, Jennifer. Good morning. Okay, Paul, yes, you can watch a course again if you've watched it previously. You don't need to take the quiz because if you've already watched it live and you took the survey, then you have gotten credit. So if you want to watch it just to watch it, you can watch it 24/7 if you want to, once it goes on demand.
What club, Steve? What club? Boca Woods, I'll say. Use my name. Good luck. I think he thought I was not kidding about the bagels. One thing we discovered, Gretchen, on Saturday morning, we would have in my office, we try to make everything value added, like Paul. We'd have a nice spread of bagels, cream cheese, lox, butter, etc. And we found that people were coming in to the waiting room, getting a bagel, and leaving. And so we stopped it.
We have people stealing the containers of packages of tea.
Oh yeah, and the sweet and lows and equals and stuff like that. Absolutely.
For a while there, to back up the lecture I gave is that your practice have sex appeal. We used to make our bathrooms beautiful with all sorts of nice things. Man, that didn't last a week until people pocketed what we were putting on the table around the toilet there.
Yep. I think people appreciate us and the personal touch we're giving, and even the tiny little problems that we were having that we're following. When they go to these big conferences, it's so impersonal, and you can't get a person on support. We're right here, and they know it.
Yep.
Yeah, they can hear us. We're talking live, and sometimes they can see us whenever.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, they can't see you. Oh, sorry about that.
No, that's okay. I'm not giving you shit.
I am in another universe here. There you go. Now everybody can see you. Sorry about that. Let me give everybody
Change your view.
Yeah, I'm going to change the full view here. So there you go. Now everybody can see everything. So that's better.
We are real people.
Jeff Ray,
similes thereof.
Reconsider, Jeff. What board? What state are you in?
I asked him. I told him Texas is on board with us, but Florida isn't. And I'm going by because I can't use doctor. I told on ODwire Gretchen I'm going as Reverend Silver. I don't want to be mistaken.
Reverend, but
Anybody
you
can be a reverend.
A reverend with the Universal Life Church.
Right?
So it's not a lot.
Yep. All the ODs will be reverend. I like that.
Bert, sorry, I didn't see that we weren't answering your question. So about South Carolina, I really can't answer that question. Adam, you or Steve may know about how these are classified in South Carolina, but really the best thing to do is check with your state board because those things can change.
I'm gonna go to the website now just to see if I can find it. State Board of Country. Sometimes they actually put it up pretty easily to see, and it's so hard to keep track of the 50 states when things are changing. Okay, let's see what it says. Continue education is actually a link. They're using CE Broker. They're the third one I recall. Yeah. So
probably the South states have a loyalty to the Southeast Conference, and they're going to probably be the last to cave because the Southeast Conference needs a business.
So I'm not sure, but I'm going to tell this person to what they're doing in Texas to submit it.
They have to submit through their organization. Texas State Board contracted it out.
Yeah, so let me. I'm gonna jump in just for a second while I'm in the middle of doing this. So, CE Broker, just so everybody is aware of what it is, it's a a piece of software written by a private company, right, like a company that you and I could start, that handles the process of relicensure for a variety of fields. So it's not just optometry, it's everything. Plumbers, electricians, you name it. They can sign up, whatever that board is, they pay a fee to this company to actually maintain all of the paperwork for whatever the profession is. And so it's a very generic application that they then tailor to whatever that particular industry is. So the boards can wash their hands of actually doing this themselves and outsource it to this company that handles all of it. The problem is for optometry, optometry had a platform already. It's called ODtracker and written, by and for the optometric boards and controlled by them. And why states are implementing the CE broker is an absolute mystery to me. The only thing that I can think of is that on their end, they don't want to handle that paperwork themselves. So beyond what the ODtracker already offers them, they just want to wash their hands of it and give it to a third party. So that's what CE broker is, but it makes it difficult for people who are using the ODtracker system like us and like most optometric conferences to have to jump through another hoop. So so basically it's the boards who are implementing this. I don't think they're thinking about the field as a whole and about the fact that CE is universal for optometry, right? Everybody who's COPE approved or COPE accredited, you can use the ODtracker system. So they have this extra thing now that's layered on top of the ODtracker that's just making life difficult unnecessarily.
So I told this fellow from South Carolina that we are recognized by CE broker, so he could submit the credits to them himself, like the Texas ones.
Right. So if you go into CE broker, you'll find proactive optometric physicians or CEwire somewhere in there, and then you can submit them. So Texas is doing it on ODwire itself. There's a discussion thread about CE broker. So if you go to ODwire and in the search box type CE broker into it, you'll find that discussion thread about how people in Texas are handling this.
Okay, so the answer is in South Carolina, it's only 10 out of 40. We are considered live for 10 hours, but the rest of it is not considered live. That we do. And as suspected, I suspect the southern states will be the last holdouts because of Southeast. They're all members and they all pay, and they want their members to go to the Southeast Atlanta. So that's probably the political reason why they're holding out.
But it's so variable because states like California, New York, New Jersey, Massachusetts, Maryland, Delaware, etc., are allowing all things to be online because they realize that that's the future. Yet the southern states, I think maybe we should secede them from the union.
So, the interesting thing too is, other than Florida, those states tend to have smaller populations. So, for now, we can get away with not worrying too much. But if other states, here's the problem though: if other states start doing their own thing, think about it, right? Like let's say, I don't know, California decided, all right, we're going to go off and do our own thing. You suddenly have a system that becomes much more expensive and difficult to deal with for everybody.
Right.
Because you then have to start dealing with each jurisdiction. So that's why it's frustrating for me when people move away from Arbo's own tools.
Yeah, and imagine large conferences like Vision Expos, SECO, Academy, etc. Now they have to deal with each one individually as a broker and get qualified to do that. And they have a staff to do it, but it's still pain, and it's a real pain for the doctor who has to submit the things himself because we can't submit it to them. So it makes
What's optometry? Why would we do anything easy if we can do it in a much more complex way? I say that with all love and due respect.
But Canada was way ahead of us. So every province accepts ODwire for a long time now. We've been in business, what, 7 years?
No.
Canada has
15, this is our 9th year.
9th year. Time flies.
15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Yeah, 9th year.
Yeah, so and Canada was one of the first groups where it was province-wide. So, and it shows that the people signing up is much more than 10% of the optometrists.
Well, it has to do also with the geography. Canada is a big country that most of the provinces, everything is separated very far. Even the big ones, Quebec and Ontario, except for the big cities, everybody's far away. So it makes sense to not have to go to live conferences. It's expensive, um, etc. So therefore, I mean, when you live on the East Coast and West Coast, you're an hour away from most of these conferences, if not 2 hours. I mean, I could drive to Washington and Boston from where I live, and I'm maybe 3 hours away. But in Canada, it might be 3 days away by snowmobile.
Dog sled, yeah, sure. So that goes for the big states here as well, Idaho. And these are states where you have 2 senators and 1 congressman, so you have
Right. But
know,
those are more liberal poll. They allow the CE to be online. These small states, these big small states like Montana and Wyoming and Idaho, because who's going to travel 500 miles for a lecture and then stay in a hotel or a plane flight for 3 hours?
right.
Boy, our chat is rocking this morning.
Yeah. Yeah,
69.
it's so. You talk, Rick, Rich, and Ken.
No, I was just saying 69 people are here, and I mean, I'm replying to people and being kept busy. So thanks for all the interaction, everyone. And it's great
Hey, here's a
to have people
kudo.
out there.
A kudo for Minnesota.
Yep.
40 hours every 24 months, but ODs can earn 100% of their hours attending synchronous CE. So there you go. So Minnesota is one of the Midwest states that has 100% of synchronous.
And it's a big state, and the weather is terrible in the winter, so it makes sense.
Hi,
I wonder
Catherine.
what South Dakota are doing.
Welcome back.
And we should discuss. We're going to have some nice lectures coming up in just a few minutes, in 5 minutes. One is customized glaucoma management, and then we're going to have the sports vision training track start also.
Want to do a plug for the sports vision training, Steve? As
Excuse me?
person, you want to plug the sports vision that we have?
Yeah, it's Jennifer Stewart first, and then the world famous Don Teague is going to do a 2 hour lecture, and Ben Kinsella is doing a lecture also at the same time, differential diagnosis of pigmented retinal lesions, and he's always great. So I'm sorry you can't take these all at the same time, but you have 3 other bites of the apple coming up in future months.
And for those of you that graduated before before the year 2000, Don Teague is a byword in sports vision. He's been doing it for the past 60 years?
Could be, yeah.
You say 50 years? He was a leader and the one that started sports vision, but more important, he's learned how to charge for it. His lecture will go into practice management and how you have to use very few bits of equipment and still be able to put sports vision into your practice. So for those of you that have any sort of interest in sports, you should try to read. If you can't get to him today, we still have 3 more weekends where you can reach him, but don't miss his presentation.
And as a shameless plug, he's actually having a nice workshop for only 8 selected practices down in Florida in the latter part of April, I think the 22nd and 23rd. And it'd be a comprehensive guide to how you can start a sports vision practice.
Well, what's he charging?
I don't think I should say that. I think that let him discuss that. But it's not a small fee. But if you glean what he's trying to say to you, and you sit over a course of a 16-hour weekend and incorporate into your practice, I think it'll come back to you manyfold in both income and notoriety and separating your practice from somebody else.
I wants to know if she's logged in. I guess if she's communicating with us, she's logged in, correct?
Yeah, if you can see the person's name on the screen, they are absolutely logged in. Yep.
That's what I thought too, but
Yep. And if
Yep.
they can see their name in the lower left-hand corner of their screen, yep, they are logged in. If they weren't logged in, they'd probably be getting bounced out right now. So
And the countdown's starting in each room, so it's about a minute and a
by
half
the way,
before
just to let you guys know, that error where things weren't starting automatically for people. So this morning, finally, it happened to me. And so fortunately, this is a great thing that it happened to me because I was able to go into the console and give Audentio actual actionable data to try to figure out why that's happening. So if it happened to me in my browser, it could be that there's just a general error that people are getting that they can now fix. So this is why it's hard sometimes to troubleshoot the stuff when you don't have the data at your disposal, right? It's like anything else that you're trying to diagnose. It would be like trying to, diagnose a medical condition at a distance. It's more challenging if you don't have all the data that you need. So I was finally able to supply it to Audentio because it happened to me. So hooray.
Steve, you monitor most of the continuing education online. Is anyone else doing what we're doing here in real time?
as far as what, Paul?
Troubleshooting, when people have trouble. What do I do if they can't get online?
No, I've been in some conferences where it was glitching and the response time was days. It was not very good.
So they couldn't take the courses if they couldn't get on.
Yeah. Adam, in the live stream, I'm only getting whoever speaks. I'm not getting the 4 windows. Is there a reason for that?
I'm not sure what you mean. So a couple of rooms just went live now.
Yeah, I'm go into them now.
Yeah.
I want to post.
So I don't know if you have alerts set up on ODwire, but if you do, whenever a stream goes live in CEwire, you get a notification in your browser that a stream just went live. So if you have push notifications set up.
I'll put in all the rooms the information. Oh, good old Alan Panzer is in this room. Great.
Yeah,
No
so it's
sense.
funny. I think the thing about the transcripts is people are emailing me like, I can't see this, that. I think the user interface is it's baffling people. So
I'm asking people to give it a bit to cycle through because there were a lot of credits.
Yep.
And hopefully they'll all cycle through by this week. And I said, if not, they can contact you because we just can't do it while we're live.
And I sent out an email to everybody reminding them that the certificate center, the actual place where they will usually go to download certificates from here on in, that's going to be running on Monday, which is a much better user interface. They can actually get a full list of everything easily and the individual certificates and stuff. So, and at the next conference, since that'll already be active, they can immediately go to it as the conference is going on to see their credits. It's just, again, it wasn't here for the first one because there was no data for us to set it up with. So it's always the first one that's.
Okay, in all the rooms I posted about the transcripts and also about the no need for a quiz because people are going to ask that, especially the newbies.
How are the classes looking, Steve? Are they looking full?
Let me go into the home and see how the rosters are coming. I'm not getting any counter yet.
Oh, I am. Let's see.
Let me refresh.
Class is 439.
Yeah, I got it. Yep.
Okay, we've got 439, 335, and 120. That's pretty decent for a Sunday morning.
And people coming in 66 in the lobby. So we've got about almost 1,000, a little bit less. Yesterday was staying at 1,600 consistently all day, and they were not unique visits. People were leaving on the East Coast later, and people from the West Coast were coming in. So a large amount. People still registering now, Adam?
I haven't checked in a while, but yeah, people are still coming in.
Because you have to vet them or do something.
If they're new to ODwire, that is absolutely correct. Yeah. So trying to help people log in here.
The numbers are looking stable for the rooms. So hopefully, yeah, good numbers so far. It would be interesting to see. I don't know how your numbers parse out after the fact, Adam. I'm just a metrics junkie. It would be interesting to see, are they East Coast people, Midwest, or even all West Coast on your end of the country, people logging in early?
Yep. Yeah, I haven't actually checked.
Oh, no, I'm not asking you to. I know you have other stuff cooking. I'm just saying it would be interesting to see who's here and who's not. That's all. Don't worry about it. Well, I think everybody in the lobby who is needing things, it's been quiet for a few minutes. I
Yeah.
think people are going to class, which is good.
I'm going to check in the rooms to see if everything's playing. Because first you'll get Adam's little public message, which is, nope, Ben Casella's is starting.
Oh, and Ben's jumped up. He's over 500 now.
Yeah, well, people are going right now. They wait till the last second. I'm just gonna. I put on the sound just to make sure that. Let's go to Ben, and now we'll go to Jennifer. And yep, she's there.
All looking good. We'll take
Yeah.
it. You know, I'm looking at the people who are in the lobby, and I think it's what we posited yesterday, that people just leave the lobby open on a separate tab,
Right.
which is smart. That way you have it right there. So the people who we think are here listening to us are probably not, which is not a
But-
bad thing. That, well, we'd rather they be in the classes.
But previous direction, we were on the old interface. Nobody was in the lobby because it was kind of separate. This is now kind of woven into the actual conference, so it's a lot
Right.
better.
Yeah, I totally agree. And
We
numbers
have
are looking stable here, at least on my end. Nothing's really changed in the last couple of minutes. So I'm guessing that most folks who are there,
yeah.
who are going, are there already. But
We
that's a
had
good
a few more though. We have over 1,000 in the classes and 66 in the lobby, which, like you said, is probably. No, but I'm going to refresh to see if that goes up. And it went up to 425. And now people are going into the classes, so now it's about 1,100, not counting, and one person went in the lobby, so don't say that. Okay, so we're not getting any. We'll see what happens after the first hour when people try to assess. I really recommend people assessing straight from the lecture, where they use the tab in the lower left-hand corner and not try to scroll down with the assessment tab. Do it right afterwards. It takes a minute to do, especially since you're familiar with it. Make your comments brief. We have three boxes to do that during that, and it helps us to help you and to give a better conference every single year. So whatever comments you have, please be honest. Okay. And it always is interesting when you see the population that customized glaucoma and diagnosis of pigmented retinal lesions have far away much more attendance than sports vision. And this is not a slight on sports vision, it's just that people migrate to the medical stuff first. And hopefully when you have, a little bit more exposure, you might decide to do it. But it's still a decent amount in our room. It's just not the robust amount in the other rooms. And by the way, when I put on the sound, I mute myself. The sound's great. Everything's playing seamlessly. No problems. And it just popped up. So People are going in after 5 minutes, and you'll get your credits. Don't worry about that. But one room went from 4:25 to 4:45, so you latecomers to the game, don't worry about it. Gretchen, if you click on the rooms individually and you go into them, the count is better than the count in the kind of lobby area.
Really? Let's see here. Oh, yeah.
Go into customized glaucoma and you go from 4:25 to 4. It stayed 4:25, and now
Oh, that
it's
went to 4:45.
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay, now this one is Sports Vision is the same.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Well, people, you just can't rely on the counters. They're delayed for some reason, and Adam said that it would be. And we should inform people who are just hanging out what's going to be going on next. Again, Don Teague is doing a 2-hour lecture on really a comprehensive sports vision start to your practice. Mark, it's really competitive because another well-received lecture, Mark Freeberg, he's usually #1 in terms of reception. He's also lecturing at 11:05. And Dr. Chalazian is also lecturing on glaucoma at
Yeah, he's got 2 of
11:05.
them.
Yep, he has 2 consecutive. So really, so what's going to happen is that from 11 to really 1, you'll be in the same room. I think either you're going to stay with glaucoma, stay with Mark Freeberg, or stay with Don Teague.
Well, there's 5 hours worth of glaucoma in room 2 today.
Yeah, well, that's on purpose because certain states require glaucoma track, and we try to put them together, and people can just hang out in those rooms and satisfy that requirement. And later on, at another conference, another day, go into the other rooms.
Yep.
Well, I'll make a side bet that Freeberg has more than the other 2 because people know him from previous conferences, and he always comes out as the most well received.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Also, though, I think Mike Chaglazian's will be well attended too because it's specific on glaucoma, and plus sometimes people like 1-hour classes.
Right, you're correct with that also. And it's interesting, he used to always lecture as a team with Dr. Fingerette, and they decided to have a few more hours, so Murray Fingerette is lecturing separately on glaucoma and some other things.
Mm-hmm.
I'd find it difficult to have
people in Ben's class.
Yeah.
567 and 450 in the glaucoma management. So yeah, there's some strong interest in the glaucoma classes today, or the glaucoma and the retina class.
And everything popped up. People are coming in a little bit late, and they're not panicking. In other words, I'm not getting questions. Can I get credit because I'm 5 minutes late? No, you can. And if you'd like to look at the first part of the lecture that you missed, most of it is Adam telling you how to do things. So don't worry about that.
And we haven't had any comments in the chat since the class has started. So,
well, at first people are listening to the lectures. Then when they get into it, I find that the chat comes on a little bit later. They just want to get oriented. But people are saying hello to each other. That's nice.
That is nice.
So just to let you guys know, we're really digging deep into the transcript stuff as well to make 100% sure that everything's working the way it should. So the Audentio guys are actually combing through it right now. That's why I've been very quiet. I'm working with them because I want to make sure it's 100% for people.
Yeah. Adam, we don't need you. We're holding the fort, and if I do say so myself, we're very interesting. It's funny how people are meeting each other here and saying hi, hello, and we don't see the private stuff. You can private chat everybody if you click on somebody's name and send them a message. So that's a nice feature.
So one thing that people on the transcripts page, the UI is very confusing. You have to keep hitting show more at the bottom of the, well, let me actually,
Yes.
well, I'm gonna show people rather than tell people. So, on the transcripts page, the stuff on the right that says recently earned, that only shows the, the last 5 things that you've done. Down here, keep scrolling down to where it says show more, and you have to keep clicking on it, show more, show more. And if you've earned one of these things, you'll see it'll be lit up. But I think that might be half the problem that some people, what I'd like to do is get rid of that show more button.
Absolutely, yes, and just have it as a continuous thing, and maybe have it. You have it alphabetized, which is okay, but maybe having the order when the lectures took place, that would make more sense. I don't know if they could reorder it that way, but in other words, the Saturday at 10 o'clock is the first, and the Sunday at 7 o'clock at night is the last, because that's when people can be looking for it. That's how I would think logically.
Yeah.
And is there a search feature that there's no search box to find it, correct? I was looking for one.
Well, I mean, you can hit Control F or whatever for Command F if you're using Mac, and then just search on a, type in part of the name of the lecture, and it'll jump to it.
People aren't that savvy though. Okay. But all the lectures are playing beautifully. They're getting interaction now. Dr. Stewart is talking about how they can get in with baseball and things like that. And customized glaucoma. People are just saying hello to each other still. Yeah, at the very beginning of the lectures also, they're usually a summary of what they're talking about. So it's usually low level at the beginning and people don't have to ask questions. Then when they get into the nuts and bolts and the more complex and more recent things, that's when people start asking questions.
Mm-hmm.
That was amazing. She made me feel good and bad yesterday, Dr. Resnick, about 2 Achilles tears. And I looked it up, and boy, Adam was right. Steroids and Levaquin, just a no-no. I mean, you're just like, you might as well just take a knife and cut the tendons right then. So, and if I do look cleaner today, I took my first shower with no help from anybody, because that's in my whole life actually. No, just the last couple of weeks.
It feels good when you're able to do that by yourself. I've been there.
Yeah, I hate to say it this way, but if anybody has anything wrong that can get better, it's almost a good thing to have because you appreciate what you have when you're healthy. When you don't have it, it's so disconcerting. But when you get it back, you appreciate the little things, like being able to carry a cup of coffee to the table when because you're not using crutches or something.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But I think maybe people should have something wrong for one day and that's it, like a sprained ankle that gets better or whatever. My wife had a bad cold.
Yet of the sitting in the swimming pool, the warm swimming pool, with other people talking about who the best doctors are?
No, we have it more online on Facebook. People asking, "Give me an ENT, give me this, give me that." You're right. So people are sharing stuff. So far, I'm except for my orthopedic crap. I'm healthy. I don't go. I just go for a physical every year. I went once to a cardiologist, and they said come back in 5 years. So luckily, Knock wood, nothing. No meds.
I found that the ones that listen best are either the nurse practitioners or the physician's assistants.
Yeah, but they're not doctors
They're
in
not
Florida.
doctors, they're too busy.
They're joke.
They're looking at the computer while you're talking, but the face-to-face are the ancillary people now.
Right. But sometimes people need superstar care, and you know, they need people who are the best of the best, and then you have to go to you know, the good hospitals and the best of good hospitals. Whether for I could list the diseases, but you know what I mean. Like Sue got into the best orthopedic surgeon at HSS, Hospital for Special Surgery, and that's a good guy to see. And the courses seem to be good.
And guys, let me just interrupt you for a second. I was just talking to the folks
Yeah.
at Odentio about this. So they actually are taking the step of logging in as people who are having problems just to see what they're seeing. And almost to a person so far, as they're looking, it's just that people are confused by that transcripts page. They're confused by this, but if they keep scrolling down and keep doing the show more, show more, show more.
Right.
The reason, by the way, that it does that with show more is because if you keep going down like this, and if it tried to load the entire page at once, it's a lot of data. So they're striking a compromise here between you know, convenience and performance. And so my feeling, and again, I'm going to talk to them about this, is for this page, you know, having everything showing would be useful, but what would probably be more useful is the achieved ones at the top, lit up, right, in reverse chronological order from when you just earned it. Then beneath the achieved ones, show all these unlit ones.
Right.
To me, that seems to make the most sense, but you know, we'll see what they can do for the next conference in
Because
April.
going forward, it'll get worse, Adam, because as people achieve more, it's going to be really piecemeal with the show more, show more. Well, if they have their 12 courses in with the green little button there, they'll see, oh, that's the ones I've achieved, and now let's look at the other ones. But that's a great idea, and it's going to be more helpful as time goes on.
Yep. So these are the kinds of suggestions that, in fact, if people are in the lobby still, I don't know, you masochists sitting here listening, if you have more suggestions like that, feel free. Like, type them in there, because what's going to happen as soon as this conference is over, I have a running list of improvements that we're going to try to make for the next show in April. So that's the whole idea. If we don't get feedback like that, then it's hard for us to know what to improve. So yeah, so I mean, and it's a give and take, right? Like with the show more stuff, I just mentioned to the folks at Odentio, I'm like, well, instead of just doing show more, it should do a lazy load, right? Where as you're scrolling down, if you hit the part where it says show more, it should automatically just pull in the next group of data. That's what a lot of sites do. And again, I completely understand why they're not doing that, right? It's for performance reasons. You don't want to bog the server down every single time somebody goes to that page. Because you know the query here is pretty significant. So I'm certain there are ways to optimize this. So yeah.
Well, I like that suggestion of putting the completed courses at the top.
Right. And again,
Because that's what people are looking
the
for.
transcripts page itself was never really meant to be used full time. So it's kind of a thing to just watch what's going on as you're here at the conference in progress. The reality is most people should probably use the certificate center once it's running on Monday.
Right?
Yeah, but everybody's used to instant gratification. They want to see it show up right
Yeah.
now.
No, I
And
get it. I get it.
And some people don't even know what ODwire is, even though they registered. So they have to find that you know, link at the top, and it's easy, but we have to hit them in the face with it.
Yeah, and I'm going to email everybody again to remind them. So once they get it once, then it's pretty straightforward. The nice part about the certificate center is that it survives permanently, right? It's going to be past, you know, what the CEwire individual conferences. So if you go to the transcript center itself, the link is there right now, actually, even though it doesn't really do much. If you go to certificates, it'll take you right to the transcript center. But as you'll see, the CEwire2023 one doesn't go anywhere. 2022 does, of course, and NORA, if people took the NORA conference, those certificates are still up there. So we're going to keep stuff there permanently, which is why it's so nice to have that feature.
By the way,
Well, I
Nancy,
really appreciate the fact that Audentio is willing to keep this a work in progress, because as you evolve the conference from year to year, you run into different snags or different suggestions or different ways to make things better. Because, for example, this may not have been a problem last year because you had fewer courses, because a lot of them were 2-hour, but now you have more courses to scroll through, and now it's become a stumbling block for some folks. So I
Also,
really like that it's always a work in progress to improve.
and Gretchen, the big 800-pound gorilla was that we didn't require the survey last year. So there's a whole nother layer of things people have to do, which is important.
Right. Before it was an automatic thing, right? You go to a class, it automatically just does it for you. It creates the certificate, and now people
Right.
actually have to actively do the survey as well. So it's just a little bit extra. So
The survey was a request, now it's a mandatory item. That's the big change.
And one of the biggest changes in the software, and I don't know if people noticed, besides the little glitch we had yesterday when we ran out of resources in mid-afternoon, is that the platform itself is a lot faster. I'm not sure if you guys appreciate that. You know, as long as it has adequate resources, you've seen that we've had thousands of users on it simultaneously, and it's really fast. That's probably one of the biggest changes from last year to this year. You know, it just comes up instantaneously, whereas last year it was just a little bit slower. Yeah, so you can see how much faster it is. So they've really worked this year to optimize it.
They're a rock star team.
Yep.
Yep. And Gretchen, it not only is good for us, but if they run similar conferences with other industries and they're going to do courses, etc., this information they're getting to make it more optimized is good for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And then what they learn from their other conferences, they can apply to
Sure.
CEwire.
Right. And so again, you know, the software is more generally useful. We're using it for education, but you know, it can be repurposed for other things as well. And imagine, you know, you're using it to stream a concert or something, right? You know, we have several thousand people using it, but you could imagine a more general case where it's even more than that. So they're getting a lot of good data from us, actually, to see what kind of resources they need for a certain load. So it's all learning experience, but you know, we're helping them as much as they're helping us. So it's a little bit of give and take.
And the rooms are filling up even more. Ben has over 600 people, and Glaucoma has almost 500. So we were almost at that 1,500 that we had yesterday. So it's not dropped off.
That's incredible.
Yep. Well, it's better than Meet the Press and the Sunday morning news shows where you know what they're going to say anyway. And that's why we don't do it the day of Super Bowl or other things like that.
You know, one thing people could do that are proactive and are in states where they're only getting maybe 25% of their credits, they could write to their state boards and indicate how much they find CEwire useful for continuing education, and urge them to add more hours, synchronous hours, rather than have them go to the effort of going in person to classes. I think it would go a long way for public pressure to get the state boards to wake up.
That's a great suggestion. Unfortunately, I don't think many people will take the time to do that, to make their voice heard, which is really unfortunate.
Well, many of them are afraid that the state board is going to single them out and try to get back to them. There's always a fear that they're going to come out as a protester and get into trouble.
Yep. But the state board doesn't have a skin in the game economically. It's the state associations that do. So it might be a decent approach. By the way, Dr. Panzer is pretty much lecturing with Dr. Casella on his subject matter. So he's helping him out with a lot of data that he has. So he's a brilliant doctor.
Is he helping, or is he being obnoxious to a speaker?
Yes, to both. Interesting. But
As a speaker, I would find that really, really annoying.
yeah, well, there's always a gunner in the room, even when it's live. And it's hard when it's live and you have to answer to everybody all at once. A lot more interaction today because people, it's funny because people are familiar with the interface and not worried about the transcripts or the credits, whatever. So they're actually concentrating on the lectures.
Well, for those who were here yesterday, yes.
Yeah.
I assume there'll be a lot of people that work Saturdays that are gonna be here today.
Mhm.
Yesterday.
And we'll see probably about 12 o'clock. It'll be maximized because it'll be 9 o'clock on the West Coast and the East Coast will still be there and nobody is working, at least. Only time I worked on Sundays was for emergencies and I would try really hard not to go into the office.
Is there any sports events on Sundays this time of year?
It's really no. March Madness is going to start soon, but really it's just the hockey and the basketball, and they're winding down. There's no football. There's no baseball. It's spring training starting, and those are meaningless games. So really nothing of any. If we did this during March Madness, it would be madness on our part.
Right now, we're not competing.
Excuse me.
Not competing with sports interests.
No. This is the I would say this is the lull. I'm a real sports nut, and this is the lull time of year, February and half of March, and then it ramps up because baseball's starting, basketball and hockey playoffs are starting, March Madness is starting. They have the NFL draft coming up at the end of March, beginning of April. So and you have the what's called the combine, where they look at all these college football players before the draft. But right now, is that this 4, 5, 6 weeks is always a lull. One thing you don't get a lull in TV anymore because all these streaming services just keep on throwing things up.
Yeah, it's you don't really have appointment TV that much anymore. And
Nope.
even if there are events like some sort of award show or something, people aren't watching that.
No, they're way down. Yeah.
So in some ways it makes it more difficult because you don't know what you're competing against. For example, if everybody watched the MTV Music Awards or the Oscars or whatever, you knew to schedule around that. But now, if there's some big show that drops and it becomes the big thing and people are binge watching it over a weekend, you don't know that. You can't plan that in advance when you're planning out your dates for CEwire over the year.
But sociologically, it's destroyed all the water fountain talk the next day in the office and things like that because people are watching things in totally different time frames. Also, when we look at the Emmys, because it's all these streaming services that some we know, some we don't get, some we do get. You have no idea. It's a meaningless award when you don't even have a chance to watch it.
Yep. Oh, by the way, I got an email overnight last night, and I don't think people realize, I'm always surprised actually that they don't realize. Somebody asked me, I couldn't make it yesterday to the conference. Can I still come today? And I'm like, well, yes. So remember that the pass that you have here is good for not just this session, but in April, in June, in September, and all the courses on demand. And we're going to do this thing over and over and over again with the same lectures.
And that's with you sending out a reminder this morning to everybody.
Yep. So that's the key trick here. I think sometimes I feel like we get a little bit too close to the project, or at least I do, and I assume that people know stuff. And that's something that I should probably communicate more clearly to people, is that when they buy a pass for this thing, that it's good for the rest of the year, essentially through December 1st. They can just keep coming back, and at each one of these events, we're going to try to do all the same lectures again in the same place.
Well, the challenge there, Adam, is even with lots of information available, people have very short attention spans, and they don't really look, and we're all guilty of this, myself included, that we don't really look for information, that we just immediately panic, and instead of scrolling for more information on a transcript or checking somewhere. I mean, I was going to suggest perhaps an FAQ, but are people going to read it? And even if you send out emails, even if you list all that information and make it easy to read with different, you know, very graphically appealing, maybe bulleted points or an infographic format, people are still going to misunderstand. And you have the videos playing ahead of every course that outlines a lot of this information, and we still get those questions in the lobby chat. I think it's just people want something right now. If it isn't readily available in their face, it's just the way our culture has evolved, that people want information now and they're going to look for it, and they're asking a question instead of doing a bit of research.
Yeah.
So it's a challenge that you want to give them all the information, but then even when you do, they aren't going to grasp.
And also the cost is so low that people may think that this is a one-shot deal.
Right.
Right.
I mean, I want people to think of this, since we are running now through December, that this is almost like a Hulu subscription in a lot of ways, right? They pay their fee and then it's just here for them for the year. And just like with Hulu, some stuff is live and some stuff isn't. But you can always come back to it whenever you want and take a look.
Adam, maybe that's what you do. Maybe you call it a CEwire2023 subscription.
Yeah.
Yep, that's a good idea.
Because as I'm staring at the screen right now, that's all I kept thinking about. I'm like, man, it kind of looks like Hulu, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Where's Bob's Burgers? I gotta start it, but yeah.
If Adencio got really good, when Hulu loads, they look at what you have, and so maybe eventually down the road, maybe next year, they'll say, okay, this is what you took, and as you log in the second time.
Yeah, and
like Hulu does.
Yep. Yeah, because I mean that's really how I'm thinking about this now, since we are running for so much of the year. You know, in the beginning when we first did this, way back when, it was a single shot, but it's just changed and evolved so much over the years.
Yeah. And if we do add 1 or 2 courses as the year goes on, which we might or might not, but there's no promises, then people will highlight, hey, new course, and people will realize that they could even add to their knowledge base as well as their CE credits.
Yep.
But we'll be here live for all 4 sessions.
Oh, yeah, we're not going anywhere.
New material. We have to look for more trivia to talk about.
Well, so next time I promise, you know, that it'll be more exciting. We'll get more guests and I'll have different stuff to talk about. This show, I fully confess to not being prepared at all for this live stream this time, because I was so focused on what's going on support-wise since the new software, you know, is new and we're running across all this stuff.
That's okay. We're the ones dropping the conversational ball, and I'll pick it up here and say, have you guys watched White Lotus?
Loved it. Yes.
Not so much.
No, the twist at the end was great.
Well, we just watched season 1 and we've started season 2. And after the first episode or 2 of season 1, I didn't want to watch it anymore, but my husband and daughter wanted to watch it and it was on, so okay. But last night we watched season 2 of the 2nd episode, and I'm not I mean,
you're supposed to hate. You're supposed to hate all the characters. That's the idea.
Yeah, I don't like them. I mean, why do I want to invest my time? I would rather read than watch TV anyway. So why am I watching these people I don't like? I mean, the cinematography is beautiful. I mean, the Hawaii scenery and now the Sicilian scenery, but I hate them all.
It's hilarious though, because my wife, you know, we haven't gone on vacation in years now, right? Since before the pandemic. So she was trying to plan a vacation last night after CEwire. I dragged my butt upstairs and I'm like sitting down next to her and she's like, yeah, I'm looking for hotels in Hawaii. And she's scrolling through and she's showing me this and I'm like, that's the White Lotus Hotel. Like that's the Four Seasons.
It's the Ritz-Carlton that it was modeled after in Hawaii.
Yeah, so it's like the Four Seasons or something. I'm like, that's the one. Don't you recognize the pool? And she's like, oh yeah, we're not going there.
But it's supposed to be in Sicily. It takes place in Sicily as far as what they want you to think.
The second season does. The first one's in Hawaii. So.
Oh right, yeah.
And they shot that one during the pandemic. They actually had the hotel all to themselves for the first one. So yeah.
Yeah, it was. The first one was moderately funny, from time to time. And also, I gotta say, I love that Jennifer Coolidge is getting a big career resurgence, but she is so irritating.
Oh,
And
Oh,
yes.
she gets way worse in the second season. Yeah, I mean it's
She
just
gets,
yeah, horrible.
she's supposed to be. That's her character.
yeah, but I don't remember her from American Pie. I mean, I remember her character, but I don't remember her. Like, I mean, I knew what her character was, but I don't remember how she, how she acted. But we saw her about a month or two in some short thing. I forget which service it was on. It was about, she was a real estate agent, and a family had moved into a house in Long Island or New York, New Jersey, somewhere. And it was almost the same character that she's playing in White Lotus. I mean, is that
Yeah.
all she can do, is play irritating people? Her voice is like nails on a chalkboard, the
Mhm.
way she speaks.
Maybe that's what she's become. Um, in a couple of weeks, Ted Lasso's starting again. I don't know if you watched
I
that.
never watched that, and I've wanted to.
It's great. I mean, the acting is great. Each character you get to know, it's a feel-good one. If you bought any Apple device, I don't know if you realize it.
Oh, I have Apple TV.
Yeah, but you could they give it to you for free for a year if you buy an iPad or a
It's
phone
been
or
a while
whatever.
since I bought something, so I'm paying for it. I bought it to
Yeah.
watch Jon Stewart, which I haven't done much of, and also Schmigadoon. So I'm waiting for season 2 of that,
Mhm.
and Severance. If you haven't watched Severance,
I love it, love it, love it, love it.
I'm waiting for
Um,
season 2 of that too.
you still don't, you have to peel back a lot of layers on that. There's something also called The Servant, which
I've
is the
heard of that, and I've heard that's good, and I want to watch
it's
it.
good. It's the last season. It's one thing I liked. I hate watching a show like Lost or something on regular TV, Manifest, where they end it and there's no closure. At
Yeah.
least when they do these shows and they say it's going to be 4 seasons and you know you're going to get closure at the end. You might not like the ending, but at least it's going to be an ending. And that is one thing to say about these short series.
They didn't do that with the first season of White Lotus, though. Like that woman who had a baby, like she never showed up again. And what happened with Belinda, the spa manager? Like she's
Like,
redoing her resume and printing it at work. I thought she was
that's
going to get
right. Yeah.
fired. So what happened to her?
Hmm.
So
Well, and they'll never go back to it. So you can fill in
no.
the blanks for yourself. Did you see the morning show with Jennifer Aniston and Carell?
Mm-mm.
That was, I think, on Apple. Yeah, it was on Apple. That's something to watch. I mean, it's big characters, and it's about basically who was the guy on the NBC Today show who was screwing all his secretaries.
Matt Lauer.
Yeah, it's kind of like that, but with her and a few other really big names. The acting is really good.
I'll have to check that out.
The morning show, it's called. I love Star Trek, and the new Star Trek is just great. I mean, it's the special effects are great, the characters are great, and it takes place before the Enterprise with Kirk, so it's like a
I'm not a
prequel.
Star Trek fan, but what I'm looking forward to now, this is a movie. And last movie I saw was a Jordan Peele movie, Nope. We saw that. My daughter and I saw that in the summer. But my husband and I are going to go see John Wick 4 next week
Yes,
in the theaters. And I usually am not a fan of that kind of violence, but those movies are so great, and I love the music. And so yeah, I'm looking
well,
forward to seeing that.
3 had a lot of violence. I saw Nope
They
also,
all have a lot of violence. Like the body count is ridiculous in those
but
films,
it becomes a cartoon after a while. You don't care. Nope
which
was a good
is
movie
not
also.
good.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's not good that you're like, oh yeah,
Marital
somebody else
question.
dies. I mean,
Do you,
some of them are main characters, and some of them you just walk down the hallway and there's like 12 right there.
Hmm.
so
But it's
in your
really
marital
well done.
life, do you watch these things with your spouse, or do you have separate TV sets?
We have 2 TVs. The one in our family room we don't really watch much because it's filled with the room is filled with my husband's crap from all of his eBay buying and selling. I do a lot of well, not a lot. I do some watching on a device. And now that Troy's retired, he watches some stuff during the day, but we try to watch stuff together or as a family if my daughter's home at night. So we do a lot of, we stopped watching Family Guy because that got annoying. Bob's Burgers has gotten annoying, although we like that. We're going through King of the Hill now, and let's just say a lot of those jokes are not aging well from the 90s. Adam, did you ever watch King of the Hill?
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
They're
Yeah.
bringing it back, actually. It's coming back on Hulu next year.
Oh, it is.
Yep.
Is it a reboot or is it moving forward in time?
They're going to pick up where they left off, but without, I guess,
Oh.
Lucky and Luann.
Oh, now see, I don't even know. I forget how far we are, but let's just say I'm getting really annoyed with Peggy Hill.
Well, she's supposed to be annoying.
Well, who's more annoying, Peggy Hill, Gene Belcher, or Teddy?
They're annoying in different ways, right?
Yes.
And my input poll is that we watch about 75% of the things the same, and 25% we have different interests. And sometimes we start watching things, and I realize it's a chick flick, and I'm not going to want to watch it, and she just continues it.
Just because it's a chick flick doesn't mean it's bad.
Some of them are good, I agree, but this Emily in Paris was unwatchable.
I didn't watch it, so I don't know.
Well, it's noted as the one that everybody hates to watch, but they still watch it. Go figure.
I also don't watch reality TV. None of this Bachelor in Paradise or Real Housewives. I don't do any of that nonsense.
Now, my wife has a bad habit. I wonder if you have the same thing. We're watching a show and we're enjoying it, whatever it might be. And then she says, he's really British and he's married to this person. All my suspension of disbelief is gone now. You know what I'm saying? By telling me that I'm
we
watching
talk
an
about that all the time. Like, oh, who is that guy? He looks familiar.
Yeah,
and
but
I'm
that
also
screws it
very
up.
guilty of looking on Wikipedia or just reading up on whatever the movie or show is to find out more. I try not to spoil it, but I like to know minutia. I like details, so I read up about it.
But it's just so amazing in all these shows how many British actors are cast in American roles and they do an American accent. When I would expect a casting director, there's so many other American actors to choose from, they would choose an American actor, and vice versa. There's so many, again, foreign actors playing American roles, and they can do a fairly good American accent.
Well, I think if just the audience for American-made entertainment is bigger because there are more people in the US than there are in Britain, and it's we just have a wider audience, and the US seems to drive a lot of it, with Oscar awards, and this is really the mecca of the entertainment industry. So I think people want to, if you are from another country, you do want to be cast in a US based piece. So I guess they're looking for the best actor for the job. And also just look at what you do here. If you have experience with someone who's a good lecturer, shows up on time, gets stuff in on time, gets good reviews, you're more likely to work with that person again. Same with directors and producers. It's very common for directors to have a slate of people with whom they frequently work.
We've had several people from other countries. Graham Lackas comes to mind from Australia, New Zealand, I forget which. And we didn't have him this year because he didn't have a good topic, but we'll ask him back.
Interesting. My wife and I only watch news together. At string time at 6 o'clock, we'll watch a summary of the news for the day. She gets more and more aggravated by the news. And then at the end of that, we separate our separate ways and watch separate programs. We watch an occasional travel film together. And of course, you'll test me. And you see, remember when we were at XYZ, you talked about Sicily. I've been in Sicily twice. I can't remember a thing about it. And cruises. Luckily, I took notes, but I really don't remember one port to the next. Of course, she remembers all of this, and I'm tested, and I fail the test all the time. You know,
Do you remember if you like it? Because that's one of the places we want to hit. Is it worthwhile, or you don't remember that?
Carol with we used to have an arrangement in our marriage where we would take separate vacations, and she has taken adventure vacations while I watched the kids, and occasional her relatives came down to watch. So she's been in the Galapagos. She was a cook on a boat that went to the Galapagos. So she was there a second time. She's taken tours through the Amazon. So she's had, and the only thing I've done without her that's adventuresome is I had a safari in Africa.
Wow. I have a good friend who was on a safari, Paul, and he had to go across a bridge, one of those rinky-dink bridges. He fell through, and his leg now has pins all over them, and he's going to be in a cast for like 6 months. He didn't have any problems, hopefully.
You know, you have to be so careful when you go on adventure vacations not to come back wounded for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
The vacations you take when in your 30s, 40s, where you're going whitewater rafting and all that business, which we've done, but it's dangerous, and you certainly don't do it when you get older.
I did that 4 years ago, and I got what's called a boutonniere's finger. That took a while to heal. I fell out, hit my finger on the rock. I could hit my head and kill myself. And so you're right. But people are on it from 6 to 90 on these things, and they're pretty safe. But we went to a very, very rough area they didn't expect, and the guides are great, but sometimes they don't know what's happening that particular day. The water could be running.
Yep.
But you're right. We did some zip lining, and it was like you had to walk up, and it was like 5,000. It was an elevator that took you up, and it's 5,000 feet down. This was in Costa Rica, and you're looking down, and you're just harnessed, and you're gonna. I mean, you can die at 30 feet, but when you're looking down 5,000 feet, you realize how scary it is. And we all did it. We made it down, and no problem. You feel like you accomplished something, but
even the simplest thing is with Adam's wedding. He had a distance wedding in California in the Napa Valley. It wasn't the Napa Valley, Adam. You'll the exact valley, but it was a wine thing, and there was a balloon ride. Take balloons. So, and again, getting in and out of those balloons is dangerous. It can really hurt yourself. So even a simple thing like a balloon ride can lead to problems.
Did anybody get hurt on the balloon ride?
Well, some people die because of balloons.
Well, no, at Adam's wedding, did anybody have trouble with the balloon?
No, I don't know how many of us went on the balloon ride. The answer is no. Didn't know anyone.
Just a little note in Ben Casella's lecture, Alan's posting a lot, and the last post was Alan Panza's on the warpath today, and he just said, shut up.
Who said that?
This girl, Rebecca Feld. I don't
Told
know
him to shut up?
No, she said Alan's on the warpath today. And then Alan said, shut up. And then Ben said, no, this is great. He's getting a lot of, I have to read the transcript of what, but apparently half the posts are from Alan and half of them from Ben, but there's a lot of interaction. And I hope it doesn't apply for an honorarium for the lecture, Alan.
So yeah, people who might not know him might not understand his personality. He likes being like this. So
yes, well, he's very knowledgeable and he's a great optometrist. There's nothing to be said about that. But yes, he is a personality. We have a few of them on ODwire. Maybe I'll have him come for an interview today. Yes, no? Should I ask him?
I mean, if you guys want to talk to him. So by the way, right now, again, the reason I'm being so silent and just listening to your awesome vacation tales is because I've been working with Audentio right now to just talk about the transcript system and how it's working. The one thing that I want to reassure people, and I know this for a fact because I've been looking at the back end, the administrative side, is all of your credits are there. So like I've been logging in as different people who are saying, I can't really see what's going on. Most of what you're seeing that's a problem is just the user interface. Your credits are all sitting there. It's just, I think, hard for some people to actually see them properly because of that user interface. So
We did have a question from some guy, what was his name? Michael. Michael had a question about 5 minutes ago and I directed him to keep scrolling and he hasn't replied. So I'm hoping that means that he got what he needed.
Yeah, so it's all there. The data is all captured, and when the transcript or the certificate center opens tomorrow, I'll be emailing everybody so they can get their credits. So yeah, because I mean I'm getting like a deluge of email from people, and again I'll answer each person individually, but hopefully it'll be very clear by tomorrow. So this is one thing that we know that will improve.
Our
Yeah.
issues numbers. Do you have a limit that people can join a meeting where
No.
the thing just starts breaking down?
No, so theoretically it's an infinite number of people that can join. Yet what happened yesterday, around like when we were in our break, the system started to slow down and then ground to a halt for a second until they could give it more resources. What happened was we had, I think it was over 1,000 people in a room or something. And when you build systems like this, you have to design it so that when you have a peak, that it can handle the peak sustainably. But at the same time, you don't want to allocate so many resources all the time because that gets hugely expensive. And so what happened was we went over that peak. and the system was like, what are you doing? But you know, fortunately we were here, so we were able to immediately allocate more resources to it. That's something you can do these days with computers, right? In the old days, spinning things up took longer, but not anymore. So it's not happening today because we've just over allocated everything. We make sure we have enough resources today. We didn't know yesterday. The problem really happens when people move from one lecture to the next. So,
which is about to happen, by the way.
Okay, so there you go. So like what on the back end, what you start seeing are spikes of CPU usage because this is a challenging state for the system to be in, right? Moving people from one lecture to the next. That's why they stagger it and people go in staggered steps to do it. So that's what happened yesterday. But in theory, a system like this should be able to scale up infinitely. You know, having 1,000 people in a room is great, but it should be with enough resources, you should be able to do 10,000 people in a room. Why not? So, yeah.
So in theory, a organization like the American Academy of Optometry, which has a very large audience, and they have several thousand people attending a single lecture because it's very popular. Their system is built differently, so it will break down.
No, this system should be able to handle an infinite number of people, right? Our meeting will have a similar number of people to the Academy meeting. So it should be able to handle it. Again, it's just a matter of allocating resources to each room as it needs it. So
somebody's asking Adam, and I don't know how to answer this. Course transcript for 10 a.m. course yesterday was there yesterday around 11:30. Now it's not there, or with scrolling down. I'm not sure what's happening there. That's that first course again.
Yeah, so we're going to fix everything for the first course as well. And just tell people to sort of wait and be patient. And once the transcript center opens or the certificate center opens tomorrow, then I'll send an email and everyone can look. And if something's missing, they can just let me know.
An email that no one will read and understand, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean that's the problem, right? Hopefully they'll read it.
We're done? Yeah, I really can't talk because I'm working on mine, you know, doing my
So Ed, is there a way to put something on the meeting?
Really?
What? Hey Steve, can you mute yourself?
In the lobby, just to scroll and let them know about these transcripts so they stop worrying?
Well, even if we put something at the top, people won't read that. They'll just ask their questions. So we're addressing it as they come in. I mean, I'm sure that we're going to see some more that people are going to come out of the first class, immediately jump to the transcript page, and then we're going to have a bunch of questions in the next 10 minutes.
Well, here, you know what? I can post a note that goes to the bottom of the screen that pops up for people. I'm just trying to figure out how to phrase what it is that I want to say.
Something like transcript questions will be addressed in an email in the next 24 hours, something like that.
Yeah, let me come up with something a little zippier just so people will actually read it.
So Alan's saying there are no assessments yet. I don't know what that means.
I don't know what that means either. Clarify, please. The assessments are all there. I mean, if I scroll over here to the left side of the screen, they're all listed here, and beneath the video window, you can always click on post-course survey to get directly to the one that you need when you finish a lecture, right?
I'm telling him that.
It's right beneath, unless he's using a phone or something and he can't see it, but it's right at the bottom beneath the video, the lower left. You can see it right there, post-course survey. That link is the same thing as the assessment link up there. It's the same thing, the post-course survey link down here. So we put it in two places on purpose so people can see it.
Okay. Jennifer Stewart's lecture was well received. Now we'll have a secondary one from Don Teague that'll be much more in depth. He was telling me that her screen was freezing, but I just went there and one person said it, and I wasn't having it. And her lecture's now done, so nobody complained.
Yeah, so right down there, post-course survey. And in fact, if people want to see, I'll tell them the little trick. When the lecture first starts, you can actually pop that post-course survey window open and leave it open while you're watching the lecture. Then as soon as the lecture's done, just go right over to that tab and start taking it. How do you like that? So that's what I would do. I mean, I'm paranoid about that stuff, but when a lecture starts, I would, as soon as I get in the room, just click post-course survey, pop that new tab open, go back to the room, and then at the end, take the post-course survey. So.
Or assume everything is perfect.
Yeah.
We want real opinions. We want to always improve our product.
Well, I mean, so this link is always going to be here, right? So when the lecture ends, you know you can always click here, and it's always going to come back. It's always going to be there.
And by the way, we found out yesterday, if you want to reassess, if you do, let's say you take the survey and you do it at the beginning, but you really want to change your answers, you can just retake the assessment.
Yep.
And the last one will be the one that's saved.
Yeah, again, a word about the asynchronous. It starts tomorrow morning. Right at what time?
I have no idea. If I'm being completely honest, it'll start when I get into the office and then I talk to the folks at Identio to make sure that everything looks the way we want it to. So sometime tomorrow, the asynchronous lectures will be available. So
at noon Eastern time, you should be able to look at all 60 hours.
I make no promises about timing tomorrow because we want to make sure, like, this is the thing. We're not going to be a slave to the schedule for the first time putting the asynchronous classes up, because I want to make sure that everything's right. That's the important thing, right, is to do it correctly, because those things are going to be sitting up there until December 1st, only coming down during the live shows. So we want to make sure everything looks right, people understand what to do, and so forth. So if there's a little delay, and again, I'm going to email everybody when those courses are up. So I'm going to try to over-communicate through email when things are available. And I'm going to send out a little notice right now that'll pop up at the bottom of everyone's screens.
Let's see. Well, we just had one question about it, about the transcript, and I didn't hear back. That was from Lamont, so I'm hoping that he found what he needed.
But people also have to realize sometimes they're clicking on transcript when they should be clicking on assessment, and if they can't find it, then
Oh, for the surveys.
yeah. I see a few people had some questions about that. Okay, but people are getting a little bit of a learning curve, and they're getting to the point of knowing what to do. But when 2 months go by, they'll forget again, and we'll have to kind of reorient them.
All right, so I just sent a notice that's probably going to pop up on people's sites eventually as they're working throughout the day and clicking on links and stuff and going into classrooms. So there's a notice that they're hopefully going to see.
Gretchen, as someone that has been in writing for your career, is there one heading that would get the attention of the reader? Adam's going to be sending out an email about this topic. Is there a heading grabber where you feel obligated to open up the material? I mean, I get so much email now. I just can't.
Yes, there is a science to writing a compelling subject line. Absolutely. You need to put key information at the beginning, because think about if you're looking at it on a phone or a laptop email client window, like it's only so long, it might be this long, it might be that long. You don't know how people are reading. So you want to stack the pertinent information up front. And you can't just say data update. You need to say and I'm just totally pulling this out of my butt, but instead of data update, you might want to say more no-shows than usual, ? Because then that will prompt someone to open the email and find out like, oh yes, I do have a lot more no-shows than usual. What's going on? Are you offering me a solution? Are you giving me information? Or you could say, if it's somebody who's going to be a draw, you might say, Dr. Silberberg talks myopia management. You know, it's easier when I have something to react to, or if I have whatever you're trying to send out, I can give you some advice. Shorter is usually better, unless it needs to be long, because remember, it'll get cut off. So you want to put the information at the beginning.
Adam has to send out something to 3,000 people tomorrow morning.
Well, he just posted. I got the banner myself, Adam, just now.
Oh, good.
I'm sorry, I was responding to someone. So if you want to send me something to look at and I'll come up with a subject line, I'm happy to, but don't feel obligated.
Sure.
But in answer to your question, Paul, there are some good practices around that to better drive engagement, because when I was at Optometry Times, we were tracking that, because we were tracking what people clicked on, and then what they did on the website. But if you don't open the email, then you can't click on anything. So there are metrics that are click to open, and then what you're clicking to read. So there are different metrics that you can track. But once again, you can't read anything if you don't actually open the email.
Yep.
Okay, Dr. Teague is in his room, and he's monitoring everybody. Perhaps we should go over our sponsors, since we haven't talked about them at all today, and we could do this without them, but we want to do it without them. Adam's doing something else now, I guess. So I'll go into the rooms.
Sorry, I'm typing.
Yep, and the monitoring.
Yeah, there are some questions. So yeah, so it looks like, let's see what's going on in those rooms.
Well, one is Dr. Friedberg's,
Yep.
which I'm sure people
Yeah,
will
that
pile in.
and glaucoma are about neck and neck with
Yep.
attendees.
Watch how it goes up because the lectures really aren't playing it. It's Adam's little blurb. Go out again. Refresh. Yeah, it's really amazing how it pops up. And it's the same demographics where the sports vision is not going to be as well received, not I mean people in it, they'll be well received as Dr. Freeberg's retinal lecture and the glaucoma lecture from
Yeah,
Michael
it's
Stanford.
they're great courses, but it's more of a niche audience. But those who are there, I'm sure, will be very
Oh,
engaged.
yeah. And it just went from three. See how it just pops up? It was 300, now it's 500 and change in each
Wow.
room. It'll be 600 before we as the lectures start.
533 in glaucoma, 508 in Friedberg's, and 150 in sports vision. So let me refresh again. Still about the same. I guess they're still slowly loading.
Yeah, people are starting to go into course now. You might hear it go on for half a second. I'm just checking the volume to make sure it's good. So that's the only way I could do it. I could shut off our volume, but I'm too lazy.
Well, with that quick flurry of questions, this isn't bad. I mean, we had a few people who had some challenges with the survey or the transcript, and what was that, like maybe 3 or 4 people, and now boom, everybody's in the next class and going pretty smoothly, I'd say. Yeah, class numbers seem to be holding steady, at least for right now. Oh, there we go. Glaucoma just jumped up.
Let's see, and yep, so did Freeberg. But
Yep.
now that everything jumped up, but now we're getting to our peak time, and add the lobby, which I don't know, 1,200, 13, about 1,400 when you add the lobby in. Interesting enough, Freeberg usually has the most, but I guess people need the glaucoma stuff, and some people might not know who he is either, and how good his lectures are. I like that. I'm going to listen to this. And this is one that I didn't get a chance to listen to the whole thing.
Well, you're going to
Interesting, 'cause
expect
we were talking about taking bets.
Yep.
you're going to expect far fewer in the T course, mainly because most people are not interested in sports vision.
Yep.
Mhm.
But
If it requires any indication, any newsletter that we put out each week that has sports vision news gets about 2 or 3 readers.
But he's got 164, which is surprising when you're against Friedberg and the glaucoma course. He has some penetration.
But Paul, you know what? You can't go simply on topic. There are so many things that drive engagement with an email. So we just talked about subject line. So are you writing the same kind of subject line for each email? Likely not, if you aren't applying best practices. So that's not a good metric. Are you sending it at the same time? Because unless you're sending an email at the exact same time, Fridays at 2:30, or whatever time you happen to choose, that also drives engagement. And
Right.
when I was at Optometry Times, we did a bunch of testing to find out what would be optimal send times that you get more engagement, because once again, if you don't open it, you can't read it. And then there's also just other variables, such as what else might be going on. I mean, even if subject lines are similar and the only thing that really changes perhaps is the topic, but you're still writing the subject line the same. It could be topic, or it could be there's a bunch of weather going on like there is this week around the country. So that might prompt more people to be looking at their devices, or it might prompt less, depending upon what's going on. So there are so many variables. So be very, very careful about making blanket statements that, well, when we send out something about sports vision, nobody reads it and nobody cares. That is not an accurate statement.
And we try to get people to also give catchy titles, Gretchen, because let's say Mark Freeberg's lecture was called The Retina. He'd get less. Let's say he changed it from what the, like he did last year, what the F, do you do with this case? He might have got more people. So a lot of it is like the hook.
Yep, and I will say there is a very well-known KOL who I am friendly with, who for a while asked my advice on every, excuse me,
On
on every
titles.
course that was submitted. And I no longer am asked now because that person has learned a bit how to craft a sexier title to encourage people to take the class. So you are correct.
The content could be exactly the same, and you could again have more or less people, and more or less people sign up because of
Exactly.
the hook, which is. And by the way, we're still increasing. We're up to pretty much yesterday, 12, 13, almost 1,500 people in the entire audience, which is
You know
expected
what?
around this time.
I think we shouldn't count those in the lobby because I'm betting that they're not really watching us.
Well, there's four people in the lobby. You, me, Paul, and Adam. We kind of.
And I'm not even listening to you guys.
Yeah, see,
How do you
he's
like
here and
that?
he's not listening to our bullshit.
Yeah, every time I refresh, like it's interesting. People do go in the courses late. What Adam? Are they going into the courses later, or the counter is just behind? Because I go in and refresh, and there's 25 more people way into the course
Yeah,
now.
the counters might be a little bit behind. So
Yeah.
yeah, it just takes a little time for the counters to spool up.
Yeah, so glaucoma has about roughly 100 more than Friedberg. But you know what? As we continue
Friedberg
through the
just
course,
yeah,
Steve, you might be right. He might end up catching
he's
up. I
increasing.
still maintain that the glaucoma will be have more participants than Friedberg's course.
Well, Friedberg is going to. A lot of votes have not come in from the big cities. It's all the rural counties. So the glaucoma person has it. I'm talking about how CNN does it with elections.
Oh,
You know what I'm talking about, right? The
yes.
various counties. It's amazing how, like, you could tell who's going to win because of what's not in rather than what's in.
Oh, and then I think I think two issues. Number one, with sports vision, only a small percentage of optometrists are interested in doing it versus glaucoma. That's number one. And I think, unfortunately, for most of us has-beens, name recognition becomes an issue. Where Don Teague's name was highly recognized 20 years ago, it's not that recognized today.
Yeah, I'm glad he's not listening, Paul.
He is.
You're right, though.
Well,
But
there's
Mark,
something to be said for that, though. That can cut both ways. You're not wrong, but secondly, there are a group of docs who prefer to hear from someone, for example, who is not like Paul Karpecki. Paul's great, don't get me wrong. But a lot of people are thinking, well, shoot, I don't have a practice like where Paul Karpecki practices, or Joe Shevlin, if he were lecturing on contact lenses, or Mila Brujic, or, you know, insert whoever. Like, I'm just a single practitioner, regular guy, and I'm not part of a tertiary care practice. I don't have 8 technicians. Sometimes doctors prefer to hear from someone who is not a marquee name or not as big a marquee name because they might find them more relatable. And I'm not saying that's everyone, but from time to time, that can drive somebody's interest in seeing the class.
Regular Joe and Jill optometrists to go to the effort of preparing courses that have credibility and that will be accepted if they're just regular Joe and Jills.
Well, let's take an example of Corey Lappin, who is Art and Shannon's associate. He's relatively new to the field, but now he's getting a name. And I was a little worried having him last year, but he was well received because.
How to get his name is the issue. If they're everyday optometrists showing up, and that's Woody Allen's definition of success is 90% of success is just showing up. If they're just showing up, when do they have the time and energy and motivation to prepare quality lectures, which for the most part will be rejected because they're unknown?
Mm-hmm.
He's catching him. He's now only 79 behind.
Oh, yeah. See, you might be right then. And it might just be the counter. Who knows?
It's just amazing how many people are here on a Sunday afternoon. That it'll peak probably, as I said, around 12 o'clock. But actually, these are 2-hour lectures, so this is what it is, except for the Michael's in the middle.
Fortunately, they're not on commission, so it's okay.
Yeah. And one thing that I used to pull my hair out, and that's why I have less of it, I used to always have to worry about the speakers being present for their lectures. Now it's a non-issue. They are really good at getting there. And the people that were
I'm going to knock wood here for you, Steve, because I don't want you to jinx yourself. Because as soon as you say that,
yeah, it's true. But there were certain people that were really good lecturers that forgot about things and stuff like that. One time, okay, 2 times, nah, by the third time, you just can't have to worry about if they're going to show up because they forgot. I mean, they don't forget that they didn't get paid. They forget if they forget what time they were supposed to be there.
They're not back, so it's okay.
Well, if
We,
they're great lecturers, maybe I can't imagine that somebody would forget 3 times. Well, I know one person did.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I mean, on the other hand, you have to do what you need to in order to, keep the trains running on time. And if somebody isn't reliable, then,
Well, it's an oral requirement. They have to be there, so we can't.
Yeah.
We just can't have that.
in the
But I would.
room, in the room I'm speaking from, I have Alexa behind me.
Oh, you
say
can't say
that.
the name out loud because then she'll alert. That happens at our house.
Forget the message.
Yeah.
But there's always someone to remind me that if I have something to do.
Yeah.
So
My grandchild's name Eliza, and it sometimes will. This time it didn't, but it also senses that, and it starts playing music or whatever.
The office manager at the vet hospital where my daughter works, her name is Alexa. And if my daughter is talking about, oh, I see yours alerted in the background, Paul, I saw her blue light flash.
It heard you.
Coming
If
up.
we, oh, it stopped now, but it just lit up quickly. If my daughter is talking about work and mentions the office manager's name.
It's disconcerting to know that someone is prying on everything that's going on in your life.
Well, you're choosing to have it there.
Yeah, apparently. Yeah. Amazon keeps letting us know that, what do we think of the delivery system? Most of the stuff that we get into the house now comes from Amazon.
The one thing that I hate when we do ask the device a question and we get the answer, then there's always, by the way, did you know? I hate that. She's marketing her own services and just shut up. I don't want to hear that. Tell me the weather. Tell me what time the sports event starts, whatever I'm asking you. Don't do by the way. We all get very angry when she does that.
But it's remarkable with deliveries. I've never been to, I can't say never, but I can't remember the last time I've ever been to a Walmart, for example. And yet we start using Walmart delivery and the quality of produce is quite good. And it's free delivery. So how can you beat that?
We actually buy all our food pretty much at Walmart because we find Publix in Florida is so super expensive and Walmart is so much more reasonable. It's not even close.
Yeah.
So people are segueing to Walmart for food and for toys.
We give you junk, but the Walmart, the food comes in fresh with a certain date, don't use it by. And you just have to sometimes limit them. We got a lifetime supply of bananas in. My wife ordered bananas. I'm on a diuretic, so I should eat a banana every other day. And she ordered, and it looked like a whole stalk of bananas came in. I could possibly not eat them. But I said, look, no, tell them 3 bananas. And sure enough, Walmart delivered just 3 bananas yesterday.
I'll tell you the store that I've started going to, it opened maybe 2 years ago. Near us is a German store called Lidl, and it's very similar to Aldi. And Aldi is owned by the group that owns Trader Joe's. And we've been to Aldi. I love Trader Joe's. Aldi, I'm not as fond of. And Lidl at first when I went, I wasn't really thrilled, but now I think it's been about 6 weeks. And I mean, I could walk there if I had to. It's very close. Now I go to Lidl first and then to my local grocery store afterward. And I'm saving some money because they have a lot of their, it's just like Trader Joe's, how they're saving you money is first, it's a much smaller store. They have fewer products and they stock only certain things. And plus they use a lot of private label brands. Some of it isn't great. Some of it's good. And if I don't like it, I won't buy it again. So I couldn't do my entire grocery order there, but for some things yeah, and it's less expensive. And I'll tell you that the store is getting busier and busier when I go, just because grocery prices have increased a lot. And yeah, so if they're opening more and more stores. I think they're mostly in the Northeast right now, but take a look. If they're in your area, it's certainly worth it. In my opinion.
I agree about all these. They're trying to up their game. My wife hated it at the beginning. She thought it was like disgustingly cheap and just not good quality. But they're a little bit better. I think Trader Joe's realized that there's too much of a disparity between the two. But what's the name of it again? We'll be in New Jersey soon.
Lidl, Lidl.
Yeah,
They're
well,
German.
the reverse is also true though. With where you are in Boca, there, you know, it's very high end people living there. There are very few poverty cases living in Boca, and one store came in, a absolutely superb Italian not restaurant, but a market that had quality equal to if you were shopping in Venice in the
Oh,
market.
wow.
It was really good. And my Italian-born wife, you know, could go there and speak to the people behind the counter.
I didn't know your wife was born in Italy.
She wasn't born; her parents were, but she basically she was bilingual as a kid, and then she took her initial interior design courses in Milan.
Oh,
She went
wow.
to college in Milan, so she became fluent in Italian. She lived there for 4 years. So, and you know, she still speaks Italian quite well, and her Italian allowed us to have Spanish-speaking help in for a while as the kids were growing up. So that part was
That's
good. But
cool.
the bottom line was that this place was absolutely spectacular with fresh food, fresh fish. The pasta was out. It closed.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, people
Oh, by the
couldn't.
way, Steve, I just looked on
They
the
couldn't
Lidl
handle
page.
the
There
price.
aren't any in Florida, but there are some in Jersey. So when you're home, check them out.
Any in central? I'm about an hour north of Cherry Hill, so it can't be that far.
All right, hang on. I'll go back to find a store. What's your zip?
Produce from Italy.
07726.
Okay. The closest one is Hopewell and Hazlitt.
Hazlitt is my office was 5 minutes from Hazlitt, so it's probably a 20-minute drive.
Yeah, that's on 35.
Right, very even easier when it's on 35.
I'm not Hopewell, sorry, Howell.
Howell is actually right. It goes my next town south is Freehold for me, and then Howell. So Howell is where we eat restaurants, etc. So that's really close.
They're on Route 9 in Howell, so
I was gonna say it's Route 9. That's where my physician is. So great. I'm gonna tell my wife about it.
Definitely. And you know what? The first time you go in with no expectations, with nothing that you need, and just wander around. And then the next time, go with a list, because the first time I went, I just wandered. I wasn't impressed. And then I went like, okay, I'm going to try and do some shopping. And I was really surprised.
Should I mention your name?
No, I don't get any credit or anything.
Spell that again for me. I'm just going to write it down. The name of the store.
Lidl. And it'll be, they're smaller stores. Some of them are standalone. Some are in a strip mall. And it's like yellow, red, and blue are their logo colors.
If we go to the movies in Freehold, it's probably 4 miles south, not a big deal. And it's on Route 9, which is our major thoroughfare.
Main drag, yeah.
So, if you're really serious about eating, you really have to pick out certain stores. We have happily Asian markets here that specialize in Asian foods to purchase, and Middle Eastern now, a lot of halal stores. So
Mhm.
like Middle Eastern cooking, where you want to control your diet. Or if
Do the,
Asian
do the
control,
Asian stores have the eel hanging down and the chickens and stuff?
There's one in our area, and it was touted when it has the unfortunate name of ASSI, ASSI. That's just a bad name. And it's touted as an international store. And I was all excited to go in because there's a lot of European things that are much better than what we get here. But it was more Asian than, I mean, Asian is international, so they weren't wrong. I just had different expectations. And yeah, they had like the big bins of the eels, and yeah, and they had a whole section of like clothes and other things, and it was mobbed.
yeah.
If they have some ready-made Peking duck, that's always good.
I don't remember. It's been quite some time since I've been there. I went there to get sweet rice flour, I think. By the way, I'm looking at these classes. We're about 1,400 folks, which is pretty darn good.
Even 13, almost 15 if you add it up.
Well, I'm not counting the lobby.
Let's see, 12, 11, you're right, about 1,400. And everything's playing seamlessly, and we're getting no complaints.
Oh, I'm gonna knock wood, because when you say that, you jinx us.
Yeah. We're getting a lot of complaints.
People are up in arms. Adam, you're quiet. Is all okay?
Oh, everything's fine. I'm just working with the Audentio folks because as I'm going through this, I'm taking notes about what can be done better from my perspective. So, for instance, here's a classic example. That note that I pushed out to people, I'm sure you guys got it in your browser about the transcripts.
I didn't actually.
Okay.
I have not gotten it.
So you haven't gotten it yet. So it's going out. You have to refresh your page actually to get it. That was actually my point that I was going to make.
Yep. I haven't gotten it.
Really?
I just refreshed the lobby, and I've been refreshing the browse page frequently.
Interesting, and it didn't come up at all for you?
I haven't seen it, and I've been every time I give counts, I've refreshed, and I've seen nothing. So I'm an N of 1. Steve, have you seen it?
Yes, I got it about 20 minutes ago. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I've seen nothing.
Very interesting. Well, anyway, so that was just one thing that I was talking about. So those notices, and like notices when the classes went live and so forth, they require you to go to a new page before you actually see them. And so I'm just making notes that those should be in an asynchronous process so that they just get pushed as soon as they come out, right? So if I have something that I want everyone to know about immediately, I should be able to just broadcast it. And it should come up immediately. So these are just, the sort of small, but like nice quality of life improvements. And I'm really sort of documenting as best I can those kinds of things so that for the April show, we can see how many of these things we can implement. So that's why you're hearing all this clicking and clacking with me. I'm just typing away here.
Oh, no, I haven't heard any of that.
Oh, good.
I just was hoping that you didn't pass out.
Oh, no. Things are okay.
Yeah, we're over 1,400, like 1,430 people, and that's with the counters not being accurate. Back when you go into the room, there's 2 or 3 more. Did you work with Dr. Teague in doing his lecture, Adam?
No, he did it all on his own.
He did a good job.
I wonder if it would be worthwhile down the road to get a focus group of geezers over 70 and test them on the understanding what you've been doing. people that are very late into computer ability. I just don't know how many users we have that are afraid of going online.
I hate to say this, Dad, but this is kind of a self-limiting problem.
Yes.
But you know,
I'm learning that every day.
like I was saying now, the 65-year-old now is different than the 65-year-old 15 years ago, because they kind of started growing up with computers and EHRs and things like that. And they know how to cut and paste, and they know about Zoom and things like that. So I think uh, that generation is a little bit, it's not millennials, it's not Generation G and X people, but they're a little bit more cognizant about what to do than 10, 15 years ago with the same age at that age. Do you agree, Adam?
Yep. Yeah, no, it's absolutely true. I mean, people are definitely becoming more facile with the technology. They're not as afraid to do stuff like the CAPTCHA thing is a really interesting one to me, because I thought for sure when people ran into the CAPTCHA, like some people would freak out, but literally nobody has contacted me about it.
Yeah.
So
We've all had to do it some way, sometime or other.
yeah,
And just think of how many things I do now via the computer, whether it be booking an appointment online for a doctor's office, filling out an intake form. I mean, we all do it now, and we say, how did we do it? But we knew how we did it before. It was all paper. But people are very familiar with how to do things like that.
No, it's just so interesting. When on the rare occasion, my Adam's son, my 13-year-old grandson, comes to visit us, our drill is usually drinks before dinner, and we chat, and then we have hors d'oeuvres and the whole spiel. And sometimes we're having conversations, and the conversations is, I wonder, a question, I wonder, blah blah. He immediately pulls out his phone and he gives us an answer. For the most part, I never would think in terms of using an iPhone to come up with an answer. On occasion, I'll come up with an answer from on a computer. But the kids, this iPhone is part of their arm, and there's no answer that they cannot come up with.
Yeah. But I'll disagree again, Paul. My friends, when we're sitting there and doing stuff, are doing exactly the same thing. And my wife is high tech. When she hears a ding 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 and she's got a text, she has the hive. She has to go and see it. So really, I do all my information on my phone also. It's right here, and if we just got used to it, and it's a quick reference for everything.
When you're in a social environment, seeing this thing on your arm becomes very annoying. A lot of people just have their phone out all of the time.
Just go into a doctor's office in the waiting room, and there'll be various age brackets, and you'll see 90% of the people are on their phones.
Yeah.
Not
You know
talking.
what I hate going to a doctor's office is the TV yelling at me. I
Yeah.
really hate that kind of background noise. I hate it in airports, but I think doctors' offices do it now because it's easier to slap a TV up there to keep people entertained while they're waiting for their appointment or for their friend or relative. They don't have to get magazines anymore, but you're right, Steve. People are bringing their own entertainment. I always bring a book with me, well, my Kindle now, and I always try to sit as far away as possible from the TV because the yammering gives me a headache. It just grates on my nerves.
We bought 4 cheap iPads. And we put a chain on them in our waiting room so people could access stuff via the Wi-Fi and the internet if they didn't bring their phone, or if they wanted to go to something a little bit more robust. But
Boy,
and
you speak
so
of
yeah.
airlines, as I mentioned before, I fell into fast asleep. I was a zombie here in the second part of the show yesterday, and I slept better than I've slept in a long time from a chair. But unfortunately, I had one of my horrible nightmare dreams, and this one was airline related. Usually it's a hotel room that I can't find. This time around, it was a departure gate that I couldn't find. And I spent the whole hours looking for this departure gate from an airline. horrible. Those incompletion dreams are terrible. I don't know if other people suffer from them, but I can depend on at least a couple a week.
Wow, that doesn't sound like fun.
And you can't go back and complete them.
Well, no, luckily I wake up and say, oh, I'm in my room, I'm okay. But usually I just cannot find that. This time around it was the airport.
Wow, Panzer's really on a roll today.
Uh-oh, what's he doing now?
He's got
Did you see that one, Chuck?
He's got very strong opinions about ORA in glaucoma.
Yeah, he was also strong with Ben Casella. I mean, really strong. It's almost like we hired him to be a mole here.
That's pretty funny.
Let me ask you guys this, because you're going from room to room. Those messages that it says, class has gone live in room X, you guys get those purple messages that pop up on the right side of the screen. Do you guys only get
sometimes.
those? Yeah, do you guys only get those after you refresh a page or go to a new page? Or do they come up just random? So you only get them after you go to a new page, right? They don't just randomly pop up. Yeah, so
Correct.
that's that. So yeah, so that's I've got to talk to the guys about it, because they, as designed, it should actually come up when it's supposed to come up, like when a new class is starting, and it's just not doing that. Not for me, at least.
Well,
so I've got
honestly, for me, I'm not complaining, because they were irritating for me last time, I guess, because I know when stuff is starting, but I know that I am not your audience for this.
Right. So I'm gonna, I have a console open here as well to see what's going on with the code, and next time it happens, hopefully I can give them some actionable data, because I don't think that's how it was designed. It's designed to, come up in real time. So, okay, and it's funny because it's pushing the notification properly to ODwire. So if you're logged into ODwire and sitting there on ODwire, you'll actually get a push notification in your browser that such and such class just went live. So that works. But the actual notification inside of CEwire doesn't.
Well, you've got about, 25 minutes before the next one starts? I mean, rooms 1 and 3 are 2 hours, but room 2 is going to go with the next glaucoma class. So I guess we'll be able to see it then.
Yep.
But you're right, Adam. Alan is brutal to this guy. If you discuss this, I mean, so why listen to the lecture if you know everything?
Yeah. Alan definitely, he has
to
very
be
strong
difficult
opinions.
and a pain, and to prove that you're smart.
Who cares when they don't know who you are? I mean,
yeah, he's got very strong opinions about ORA in particular, so I can see why he's choosing this hill to die on. It's a technology that has not been widely adopted by most.
If you have the ability to go back and look at Ben's lecture and Alan's interaction, it'll be just as funny. Okay, but he does add some interaction, and he does challenge the speaker. That's what he's there for.
Yep.
Maybe send him an extra Starbucks card as a co-conspirator for the lectures.
Or maybe not to, I don't know, do you want to encourage all of that?
Not that, no. You want interaction, but you don't want him to say, well, if you cover this, it'll be good. That sort of thing. That's just not appropriate.
You don't want somebody to be obnoxious.
Oh. I have to get out of this lecture. It's actually funny.
Anyone helping Gretchen Olig out?
Oh yeah, we took care of. Oh wait, here's another one. Let's see. Oh, there we go. Rebecca says there's a lot of distracting. Yeah, badgering of the lecturer. I think you need to say something, Steve.
Yeah, I'll go back in.
Somebody's complaining. Adam, are you able to jump in and take a look at Gretchen Olig? She's getting something that says she has multiple lectures going on. I talked to her earlier, and she's still having the problem.
Let me take a look here.
So now we see how you can have a baseball game where there's no dead air time. If you have colored people talking about baseball background, there's always something to talk about, even when the play gets very slow.
Well, it looks like Panzer took offense.
I just wrote and done, gone. Okay. What
He
they
said,
say?
Alan, please hold it down and let people watch. And he said, done, gone. I
try to
don't, I
be as
think there's a continuum there, being obnoxious or leaving. I mean, you have more than two choices available to you.
was
You
that
can
as vanilla as I
simply-
could say it, Gretchen?
I think
I
you
w-
were fine. I think that he's you weren't telling him to leave, you were telling him to stop with being obnoxious. And
Or just
I
let them.
don't understand why
Yeah.
he took it that way. I think that that's
No
That's
matter
all
what
I
I said, he would have
do.
taken it. If I would have said, Alan, you did great chat, but let some other people get in the chat room, he would have taken that as negative. So I try to be as vanilla as I could. Not Alan, you're a pain in the neck here. Good, he's gone. That's all. And you know what? He'll request a refund of his money, Adam.
So hang on,
What if?
I'm dealing with an actual problem here for this person.
Okay.
So
Well, it wasn't as bad as the incident last year because that was more political and attacking the person personally. But this guy's attacking a lecture that he hasn't even heard yet, and giving the people information that might be correct, but that's maybe the speaker doesn't want that information in there.
You know,
Well, maybe if he requests a refund, you can tell him to forget it because you had attendees complaining, which is
Yeah.
true.
And we've had 60 lectures and 4,000 people, and we had one person be complained about. So look in the mirror. Well, forget it happening for 2024. So there go our profits. Unless we ask him to be a speaker, and then I'll go in the room and then I'll heckle him.
I've never heard him speak. I don't know how he would be. Would he be effective or would
Oh
he?
yeah, he does a lot of local TV and regional TV in Texas, and he's very good.
Well, TV is not the same as a lecture.
Right, but I'm
I guess
talking
I'm
about.
asking, how would he be in giving a lecture?
Yeah.
How would his tone be? I mean, would he be obnoxious and condescending?
I think that this.
he doesn't lecture. What happened was I had the backstory. Okay, you need the backstory. We had one very frequent poster that took offense with my handling certain things on ODwire, and he went on strike and he stopped posting.
Oh, I know who that is.
Yeah, and basically what happened was Alan went along with him as part of the protest. Now this particular person is now back posting again, but Alan hasn't come back. I suspect Alan will be back shortly.
Well, they need an audience. Some people
Right.
do.
I precisely would say he needs you more than you need him. But often he posts very good content. He good science and clinical stuff, and he really is a bright guy. He's about my age, but he's the type that never will retire. He has a great amount of equipment in his office. He does everything himself. He's a good doctor. I'm sure he gives great care.
Actually, he's still mad at me because about what was it 2 years ago that Houston had that big flood?
I think it's about 3. Yeah,
I remember
before
that.
COVID.
Yeah,
Harvey, it was before COVID.
He was flooded out, and he got
I remember that.
himself and his brother-in-law to try to reopen quickly. And I publicly advised him. I said, "Look, we had a fire. You can't just open up again. There's too much pressure. You've got to move your location." And I'm certain there'd be an optometrist locally that would allow you to have a couple of days a week while you could rebuild at your own pace. Well, he took offense at that. And of course, he ended up having a heart attack as well.
Mm-hmm.
End of this. So it was a double offense, blaming me. So since then he doesn't like me too much.
By the way, Michael Clayson thanked me for stepping in.
Oh,
So-
good. Well, it's
Take a-
only, I mean, maybe we should have done it sooner because it's, the course is almost over.
Well, but we got him in that 30-minute mark, so he'll get credit for it. Oh, Adam, could you save the survey for this course for him and Ben's course? I'd like to take a look at it.
Sure.
Okay, that's what we're here for, though. We're the police force, but normally we don't carry guns. This time we had to. And he's
Oh,
from
you have
Texas.
other tools at your disposal.
Well, the guns in a manner of speaking. You still working with Atenzia, Adam?
Yeah, I'm trying to help Gretchen, the other Gretchen, with her issue with two windows, saying you have two windows open, don't do that. Just trying to figure out why that might be. So, the way the software works is that it's constantly polling and watching what you're doing. And I just wonder in this particular case is if it kept a connection open to an older lecture or a lecture in a different room that she's not actually watching right now, but it thinks that she still is. So that like a connection got stranded open or something. So that's why we're just looking at it right now. It's a rare problem when it happens, but we always love to try to figure out exactly why.
Is there a way
Well,
to close down, that it's really closed down when you have your iPhone or your
Right.
iPad?
So that's the thing. So it's the way this works is that whenever you use your browser, it connects to the server, and it tries to keep these connections open. And they send signals to each other to close the connection after a certain amount of time, right? And it always is constantly checking: are you there? Are you there? Are you there? And sometimes the connection accidentally stays open, and I think that could be what it's happening here. Perhaps that a connection stayed open and didn't close, and then there's another connection that's open to a different room, and the software looks and it says, okay, I'm seeing two connections here that are open to two different rooms. That's not allowed. Let me put up the
Right.
message.
I was concerned about her getting credit.
Yeah, and
for her.
that's an easy thing to fix because I can actually see the connections, right? Like that's from our back end here, we can see who's connecting to every class.
Mhm.
I could even post a picture if you were curious because I can actually see where they're coming from, what's going on. And if there's like a zombie connection open or something, I wonder if the software is just like confused because it's like, what is this? Well, why are you open in two places? So, because it's supposed to close the connections if people leave.
a little tidbit from one of our speakers who went over and above beyond Call of Duty, Richard Whitman from Hanoi now. Actually was watching a little bit of it because it's in the evening there, and he thanked me for helping him out, although I did nothing. He did his lecture from the LAX airport VIP room or something like that. So he was on vacation, going on vacation, and still managed to be at his lecture and have some good interaction.
Awesome.
I guess Vietnam is a decent. They must have nice beaches and certainly a lot of old religious and other monuments there to see. I know the Philippines is becoming almost like Thailand and Bali with a lot of resort areas opening up and much less expensive because it's a much poorer country.
As a matter of fact, my long-term care, Genworth, anytime you call them, it's almost I become insistent when I hear a foreign accent. When I say, "Are you calling from overseas?" and they always say yes. Most of the time, it used to be India, but now it's the Philippines.
Yeah, they become cheaper.
Yeah, probably, and their accent is a little easier.
Yeah,
still tough.
Well, the Philippines was a protectorate of the United States for a while. We could have kept it. We gave them their freedom somewhere in the 1900s. I think right before World War II or right after World War II. Well, I lived there for 2 years, Paul. My dad was in the Air Force. He was a pilot at Clark Air Force Base. So it was really a great childhood there. Great weather, and when you're on a base, you free bowling, free movies, free everything because you didn't make much money in the military, but a lot of amenities. PX, commissary.
Yep. If you don't mind traveling, and a career in the military is not bad.
It was tough on the kids because we were there, then we were in Plattsburgh, New York. That was a big jump right
Yeah.
by the Canadian border, and we went from beautiful weather to snow every day. And then he finally, when he did this 20 years, we finally got out.
Very hard on a family. I mean, to have the kids keep switching schools and friends can't be easy.
Okay, let's go back in the rooms and see if everything calmed down there.
Yeah, with our little flurry of stuff now and again, when it's time to switch rooms, just a couple of hiccups, but wow, we've had an amazingly smooth morning.
Yep. Yeah. And even on my side, since I posted a little notice, people aren't really sending me any questions about transcripts or whatever. So, because that'll all be
Well,
taken
maybe
care
we'll
of.
see when people change rooms again
Right.
and they go to look like, oh, where is it?
Yeah.
They have a 10-minute break though. They don't have to
Yeah.
start till 12.
That's why I would request people click the link in the upper right to take the assessment right away. They have plenty of time to do it, and you don't have to worry about finding it and me scrolling down. And you have plenty of time to do that. Click that link. Okay. I just did it one just to see if it shows up. I didn't watch the whole course. I shouldn't get credit, but. And we stabilized that. It actually went up, Gretchen, if you look again. 11, 12, 16, not a
Oh, I
lot.
haven't checked. I mean, I looked, but I didn't check the counts.
582, 682 for the two lectures. So between those two lectures, we have 1,264 people.
Mm.
And then T brings it up to about 1,450.
Cooking, boy, what can I tell you?
Yeah. Well, because they're 2-hour lectures, you could miss the first 10 minutes by accident somehow and still get the credit because you'll have a lot of more time than missing 10 minutes of a 1-hour lecture.
Right.
Yeah. And like you said, the lobby stays stable. Well, no, there's a few more people in the lobby, so people must be there now, which I don't understand why, unless they came in late and they can't get into the 2-hour classes and the 1 hour is playing, so they'll segue right after the top of the hour.
Yep. And in case you guys were curious, about 2/3 of all people who've registered, a little bit more actually, 70% I think, have actually shown up
Wow.
this weekend so far. And so that's a very high proportion for the first weekend in terms of signups versus people who attend. And as we know, about 99-point-something% will show up ultimately. But that's really
Right.
good
So
for
to
the
watch
first
it
weekend.
live is impressive.
Yeah.
So the 1,500-1,600 we're seeing are not unique visits that stay there. People are leaving, doing some things else, and other people are coming in. Am I correct?
Exactly. Exactly. That's how that's working. Yep.
So we've had over 2,000 people pretty much come these 2 days, with more coming.
Yeah, well over 2,000. Yeah. Yep.
We still have the West Coast coming in pretty much now.
Yeah, that's true. I keep forgetting it's so early here. I just looked up at the clock. I'm like, it can't be before 9, but it is. I feel like I've been here forever.
And they really have to wait another hour to get in because the 2-hour lectures are blocking them.
Yep. So yeah, so I suspect we're going to be, well above 75% by the time the weekend's over. And I've already gotten a bunch of emails from people actually asking me when the on-demand lectures are coming, because for many people, they can take those. They don't need synchronous stuff. So there's a whole group of people who are just, waiting and waiting. They're like, where are the on-demand lectures? I'm like, well, cool your jets. We're going to wait until Monday to put them up.
Right. We could have put them up right after the lecture's over, but it would have been a tough road to hoe.
It makes no sense to do it too. Keeping the two separate it's a very important thing, especially now that the assessments are different for each one, right? We have surveys for synchronous, quizzes for asynchronous. Just keeping the two as far away from each other as possible is probably a good idea.
And the immediacy of time is not there when they have 10 months to take the on-demand portion.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Although some people, their cycle's ending soon.
Right. Yeah.
So they want to get in there and just do it.
I'll be promoting in New Jersey, and I wish I knew the cycles in other states, but New Jersey ends April 30th. So our lectures in April are going to be a big thing for people to get in and get their last 8 credits or whatever they need.
You can probably find that out online easily by looking on the Arbo page or just searching, Minnesota.
Oh, you have to. I think you have to do state by state. I don't think
Yeah,
you
that's what I'm
can.
saying.
Okay, that's not easy. It's voluminous. We
But
need that $10 an hour employee. I can do it.
It's
And
I did that for the Diplomate project that I still have not completed due to
right,
time. And I went and compiled some information, and it's just so difficult because all of the states are different
right.
with, is it 1 year, is it 12 months, is it 24 months, and when does it start, and are there certain requirements, but you
Mhm.
can do it. It just is time consuming.
Right. I
It's
think that's
also
a good
pain.
project to do because it helps marketing. If one state ends in, let's say, May 30th, well, excuse me, June 30th, that June lecture is very important to those people to get the
Right.
last thing in, and the
Right.
same thing for the September.
the
I
state,
don't know if,
they don't make it easy. If you try looking it up, the verbiage is so complex. I don't know why they just can't say in simple English, this is what it's, 2 lines.
Yep, I agree with you, Paul.
Synchronous, asynchronous, these are the hours, take it or leave it, that's it. And
Yeah.
that's this whole thing.
I'm going to take that as a project right after we're done with this live thing, because the big states, let's say the 15 biggest states population, and we'll forget about Florida, probably encompass 85% of the population. When you take into account the New York, New Jersey, California, Illinois, Michigan, Texas, and obviously a few other states, but we get the best bang for the buck, and we can market to them and let people know. Not only just marketing, and it has nothing to do with money, it has to do with letting people know that we're running a conference right before their credits have to be in.
Yep.
That's one of the reasons we don't do it over the summer. People are away, and I'm sure that the calendar years for the states are not the same. Let me close the door because my wife just came back.
Well, we also don't do it in the summer because that's when I want to take off.
Yep.
So I need a little bit of time here too, between stuff. So yeah, August especially is our little time to get away. I guess I never really appreciated it as much until you have a kid that's in school. You really do have to plan your life around it.
Yep, families can be held hostage by a school schedule, or you can just yank your kid and go whenever works for your family, but that gets harder and harder as the kids get older and coursework becomes more and more complex and time consuming.
Yeah, my son was telling me this. He's like, oh yeah, my friend went, to Hawaii last year for 2 weeks during the school year. I'm like, what? They just yanked their kid out of school for just to go on a trip?
Oh, I've yanked Alex, but remember we went to the Crunchy Granola Friends School, and this was in elementary school, but I mean, she went all through Friends schools for her education, and I don't think we yanked her later on, but I think sometimes the kid might not want to go because if they're in, AP physics or biology or whatever, missing that time is actually difficult for them.
Reed and his friends are taking high school classes. They're in middle school, but they're taking high school classes now, and it's like, who would do that to their kid? I'd feel terrible, yanking them out of an advanced algebra class or something for 2 weeks.
Well, I mean, sometimes it depends on the family and what the occasion is, and will they have that opportunity another time? And there's a lot more that goes into it than that. But I think at that age, having the kid weigh in on whether he or she feels that it's just not a good time, that should count.
Yeah.
I'd be curious. So ask Reed, how did the kid do after he came back?
Yep.
I'll be back in a moment. The coffee got to me.
I've had 2, Steve. I'm sitting here.
Well, you don't have a prostate.
That's true. I do not. At least not
I
the
don't know
last
if you're
I checked.
pregnant.
I guess I'll need to talk to myself because Paul's gone.
Yeah, where did he go? Huh.
Hi, Gretchen. Oh, hi,
Well,
Gretchen.
I'll talk to you as I'm
Well, thank
here,
you.
just working through people's issues. So, yeah, but so far so good. I'll pull it up here again so everyone can see. It's just we got people. I have a console up here too. That's that garbage down here. But yeah, it looks. Wow.
Well, it looks like Mike Shiglazian's class in room 2 will be finishing shortly. So I'm betting we'll see some people trickle into the lobby with questions.
Yeah, we'll see if I get that alert on our system, on my system here, or if it comes late, if I have to refresh the page. So this is my big test.
Yeah, I still haven't seen anything.
Because this console down here is where you get error messages, as you can kind of see. There's all kinds of notices and whatever, and most of the stuff is nonsense that you don't have to care, really care about when you're developing. But some things are important. So a lot of the stuff is
Oh,
just.
wow, looking at this, Friedberg and Shiglazian's classes are only 8 apart, if this counter is correct. I don't know if you can hear me, Steve, but Friedberg and Shiglazian are very close.
Oh, that's
Well, what
funny.
happened is Schlesian's first hour
Oh, now
ended.
they're starting to trickle out.
His first hour ended, but people have no place to go because Teague and Friedberg are 2-hour courses. So they're
Yeah.
leaving, and they'll realize they're going to have to go back into Schlesian for the second hour. So
They
you'll
were
see
close for a bit there. I mean, that's pretty good.
Yeah, but people are smart. Some people are still staying there because they know that he has a second hour coming up. If you click on the lecture, you'll see that you're getting that typical beginning end.
Yeah.
Where you have Adam's voice again.
Yeah.
I'm curious to see what happens, whether they bow out and go to. We'll see if Friedberg and Teague pop up, and that'll be a curious question, if you know what I'm saying, Adam.
Yeah. Yep, we'll
It's
see.
first time. Yeah.
Yes, that is the first time this has happened, isn't it? I've never really looked at the schedule in a while, but I guess it happened or will happen again down here as well later tonight.
And could you track where Alan Panzer is now?
I'm not going to follow him around.
Do you have the ability to see that?
Yeah, I mean, I can actually see everybody's sessions, so I know what they're doing at any point in time. We need that functionality, right, to be able to tell if somebody's trying to go to 2 classes at once.
Well, our attendees have one choice for the upcoming class session, and that's Mike Shiglazian's second class talking about glaucoma treatment. Oh, Tom Dempsey is laughing at something. Did we say something funny?
Probably, but Friedberg did pop up a few people. It's actually, if you don't want the credit, it's good to go into Friedberg's class because his content is so great if you're just hanging out.
You're buzzing.
Yeah, nothing. It's Don Teague saying everything's going smooth.
Well,
good. We like to hear that.
Yeah, I'm his personal assistant here.
His lecture is actually really good. As I was transcoding it, I sat there and watched it. It's like rapid fire. I think he had like something ludicrous, like 120 slides or something. It was just bang, 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 bang. Yeah. So yeah, pretty cool.
He warned people that he'd have that many slides at the very beginning, and it is fast moving.
Arbo looked at it and they're like, "Are you sure that he can get through this?" And I'm like, "Yeah."
Oh, he can blast through material, but that's a hell of a lot of slides.
Yeah, it's a lot of pictures and stuff too. I mean, it's a sports lecture, so you know.
Yeah, we had another lecture. I think it was Dr. Blumenstein, where they said you have too many slides for an hour, and you don't know what a person's saying. It could be a 1 second slide.
Yeah.
I think you can't really judge somebody's lecture on too many or too few slides unless you sit through it.
You might have 5 cases and 5 pictures, and that's it. And discussing that one picture in for 15 minutes.
Yeah, agreed. Well, so far so good. I guess most people are just going to hang out in Shiglazian's second class. Oh, here we have a question. Yes, the same courses. unless a speaker is unavailable.
We might add a few. There's some thought to it, but nothing's been done.
Can you imagine? You guys would both have no hair if it was 4 different slates of courses each time.
Oh, 160 speakers getting stuff in.
That would be a nightmare.
I mean, yeah, although, you know, the reality is though, putting everything through Cope, you know, I could handle it myself. If I had one other person here with me, we could probably do double easily. Because once you get on a roll doing it and you're in contact with Arbo, then it starts to really speed up. When you have to crank the machine down and then crank it up again, that's when it becomes a real nightmare. So like, let's say that we
I
got.
want to hear you say if you had extra help, dude.
Yeah, but I mean, like, if like, let's say we did like 10 more credits now, and I had to do it again, it would just be like, ugh, I've got to do this again. I've got to get the procedure going again. But once everybody's locked in and the procedure is working, you know, it's like anything else, right? There's an economy of scale here. You get really good at doing it, and you can just bang it out. But yeah, it's the starting and stopping that makes it hard.
But getting 4 iterations of stuff in a 3-month period and getting approved by Arvo and quizzes approved by Nova, that would be challenging.
It's a tall order. I mean, the quizzes are actually one of the most interesting parts because that's actually a slow part of the cycle because you have to get the attention of a dean at a college. So the way it works is that when you're sending your quizzes off to be certified, the dean of whatever college you're sending it to has to actually sign the thing. Now I don't know if that means that they actually sit there and, you know, look at all these questions and then nod approvingly, or if they just get a piece of paper shoved in front of them by their underlings, but they have to sign off on it. And that process actually takes longer than just about anything else in the entire process, which is why I'm always sweating with the on-demand lectures because they're the only ones that need a quiz because they take forever to get approved because the quizzes have to be approved first before Arbo will even look at any of the material.
Oh, wow.
So
Yeah.
it's a real hitch in the procedure, and I always sweat the on-demand ones because you just never know if a school is going to take, you know, a week to get it back to you or a month. And then, God forbid, it's like Thanksgiving or, you know, Christmas time or whatever. Like, you know how schools are, they're just not there.
Well, that happened this
Yeah.
year. Also, I'm curious, Adam, does the universities, Nova specifically for us, know the criteria that Arbo puts out with all above, none of the above, or is it Arbo that rejects the quiz on that basis?
That's a really good question. It's the university that actually will throw it back in my face. So they are looking for that. So I guess everybody knows the rules.
Yeah. It's silly, Gretchen. I don't know if you know the rules, but your quizzes can't have all the above, none of the above, true and false, A and C, D and F, or whatever. And so the speakers generally, when they make questions, they always, I go over every quiz and I'd say a third of them have to be redone because they don't meet the format that Arbor requires, and we get rejected anyway, and it slows down the process.
Do you redo it yourself or do you ask the speaker to?
I will not answer that question.
Got it.
But yeah,
Well, in the
there's
interest
some,
of keeping things moving, I follow.
yeah. I
Well,
don't want
that's
to
gotta be
say
frustrating because I'm sure that, do you provide those details to the speaker?
over and over again, yes, 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 yes,
I'm sure you
1,000
do.
times, yes. And sometimes we'll get 19 questions instead of 20 and 22 rather, or 11.
Yeah. And those are easy things to catch, but sometimes it's, you know, like the problem is you don't catch it till it's too late sometimes. So in fact, this go around, I'm trying to think, I had about 6 quizzes that I submitted to Nova where they yelled at me and said, fix this or else we're not going to sign anything.
Yeah.
So
Oh, hey, Adam, I got a pop-up when I refreshed on
Yeah. Yay.
on the browse.
okay, but you didn't get it at 9:10, like
No.
4 minutes ago. So
No.
okay, so let me actually refresh here too. I have my console open as well as
And I'm
everyone
not
can see.
doing it, I didn't get it in the lobby. Let me just refresh the lobby and see if it pops. I didn't get it in the lobby.
Interesting. So, okay, so I'm on the home page here. So I'm going to, as everyone can see on my screen, I'm going to click on it. And that console should roll out a whole bunch of messages here.
But while he's doing
There we
that,
go.
Rich, to
Okay,
answer
so
your question,
you can see
yeah,
that
talk.
I got that.
Yep.
It went live. And here's what my console is saying. I don't know if it's saying anything useful. Let's see.
So Friedberg passed Kalasian for the second hour because people are probably eating lunch on the East Coast,
Or
etc.
they're just still cycling in.
Yeah, they could be cycling in, but we didn't get 50 people going into Dr. Friedberg's lectures. I thought we might.
Yeah, they're still pretty close. 30 people difference. Let me read.
Wow, a lot of interaction with Dr. T. People who
Oh,
are taking this
actually,
course are interested. Yeah,
Chiglathian just passed.
oh, he
He's at
did.
621 and
Oh,
Friedberg is
oh,
at 580.
I thought you meant he died. That's great. Sorry,
No.
but to answer your question, the lectures are made by the speaker, and I would not try to change their
Oh,
questions
no, the
because
lectures I understand. I was asking about the quiz.
the quiz also, because they composed the quiz. That's a better answer.
Yes, absolutely.
Although
Wow, nobody needs us. I mean, it's great,
yeah.
but it's good to be needed sometimes.
Yeah, you know,
Yes.
it's interesting. I'm looking here. Nothing's really happening. Even we're getting people registering still. Just FYI, as the day has rolled on here, we're getting a few, and they don't seem to be having many problems. Some people are obviously registering. I have to get them approved rapidly so that they can get into the conference. But for the most part, it's pretty stable.
Yep. And hopefully everybody remembers in April that of what they didn't know that you now know and don't have to bother us. But you're no bother. In fact, it's boring when we don't do things. When do we have our interviews? We have we have two great girls coming on.
Women, Steve.
I'm
They're
a boy.
women.
I'm a boy. I'm not a man.
They're
And then
women.
we have women, and they define themselves as women. And
Steve,
Stop it. I'm going to come up there and slap you.
Yeah, Steve, you're about to get an okay boomer from me, so you really got to be careful here.
Yeah, you need to knock that off.
okay. Anyway, Tammy Petrosian's coming on at 1 p.m. Eastern time, and Bethany Fishbane at 1:30.
4 p.m. Eastern.
Oh, 4 p.m. Excuse me. I was looking at. You're correct. So that'll be way after we get tired. So it's great that we speak to them, and they're both very effervescent, very knowledgeable women.
Yes, they are.
Let's see here. So
I'm going to have to give Ben Casella a hard time. I've asked him twice if he wanted to come talk to us. He said yes, and he needed to check the time. And I said, if you can't, that's okay, because last time he couldn't. But now I have to give him a hard time that he never got back to me.
We always like Ben here. I hope he comes back next year in view of the heckler, and also last year, but the heckler this year. It's always Ben that has the trouble, and this was an innocuous lecture.
I think it's the topic. I don't think it's Ben. Excuse me, personally.
No, it wasn't the topic. It was because the same person was in Michael's lecture and doing the same thing.
No, I meant it's the topic that the heckler chooses to go into. It doesn't depend on the speaker.
No, absolutely.
So let's see how we're doing. Oh, Mike is up to 645.
Yeah. So people were smart. They actually went out, grabbed the bite or whatever, and came back in. Pretty much almost what he had before. So people are not leaving.
Yeah, and they're staying, which is fabulous. We're rocking and rolling, people.
Yeah, and people coming from California, Oregon, Washington, etc., really have no place to go except his lecture at this point, because the other two are 2-hour lectures that are more than halfway done.
I do like that you're mixing it up. I mean, I understand that having more 1-hour lectures is a challenge, but it's also helpful to have at least one 1-hour lecture in every time slot, because for people who might be unexpectedly held up or can't join when they wanted to,
Sure,
at
yeah.
least they can get that extra hour as opposed to waiting for the next 2-hour class to start.
And it's actually good that we put Dr. Fingerette right after his partner in crime, Dr. Chalazian, because they usually lecture together, but they made these lectures 4 hours to make it really comprehensive glaucoma, which a lot of states require. And they're
Right,
like,
fabulous. Good for the attendees.
and Madonna was right before them, and he was doing it also, and they were all kind of SUNY Northeast people.
Yep. The glaucoma powerhouse team.
Yeah, used to be the vision training team in SUNY, but that's changed. Okay, like you said, it's if we go through the lobbies, there's just no questions.
Yeah, I mean, we'll take it. Maybe we should start discussing movies or current events next. So the Dilbert cartoon is getting canceled in many newspapers.
Oh, really? How come?
Yeah, due to some remarks that the cartoonist has made.
Mhm.
Apparently, he made some racist remarks.
Things that people could actually know as racist or
Yes.
reading between the lines.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. It's so you could do something great for 40, 50 years of your career and make one mistake and you're just dumb to do it, and there goes everything.
No, this is not a mistake. This is not dumb. This guy is an a-hole. I mean, I can't put it any more plainly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't exactly feel bad for him losing his comic strip. As if
And it
anybody
wasn't
would-
just
as-
one little off tweet. It was.
Yeah, this was. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I guess so much for that topical stream of conversation.
I'm just trying to
Which
help somebody
ones?
log in right now. I will engage with you guys in a
Yeah.
second too.
Yeah, but I mean, there's a lot of stuff I've been watching, especially since my leg was bad. I couldn't play golf, I couldn't play pickleball, so I was incapacitated. So a lot of good streaming stuff. Do you get Peacock?
Nope. Let's see. I pay for
NBC,
Netflix,
right?
Hulu,
Peacock, NBC.
Amazon
Yeah.
Prime, HBO Max, Apple Plus, and my daughter was the one who decided that she wanted Disney and paid for it. And she said she was going to cancel it in January. And I don't know if she did, but we also don't have cable. So we cut that about 3 years ago. So
Right.
we just pay for those streaming.
Peacock had a deal where $1 a month for a year, so we took it, and it has some. It shows some movies, for example, that were just in the movies, also mostly horror and stuff like that. But I like that stuff. But there was one show. What was it called? The basic concept is this lady had the ability to tell when somebody was lying perfectly. So when she played poker at any casino, she won all the time because she could tell that the person was bluffing when they were and had the
Well, that
goods when
sounds
they
like an
weren't.
interesting show.
Yeah, and it's with the lady who did what else did she do? Russian Doll. Did you see Russian Doll? And she was in Black and White, the prisoner movie.
Mm.
A Prisoner, the Netflix thing. Orange is the New Black. That was the name of it.
Oh, I didn't
Anyway,
watch that.
Yeah. So it's the redhead who's kind of gruff and I
Oh,
forget
she
the
was
name.
in Star Trek too. She was Janeway.
Yes. Yes. So
And not that I watched it, I just remember that she had that role. It's Kate Mulgrew.
Yeah. So she was great because every time she left gambling and she went to other things, and now like when somebody committed a crime and they say something, she say bullshit because she knew that they were lying, and she was like a perfect person to investigate crimes. It was done. It was only 7 episodes. I don't know if it's renewed, but it was entertaining.
You know, I'm reading more about Scott Adams, this Dilbert cartoonist.
Mhm.
it was more than racist. He also said that Americans were being brainwashed to support Ukraine, and he is supporting anti-vaxxers. So,
he's
my
gone.
God.
He's gone off the deep end. I don't know. He's become the pointy-haired boss.
Well, he also said here, most of my income will be gone by next week. My reputation for the rest of my life is destroyed. You can't come back from this. Am I right? There's no way you can come back from this. So, I mean, he knows what he's doing.
Does he have a drug problem?
Or he made enough money and he doesn't care.
He doesn't care.
He's got FU money now.
Yeah.
And he's also not, he's 65. So it's not like he's, I mean, I guess he could have dementia, but I mean, 65 is not a problem. So he shouldn't be behaving this way. I wonder if there is something physiological going on. And that's really too bad because not that I read comics much anymore, but he had a great comic strip for a long time. And that's really a shame that somebody.
But he wanted to go out on, some people want to go out on top. He wanted to go out on the bottom. And I have 7 9-year-old grandkids. We look forward to the Sunday comics, and they often don't get the jokes. I have to explain it to them. But it was great when they were learning to read, like in 1st and 2nd grade, because the comics are very easy to get by, and they try to make the writing pretty simple. But they wouldn't get the jokes.
Yeah.
Sometimes I have to. On ODwire, sometimes I have to explain jokes. There was one joke about the lightning striking the statue
In Brazil, Rio de Janeiro.
Yeah, the Christ statue. It was they thought it was God's finger pointing down at the city, and then of course then there was a whole bunch of religious jokes that came out, and one person said something about Christ eating bacon and cheeseburger. It's supposed to be a joke, and no one responded. So I had to explain to the people that don't know about being kosher that Jewish Jesus would never eat cheese and meat, and certainly not pork on the hamburger.
Right.
So there's just so many jokes that people just don't get unless you're part of the inner circle there.
Well, we discussed it, I think, in previous conventions. Shows like Seinfeld and a few other Seinfeld specifically, and Larry David shows.
Larry David, for sure.
Well, but they're national shows, but there's so much New York Jewish humor. I wonder why they were so successful.
Because they were funny.
But they were funny for us. But who gets that? And like when Lorraine would say, "I beat the Van Wyck," what does that mean to somebody in Nebraska?
The producers, they were funny, and and it's interesting about show business. My granddaughter, we never thought she could make a living in show business. You always discourage people, and she went to a college called Emerson in Boston, which specializes in theater, and she got her degree in stage design. I said, "Holy shit, what's she doing now?" So she and her boyfriend, who was got his design in stage management, moved to Manhattan, got an apartment, a small apartment on the Upper East Side. And I said, for sure, the parents are going to have to support them. And lo and behold, they have been working every week since they're down there for the past year, and not necessarily in the theater. They're doing. My granddaughter works for Hulu, and she has a full-time job just working for the various TV companies. There's just so many TV productions going on.
Yeah,
You can get jobs, you can get work.
there's so much content that is, because of the streaming services, it's not just for the movies and network TV, or even to the cable TV stations at this point. And a lot more actors, a lot more things to be done, and I would guess a lot less money because the pie is being divvied up so much.
Yeah, but they still pay well. She started low because she was an intern the first year, but now after a year, she's part of the union, moving up the ladder, and she'll be a full-time director in 2 more years. She'll be 25.
Wow. Oh, and where does she work?
I mean,
Where does she work? What station or network?
works for Hulu,
Okay.
and so she'll be making a living once she's part of the union as a full-time stage designer. So
Yeah,
there you go.
to show how nervy people are, I had a friend who said, I don't get Hulu. I just want to watch one show. Could you give me your username and password so I can get into that one show? And I said, no. You know, first of all, the more accounts you have, the more they might kick you off. And secondly, I would never ask anybody. We do share Netflix with our kids, but you're allowed to, and they'll charge more eventually. But just a random friend wanted my username and password.
Yeah, cheap.
Don't give it to somebody if they ask online. In fact, my daughters are so spoiled. Hulu has two types of services, one with no commercials and one with commercials. They had to get the more expensive one with no commercials because they can't wait 1 minute in between the different scenes. So we pay for it, but it's not a lot.
You know, I watch these commercials on when I watch the news shows, MSNBC or CNN. I don't watch Fox, unfortunately, but the point is, I'm sure they're all the same. The number of medical commercials is so high. It looks to me a couple of things are true. Number one, the people of color have finally gotten acting jobs. So you see many more people of color, Asian and
Sure.
American, more than the population at large, than in the commercials now.
Yeah.
But they all have such a good time taking these medicines. I'm always amazed. They're taking these cancer medicines that will extend your life 2 weeks, and here they are just having all this fun.
Yeah.
As cancer.
Or Keytruda, something like that. You're right, but you know, just to let you know what happens, I have the business channels on typically during the day. So Fox Business and CNBC, they're not political typically. And sometimes when they go to commercial, the exact same commercial is being played on both networks so that they can make sure they're going to hit you wherever you're looking in terms of the stock market or I'm sorry.
So it's for older people. They don't have younger commercials on at certain times of day.
It's all about buying gold or Medicare Advantage plans, things like that.
Any of those.
But sometimes we laugh though because on TV shows now, like you said, it becomes very politically correct to a fault, where they'll have a Caucasian, a Latino, a Black, and an Asian cast in those four roles, and it's so consistent. When maybe other people would have could have gotten the job of whatever ethnicity it was. I hope I'm not being unwoke here, but it on the evening news shows, it's like that all the time now, which I understand why. But like you said, sometimes it's not the percentage of people in the population, but it works, and the networks like it.
Or the medicines for AIDS, for example. They're all the male couples that are bonding now.
Mm-hmm.
Once they take the medicines, they're safe, and again, they're
Guys,
so.
I hate to tell you this, but you sound like ultra boomers. I mean, Dad, who do you want for an HIV drug? Who do you think they're advertising to? I mean, you advertise to your target demographic, right?
I thought it should be Haitians.
I mean, Jesus.
It's a long time ago.
Oh my goodness. Well, anyway, let me, while we're here, because nothing is actually happening on my end support-wise. Everything is super quiet now, for once. Let me just see what's happening here in our world. So, how are we looking in the rooms here?
We're very consistent. The amount of people that were in Michael's first lecture are essentially the same as the second, and the other one stayed stable. So people did not migrate to the 2-hour lectures from the 1-hour lecture.
Right. So
we have we're about 1,500 also, so that's staying consistently there. I thought we'd get a pop up. I think we might when these are completed at 1 o'clock my time, 10 o'clock your time, because then people can start going into the lectures from the 2-hour one.
Yeah, so some people are definitely dropping off, and then other people joining in as the day is going on for sure. Because I can actually see in the counters people who didn't come yesterday coming today. Because the first time they come in, I can see the difference in the count. So there are people who were, I guess, at work yesterday probably, and couldn't make it, and then showed up today. So pretty cool.
And maybe we should run this on Friday and on Monday also, and do this for 4 days,
Oh my
and then
God.
shoot ourselves.
Yeah,
My brain,
it gets to be a bit much, and I find that the weekend shows, I mean the weekday shows, that really gets to be a little bit dicey.
Yeah.
You know, people really do have lives, and it is easier for them on the weekends to just put stuff aside if they can.
Yeah. Even
Wow.
Jerry Lewis and CP, when they did the telethons over the weekend, on Saturday and Sunday, would have other people come in. They take a break for 2 or 3 hours. Tony Orlando would come on or whatever, and they would go from
Tony
9 to
Orlando.
9. Yeah, he would go with CP, cerebral palsy telethon.
How'd the free show do on, they took Friday? How is their audience size? Do they make it?
There wasn't any counters. I couldn't tell. That was a good question.
They don't
The answer is I was looking. I could not tell.
share.
And because it's free, as you know, a lot of people register, and that's what they'll tell you, but they won't tell you how many people actually showed up.
Right.
'Cause-
Yeah, so on average for free stuff, and we know because we've been running it now for 15 years or more, when we do a free event, you will typically get around 35 to 40% of people who registered to show for at least some of the time. If you offer an incentive, you might get a slightly higher proportion, maybe up to 60% if you offer somebody a goodie to show up, like we did the other day with a Starbucks card at Julie Rodman's lecture. But yeah, that's if you break 50%, you're doing very well. Usually it's 40 or less.
Well, for ours, we were in the upper 90s, you said last time, Adam?
99%. Yeah, because again, people who sign up are now doing it themselves. They're paying for it, and who wants to pay for something and then not use it?
Right. Just to understand what you said to the audience, before that, we had groups sign up, and a doctor might have 15 doctors work for them and sign everybody up, but they didn't feel like taking it. Now everybody has signed up individually, so it made a lot. You did it because you wanted to do it, and there's some economic incentive.
I'm amazed at how much people sponsors are willing to pay for webinars where there's hardly a show up. Now with our webinars, of course, we get a pretty good initial response, but then Adam keeps playing them. So by the time you're done, you have several hundred people watching. But some of these webinars, I'm sure only get a dozen or so people to watch.
That's pretty common with webinars that you get most of your views on demand because a lot of them
Yeah.
happen during the week in the evening, and it's just tough to do. And I think people set that expectation knowing that that you will get more on demand than live. But
Well,
you're not
Well,
wrong.
venues have on demand other than us.
So, I mean, a lot of webinars go on to, for us, it's a little bit different because it's a 10-to-1 ratio. So if we get 100 people showing up live, about 1,000 will watch over the course of the subsequent year.
Right.
So for instance, Julie Rodman's lecture had, I want to say like 250 people were there. I don't know the exact number, but it was about that. So you'd expect a topic like that where we're going to get a pretty good pop on demand because it's about a new product. I mean, a lot of the stuff no one wants to hear about because it's old. So that's the real issue. You got to have a hook.
But you're getting the cream of the crop. People are listening to stuff to get the information. There's no CE, there's nothing like that. So whoever's listening to it, you're going to get more bang from your buck from the company because they want to get the information. They want to maybe buy the product, etc. And
Well,
this is where they can look at it, kick the tires. Maybe the company can bring it to their office rather than going to
yeah.
Academy meeting or AOA or Vision Expos.
Right. Well, for a company like OptiView, we're the bargain of the century, right? I mean, so we got them an audience of 250 people immediately, and then thousands more on demand. And if just one person buys that Solix device, the webinar is paid for itself 10 times over.
Right. Without any hotel stay or airfare or food for the salespeople.
Yep.
Which they'll have at Vision Expo. I'm walking pretty good. I really am I probably couldn't go through an airport though, so I'm still okay with not going to Vision Expo, 3 or 4 weeks from now.
Yeah, I'm still on the fence about it. I might not go. I mean, it just seems so
Yeah.
much smaller than it was. I don't know. Unless I am meeting with, very specific people, I probably won't go through the hassle of going to New York.
Oh, now you're saying you might not go?
I might
Yeah.
not. I mean, I was just,
Yeah.
I'm looking at it, and the feel of this year's conference is just, it's so much smaller that I'm kind of wondering, is it even worth doing? I don't know.
Well,
Maybe it's
also,
not the best choice. I mean, is that usually the best meeting for you to meet people? I wouldn't think that it would be.
I think the Academy was always very well, because it was
Yeah.
focused on education more.
Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, it's been so long since I've been there, though. I'm kind of curious.
I think probably the American Academy of Ophthalmology is probably the best venue if you want to meet people.
We're not allowed to go.
But Adam,
I can
Adam
go.
can.
I've been.
Oh, Adam can. Yes.
It's a different kind of venue. It's an unusual show for sure. I don't even know, where is it this year.
Oh, where's Academy?
You probably know.
Is
So
it
Gretchen, you
Florida?
could go, but I can't. Correct?
right.
That is
Hang on, I'll
silly.
tell you
It was
because I did know, and now I'm. Oh, it's in San Fran, back at Moscone.
Oh, really?
Mhm.
Oh, so that's not that far.
I'm planning to go to
November,
AO.
right after Halloween.
Adam, I'll definitely be at AOA in Washington in June.
Oh God. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna probably go to that one just for Arbo's sake, but ugh.
Well, I'm not going to go to the Arbor and pay $500. You're going to be there. You don't need
Yeah, I
two
know.
of us there.
You'd be bored out of your mind, actually, because basically they lock everybody in one room and they just talk about, administrative issues for an entire day.
I love that. I mean,
Or 2
to me,
days. It's just
it's like going to a Yankee game almost.
yeah.
I would want to go, but I'm not paying $500, and I
Yeah.
think it's ridiculous.
Well,
But Washington's a 3-hour drive for me, 3.5 hours at best. So it's an easy drive right down 95. It's not a big deal at all.
Whenever I have to go, I always drive.
Oh, to take a plane to Washington, it's crazy. I
Yeah.
can park right at the hotel and
Or you can take the train.
right, but it's not wear and tear. It's an easy drive. And I'll usually go with.
I drive too.
My wife wants to go, and she wants to take the grandkids, and they'll do their White House and the Mint and all this other stuff, and I'll go to the convention.
Yeah, if I go, I think my husband will go. I don't know if my daughter will, but I'm not positive yet if I'm going, but
I'll pick you up on the way.
What?
I'll pick you up on the way.
There you go. You can do that.
I went to a meeting with remember the AADO with Craig Steinberg? We went to a meeting in Washington, and I picked up a fellow who practices in Cherry Hill and lived outside of Philly because it was such an easy off the road, on the road for me, and why take 2 cars?
so Academy of Ophthalmology is in November, actually, early November. So good. They avoided Halloween. Smart.
I remember once a million years ago when I started at my first tour of duty at Review. This was before Alex was born. So it was a while ago. I remember Academy of Ophthalmology because Review of Ophthalmology was still a fairly new publication at that time, that their academy was being held over Halloween. And I remember thinking, wow, I sure hope they don't do that again. Not that I was going there at the time, but even now with my kid being older, I love Halloween. We decorate for Halloween. It's like second to Christmas in my book. So I would never be away from home on Halloween just because it's fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. It's definitely a non-sectarian, feel good. Family doesn't get involved in terms of fights like Thanksgiving or whatever.
So Academy of Optometry is in New Orleans this year. Oh God.
Yep.
Why?
And I should be there.
Why?
Come on, you have to come for that. We can go back to Marie Laveau's House of Voodoo.
Oh my God. Yeah,
Yes.
I still have the voodoo doll here. It's just sitting in our bedroom. So
I
yeah.
have to do that. I mean, I have to make a stop every time I go. Every time I'm in New Orleans, I have to go.
When is that, Adam? In September, October?
October 11th to 14th.
Ooh, okay. Great. My wife's birthday is the 15th.
Why are they doing it in New Orleans though? Just why?
My wife's birthday is on the 15th as well of October.
Of October. Wow, that's great. I'll tell her. And Joe
My
Klepper.
daughter's is the 21st.
Joe Klecko made the Hall of Fame. My patient is October 15th also. He's born the same day as my wife. And he's 6'5" and she's 5 foot tall. So go
Yeah,
figure.
your wife is a very petite gal.
Yes.
She's gonna
She-
live forever. You better keep taking care of yourself.
I keep on apologizing to her. I said, you're going to be without me for 7, 8, 10 years.
They keep going to the hundreds. So,
Her mother lived to 98.
Yeah.
She died of nothing, but they did save the baby.
So let's let me take a look here. God, why New Orleans? Why? It's such a. I mean,
Well, I think it might be Academy has grown so much lately that they are now limited in places where they can go because you don't have, I mean, venues can hold only so many people. So I know that that's become a problem as Academy has gotten to be a more well-attended meeting. And I personally like New Orleans. At least we don't have to deal with the nonsense of Mardi Gras.
no, I get it. I travel there is a pain. So yeah.
Yeah, but you choose to live in
No,
a
I
city
know.
that is not a direct route all the
Yeah.
time.
I realize, but yeah.
And the Academy will have some good invited restaurants in New Orleans. There's many great places to eat.
I also don't like the convention center. It's just long and it drives me
I don't like it either.
crazy. Yeah.
Well, just like San Diego, and I'll be in San Diego in a few months for Ascris, and that's a challenge.
Yep.
You need roller skates.
Yeah.
Nothing's as bad as Las Vegas and how big that is. If you stay at the Wynn, it's a 2-mile walk just to get to the whole floor, and it's the hotel next door.
Well, even if you're at the Palazzo or the Venetian,
Absolutely.
it's still a hike. And I usually, well, now that I'm under new management, I don't know where I would stay. Because the expos aren't as important for us now. But when I stayed in the past, I would stay at Treasure Island because even with the show rates, those rooms were just ridiculous. Yeah, so Treasure Island, but still, even now that they've got that walkway across the strip, it's like half an hour from when I leave my room at Treasure Island to when I get to the show floor, the booth, or whatever classroom I'm going to. It's a pain.
And the walking is amazing. Between getting there and then what you do, you don't stop walking. At least Adam and I don't. You put 25, 30,000 steps in a day.
And one thing that I hate, I realize it's for safety, and I don't know how long ago they did it, but way back in the day, you could just walk down the strip and it would just be like a straight sidewalk next to the road. And I realize that people are drunk and stupid, but they've created these walkways now, especially on the side that has like the Mirage and all of that, with all of these they have these newer shopping venues, and they've got their walkway that kind of weaves in along, and it just takes you forever if you want to walk from Hotel A to Hotel B. I mean, you're on this meandering path. And I remember this is still some years ago trying to do it. I'm like, where the heck is this taking me? I just want to walk parallel to the strip, and you can't do it. So that's my complaint and rant.
Are the market's still the same for Las Vegas? With all the gambling nationally now, do people still go to Las Vegas?
Well, it's really hard to say because I don't know that things have all recovered post-COVID, that maybe you have people who still travel, but maybe not to there because of being in such close quarters to gamble. And you're right, there are more online gambling options. So I don't know the answer to that question. I know people still go, but I don't know if it's as populous.
But are people going to Las Vegas to gamble, or are they going to Las Vegas to gamble and there's various other things you could stay at Luxor? Let me check the video here.
There's a lot of shows that I like to go to shows when I can, and the restaurants are great for good or for bad.
My wife's bringing in lunch. Say hello.
No.
Yeah.
Hello. It's Nina, right?
Go into the camera.
I know. Look at me.
Hi, it's
Okay.
Gretchen. I know we met a couple of years ago.
Oh yeah, I
She
know.
just walked the golf course. They had this walk event, so 9 holes
Over
right
here
here.
now.
Just walk it.
Okay, here I am.
Yep, now I see you.
Hi. Yeah, I just did a 3-mile walk on 9 holes of golf course, and then we played pickleball. And
Good
it's
for
super
you.
hot here. What?
Well, it's chilly here. I'm in Philly. Well, it's actually not so bad now. It's about 45,
Okay.
which is
Very
where
good.
it is for you at home. So
Yeah.
And that was
And
perfect.
now we're
'cause
gonna go in the pool.
I was not going to walk with my. My walking is good, but not for 9
not
holes
for
of
a
golf.
distance. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's up and down hills and stuff. So go into the pool and thank you for my lunch.
Bye.
Bye. See you later.
Okay.
So I was talking about restaurants for Vegas, for either for good or for bad. They turn over so quickly that if there's a place that you like, it might not be there next year at
Yeah.
Vision Expo West, you know. But then
They
there's
always
always
find something.
So let's
We
see.
haven't mentioned them at all,
Almost-
but I used to enjoy going to the lectures. Usually get a nice dinner at Regeneron or whatever by or IPL by Art Epstein. That's going to be a big hole in all our lives. We haven't discussed him at all. There's been so many accolades. Paul wanted to do a special tribute with this one, but it's a little bit distant now, and there's been so many other things that were done that we didn't know was necessary. But
So-
we have his associate, and hopefully next year we'll have Shannon lecture.
With both of you with food problems, one medical, one whatever, how do you pick restaurants? I mean, what
Wait, who's the whatever and who's the medical?
trust them
Yeah.
when they say gluten free?
Well, that's
Is
not me.
that
That was my
medical or
daughter.
is that whatever?
Actually, it has to be gluten free or some terrible
Mi-
things happen. And your
Mine is just the Mediterranean diet, so we always find a restaurant that has fish or chicken, and I don't eat a lot of carbs, so I try to eat the vegetables and fish and what do you call it, and complex carbs like quinoa and wheat berry and things like that.
give them instructions how to prepare the stuff. If you're afraid of butter, for example, that might kill you. Do you tell-
It's because I don't put butter on things. If there's something butter in it, I'm not going to be eating that much. And usually, if you're getting a whole bronzino, there's not going to be any butter in it. You try to get it so it's also not fried. It's broiled, whatever. So how much butter can they use? And then usually when they're doing that, they're cooking with olive oil anyway. So it's the good stuff.
And when you get a lobster, what do you dip it in?
I usually don't eat lobster because of that. So that's one of the seafood I don't eat because lobster by itself doesn't taste that great unless you dip it in butter. I have this stuff that you're gonna hate. It's called I can't believe it's not butter. It's a spray, and it's olive oil and stuff. And I put that was what I put on vegetables and anything else that could use it.
Well, you have to say it the way that they did in the commercial, Steve. I can't believe it's not butter spray.
So, for example,
It
here's
was
my lunch,
Fabio.
and this is a whole wheat wrap with 60 calories, and inside is tuna and some. I can't believe it's not cheese. Don't ask.
Oh. Now, see, I think those are just filled with chemicals. If you're gonna have something, then have it. Don't have artificial sweeteners.
Well,
Don't have artificial
It's
anything.
some
Have it.
protein, and you're right, with some organic chemistry that you need to know.
By the way, this is my kitty Huck,
Very cute.
and now he wants out. Apparently,
Yeah.
my daughter stuck 2 cats in here with me that I need to now let out.
Oh dear.
I asked a question on ODwire about pets because I live in a community now where we have a lot of retirees, and the pets seem to be as old as they are, and they schlep around these pets in the coldest weather. It's a great hardship to have these pets, but apparently everybody loves the pets. Well, what does it cost a year, would you guess, to maintain a pet?
I don't have any, so I can't comment.
I'm
You
sorry,
have
what
the-
was the last question, Paul? I didn't hear what I heard you saying that a lot of people in your community have pets.
We had 2 cats. The vets used to make house calls. We didn't take the cats out to the vets. They came to us.
Hmm.
What's the cost for veterinary medicine now for animals?
Oh, it's quite expensive, but it depends on where you go. My daughter works for a vet hospital, and as I'm learning, it is not the common way that most practitioners are. I mean, usually it's just like a single practitioner GP vet, and there aren't a lot of, like, they might have one tech. I mean, it's a very small operation. My daughter works for a vet hospital, and there's about 8 doctors. I forget how many med techs, but all told there with doctors, support staff, receptionists, technicians, med techs, boarding and grooming. They have about 60 people working there, and they do surgery just about every day. And I didn't realize that that isn't really a standard operation. And they are very, very knowledgeable and skilled, and they are not as high in their pricing as a lot of other vet places, because the doctor who owns the practice wants to make care accessible for people. But unfortunately, I think people are accustomed to simply co-pays or a 20% or something with our own health insurance, you know, even though that's very broken. I don't think people have a true understanding of what care can actually cost. And even though there is vet insurance available,
Well, there is.
it's people don't take advantage of it, or something's not covered. And a lot of times people are just very stunned at the cost of healthcare, especially if you should be taking your pet in for an annual well visit. Dental cleanings are recommended. And in fact, we have 3 cats, and we brush their teeth just about every night. So, and we have one cat who has the older cat who will be 13 in May. He has some digestive problems. Right now he's on a short course of prednisone. Then the cat who you just saw, Huck, the tuxedo cat, he actually has a heart murmur, and he's on medication twice a day, and he got a poor roll of the genetic dice for his teeth. And then the third cat doesn't have any health problems. I'm going to knock wood, except for he likes to bolt his food too quickly, and then it comes back up. So, you know, there are things that you don't know about until you take your pet in to be examined. And they do imaging there, they do ultrasound, they do radiographs, x-rays, and like I said, they do surgery.
$1,000 a year.
It can be expensive if your pet needs some procedures. Yeah. So obviously our daughter gets a discount because she works there, but a dental cleaning because your pet needs some blood work ahead of time. The cat with the heart murmur needs an ultrasound on his heart to be checked out. So his procedure for dental cleaning could be $500 to $600.
Wow.
Hmm.
I love that.
Hey,
But you know
Gretchen.
what? A lot of vets undercharge too.
Mhm.
I mean, that stuff costs money.
So Gretchen, I want you to convince me that this is a lecture I should attend. So is this something I should go to?
ASCRS is the second biggest, from my understanding. Don't quote me on it, but if you're an ophthalmologist and you do anything with the cornea, you're going to this meeting and you're going to Academy.
Okay, so this, I will point out, this is the city that gave me COVID, so I'm a little bit nervous, but let's see who
It
we
is
have.
not the city.
Let me
It was Michael
see.
Olson.
Let me see what we have here. So, okay, so, all right, program information. Oh, look at that, some sort of party where I can get COVID again. And what else? So Dr. Ma, I did an interview with him for
Yep, he's a
ODwire
great
TV.
guy.
He's a good guy. Yeah, he did a thing for Pat a Day with us. That was fun. And it looks like Brandon is on the program planning committee. So there we go. We got a CEwire person running stuff.
It's a good
Gretchen?
meeting. It's very big. I will be there. We will be busy. There are a lot of people who want to meet and do things there. So like I said, if you're interested in talking with folks, it's a good meeting to go to. I think that at least in terms of sponsors, and let's be real, it's on the West Coast. It isn't as big of a pain in the butt for you to get there. So
Yeah.
I said, you go there so we can hang out instead of going to Expo, because
You might,
it's all about me.
you could drive there probably, Adam.
To San Diego.
To San Diego? Oh no.
Oh, I'm not, I thought San Francisco. Okay.
Yeah, that's Academy. He can drive to Academy and he can bring Meredith and Reed.
So San Francisco is actually about a 9-hour drive from here.
Really? Wow.
The West is very big. Yeah, so it's not as close as you might think.
It's very long.
Yep.
I know from, by the way, Gretchen, going back to the animals, what do you do? I know the last couple of years have been challenging because of COVID, but when you go on vacation, how are they taken care of?
Us or people in general?
You and specifically.
Well, we haven't gone on vacation as a family for quite some time. We went
Well-
away for a long weekend 2 years ago. We were supposed to go twice last year and we were canceled for illness both times. The one thing, being such a big hospital where my daughter works, she frequently pet sits for her colleagues, and we have gotten one of her colleagues to pet sit for us. And we're hoping once again this year, her college graduation trip was supposed to be a trip to London.
Oh, nice.
And we haven't gotten to do it because of COVID. So, and now we're waiting to plan because Troy retired at the end of last year, and we're waiting to see how long it will take for his retirement payments to kick in. It can take anywhere from 2 to 6 months, which is ridiculous. Like, what if I was not here or not working? What do you do? Like, not pay your mortgage? But that's another conversation. So we're not scheduling that until we know that his retirement's kicking in, but we will get another one of Alex's colleagues, and she can walk to work if she needs to. It's less than a 5-minute drive. And one of her colleagues lives up the street from us. So we're really close that somebody could come in and take care of our 3 cats. And we also have 2 guinea pigs.
Right. But cats and guinea pigs are different than dogs, which require a lot more. You can leave a cat in the house and just change the litter and give them food and they'll be fine. But a dog, you have to bring them over to somebody's house. My sister has a big English sheepdog, and we watched it for a week, and that was challenging. I mean,
I bet.
yeah.
If you're not used to it. Well,
Yeah.
the other benefit of working at a vet hospital is you get to bring your dog to work if you want to. So Alex has an affinity for one of her colleagues' dogs. He is a Dalmatian, and he is a very sweet dog. His name is Vincent, and he loves my daughter. And so he goes to work with his mom, and then Alex stays at the colleague's house when the colleague and her husband and now new baby go away. And then my daughter just brings the dog to work with her. But most people don't work at a vet hospital and can take their dog to work.
Mhm. So, Adam, I could see you sitting next to Mike at the ARPA meeting and him heckling and you being quiet.
That's kind of how it went last time, yeah. Until I got up and had to give a little talk, and then he heckled me. So it was.
Well, this year you have a lot of ammunition, but we're finding out about their rules and how to why have this meeting and have all and decide about things that aren't going to be policed and followed through anyway.
Yep. And I'm trying to help a user out right now just for a second here.
Let me see if I.
Have we convinced you to go to Ascris, Adam?
I might make it there. I just don't know yet. It is so much easier though to get to San Diego from me. It's like nothing. So.
Well, and a lot of the same exhibitors will be there, except for a lot of frame and any type of optical equipment, which you deal with a few, but not as many.
Yeah.
So I would think that most of the exhibitors who you need to speak to would be there.
Yep.
And you might be more likely to get some, the folks who you actually need to talk to at an Ascris as opposed to a Vision Expo. But that's just speculation on my part.
Yeah, so I'm just not sure yet. So I got to think about it.
Wow, Steve, take a look at these numbers. I just
I
refreshed
am. We're
again that
Yep.
we've got 736 in the second glaucoma class, and then we've got Friedberg's is down to 408.
And I have 581. Well, his lecture's over. That's why people are leaving.
Oh, well, that's a good reason.
Yeah.
It still says live. I thought it was ending in just a few minutes. Okay, it's ending like now. Okay, I stand corrected. And Dantique's class is staying about the same, but
And his
wow.
And he got his last slide, and yay.
So we've got in a few minutes, we will have, let's see, 110.
We'll have
1:15. So in about 10 minutes, we're gonna have Viola Konevsky talking about pediatric contact lenses, Murray Fingerette kicking off an hour-long class on controversies in glaucoma. Viola's pediatric contact lenses is 2 hours, by the way. And then Tammy Petrosian's brain injury TBI class, that's an hour long too.
Yeah.
So
Take a look at the next one. It's a lecture I'm going to be listening to because I know nothing about it, and it's always well
makeup in the
received.
eye.
Makeup in the eye, how your beauty could be harming your eyes. And
Oh, there's been a lot of conversation about that over the past, say, 5 years about beauty products like with glitter in your eyeshadow, pigments and things like that. Let's see, Leslie Odell, Whitney Hauser before she went to Novartis and then to Dompe. I think even Laura Perriman was talking about it. Tracy Dahl.
Yep.
There have been a lot
Jennifer
of people.
Lyerly.
Yep. A lot of people talking about that.
By the way, not to single out one person, but we have now 2 consecutive years. Viola was voted #1 OD in the nation this year, and last year was, of course, Arna Epstein.
Oh, I didn't know Viola got it this year. Good for her.
That's why I asked her. Besides getting rave reviews about it, of course.
Well, she's just incredible, and I'm glad that somebody focusing on pediatrics is getting some recognition, because some people who specialize like that don't seem to get as much have as much recognition.
And we have 2 different perspectives because Sue Resnick is talking about a similar subject, but in a different vein.
Okay, so I just had to help somebody out who just registered and logged in using the wrong account, so no worries there. So
well, we just had a couple of quick questions about on-demand courses that were in the chat.
Oh,
the chat has been relatively quiet, so hey, we'll take it, won't we?
Yep.
Yeah, so the on-demand courses should be ready by Monday afternoon. No promises though. So what we're going to do is, before I actually put them up there, we're going to make sure that that they're in the right place, that the quizzes are all correct, that everything's in the, sort of where people won't get confused. So normally these things would go up bright and early on a Monday morning, but for this first time, I'm going to be a little more careful about it and work with the guys at Audentio just to make sure that it looks good before we unleash it on the world.
And I'll take some of the courses at sometime during the day to make sure that everything goes smoothly on my end.
Yeah, I mean, it's the user interface is probably the most important thing, is that people understand, to take the quizzes and so forth. There's a public service announcement that runs before literally every on-demand lecture. People are going to get sick of hearing it, but I just hope they pay attention to it at least a couple times. So, cool.
Okay. I actually realize I have to be here. What time is my lecture?
That might be good to know, Steve.
Yeah.
When is your lecture? Let's pull it up.
Oh, it's right after Viola's. So it's at 3:25 to 4:25. So I can multitask, but I have to be there to field questions, and I hope that Ellen Panzer's there.
So you're actually, it's funny, you're competing against a 2-hour class, which is an unusual one, laser procedures.
Oh yeah.
So I don't know what kind of an audience there's going to be for that one, because for many people that lecture is very theoretical.
Yes. Well, it would not have been if California had passed their law, because they were about to get laser procedures, etc. And that's one of the reasons that I thought to have this topic, and Nathan's great at it. I think it is theoretical, but it would have been more practical for people to have a firsthand look at what lasers would have entailed in California. But there's still quite a few states. I think Idaho just got it, Kentucky, I forget what other states have it, Oklahoma, of course. So we'll see. But up again, I actually would love to take that course myself, so I might take that on demand.
Yep, cool. And right after your lecture too, we have Charlie McBride and Shana Sullivan.
Yep.
This is going to be an interesting one as well. I don't. Again, it's kind of maybe a niche audience. Like it's corneal scleral profilometry and software-based scleral lens design. So Charlie's and Shana are going to show off the software that people use these days to make scleral lenses. So for people who wonder, do I want to get involved with sclerals? This is kind of the modern way to do it. So I know a lot of people aren't familiar with the software, so that's why he wanted to review it, to show people like, okay, if you're going to do sclerals now, this is the way.
And also, it's a debut for them on the lecture circuit.
Right. You always said that Charlie was shy, but when you're doing a lecture and you're pre-recording it, shyness doesn't really come into play.
Yep. Yeah, so he did a good job. I listened to his all the way through. So it's really interesting if you're interested at all in the software behind sclerals. So if you're not like Sue Resnick, who, as we learned yesterday, doesn't even use an OCT to fit her sclerals, but she's good enough that she can get away with that. But the way most people are doing it these days are with sort of the high-tech approach with a pentacam, with OCT, and with software to make things.
And then the really low-tech people who don't have Sue's acumen are just sending the information off to consulting in the labs and let them make the lens.
Yep. Yeah, but Charlie's going to show you really like the way that people are doing it these days, and it's just fascinating.
Yep.
The software and how it all works.
So Dr. Sullivan is his associate?
Yeah, so Shana actually came into his practice, I guess it was maybe 3 years ago now, 2 or 3 years. I don't remember exactly how long. She worked there as a tech before she went to school. So she went to school at Pacific right down the road, so she never went very far, and Charlie took her right back in. So pretty cool.
Okay, so it'll be 1:15. We'll see how the rooms populate. That'd be real interesting to see if people are piling in because they couldn't go in any other place. Look at the counts.
Another question on transcripts.
Mm-hmm.
I'll answer.
I'm surprised. I would have thought that people would see my my announcement.
I still haven't seen it.
Are we getting any speakers in this afternoon?
Yeah, we have
Yes.
two.
2 women.
Thank you.
I don't have to do a schedule. What time are they coming in?
One,
4 and 4:30, I think.
our time.
Yes, Eastern.
One your time. 1 and 1:30 your time. And they're both very vivacious and very knowledgeable. In fact, I personally have been. I was on the lecture circuit with Tammy talking about myopia control 4 or 5 years ago, and Bethany was my underling at the. I was the director of low vision at Robert Wood Johnson in New Jersey, and she was my second command and took over when I just got too busy to do it. So I know each one of them very well, and they were both bright, really nice girls, nice women.
All right.
Jonathan, her husband, he's a runner, and I think he runs like 10 miles every day, and been in a couple of marathons also with great times.
Well, I hope it helps keep extending life for runners. One of my close friends, I don't know if you remember the name Roy Rengstroff.
Yep.
Yeah.
We used to have these mega marathons. I mean, like 40-mile things. He still died in the 60s. So,
Well, the classic one is James Fix, who wrote the book on running, died in his 50s.
yeah.
But you always say that if they didn't run, they would have died 10 years earlier or something. So you never know what the intervention did. But that's one of the reasons I do the Mediterranean diet. I'm in the gym 4 or 5 days a week. I keep my weight down. I take no meds so that Nina won't be alone for too many years. Well, she
Yeah.
might want to be.
May not live longer,
You
but
might be trying to off you.
if you describe yourself all those wonderful things, wow. It's great.
You have
Great
enough life insurance?
I actually canceled most of it because at this age you don't need it.
I'm talking about for Nina. She might be trying to off you.
Oh yeah. For her, I don't have because why pay for something that it's a bonus. And I'm kidding. Too many easy things to say. I won't say it.
So I'm going to try to help out Brandon here.
Yeah, when I go to look at my things that I filled out, everything seems fine. It's seamless. They just, it's not intuitively obvious how to do it. Okay, let's see how the courses are doing. Let's see how many people are here.
So I owe you an apology, Steve.
For what?
I had to pop out a little while ago. My prostate was acting up too.
I noticed that you were gone. I didn't ask why. Don't worry about it.
Oh, I'm just giving you a hard time.
But I'm great, really. I usually I don't have a problem. I'm unlike other my friends. I usually don't wake up in the middle of the night.
That's good.
It's interesting. I did have, what the PSA test is. I
Mhm.
had a physical, and I didn't know I had COVID when I had the physical. It came out 2 days later, and that PSA went up to like 5 or 6, and it was always like 0.9. And then he had me take it again a few months later, dropped out to 3, and I just took it recently, it dropped out to 1. So COVID affects everything. So it caused inflammation of the prostate that I didn't feel or whatever. But people get the
Interesting.
yeah.
I hadn't heard that. I
Yeah.
had a little bit of drusen in my
Yeah.
one eye with COVID.
My internist said that he's seen it go up to 9 or 10 of people and then drop right down. So you just take anti-inflammatories, and if it's artificial, it'll drop down. If it's cancer, it will stay up. Then mine drop down. But COVID, we don't know what's happening with COVID in our bodies now for the next couple of years. I've had it twice. One time was bad one day, the other time was a nothing burger. And
I had it only once, and it kind of kicked my ass for a couple of
Oh,
weeks.
mine was
I don't know that I
both.
had long COVID, but I had some effects for
Right.
a while.
Mine was post-vaccination. Yours was pre-vaccination, so you weren't protected at all.
Right. And also too, whenever I get a vaccine now, it puts me down for a day.
Mm-hmm. Interesting enough, we talked about celiac. My daughter never had a problem until she was vaccinated, and then developed celiac disease literally a week or so after. And she is not taking any more vaccinations because of that. She thought that
You know,
the
I don't
response.
think that can be. You can't develop celiac in a week because they have to, unless she had some sort of intestinal biopsy prior that did not show damage, she cannot definitively say that the vaccine gave her COVID, because a celiac diagnosis comes from having inflammation, and there are certain markers they look for in your gut, which is why it's diagnosed only via an endoscopy. Right.
What
And you
about
have
the
to
blood?
not be eating gluten. You have to stop eating gluten for 6 weeks before you have that endoscopy, because they need to see the natural state of your intestines.
Now, what about the blood test that she took that was the antibody marker?
Not the gold standard.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So I
Yep,
have
no.
had endoscopies, and my surgeon said, "Hey, I know you're gluten-free. Do you want me to grab some tissue to test for that?" And I said, "Well, I wish we would
Why
have
not?
tested it earlier, just because I haven't had gluten for, 11 years. So I would need to have some and then try." And so,
Mhm.
yeah.
Well, I can't convince her, so I'm done.
Well, as long as, you know what, the reason why I never bothered once I got the test that to diagnose a severe intolerance, which is what I have, it's a stool and saliva test, and it's over the course of 3 days that you have samples taken. And I opted not to get tested for celiac because does it matter if I have celiac or if I'm severely intolerant? The treatment in both ways is stop eating it. So what does a label do for me? That's why I opted out. Let's see how our classes
Yeah,
are looking.
I'm looking. People are piling in. Every time I renew it, the glaucoma track, it seems to be people are staying there because now Murray's lecture is essentially the same amount of people as Michael's was.
By the way, Adam, I just saw my 3 pop-ups, but I had to refresh to get them, and I still haven't seen anything in the lobby.
Oh, interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I'm refreshing right now just to see, and I got a whole lot of nothing.
Yeah, and I'm talking to the Audentio guys about it tomorrow. I mean, it's more difficult than you would imagine to actually push things to people in real time.
I bet.
To several thousand people, and it's not something I think that is fully fleshed out here yet, but I think it should be, and this is what I'm going to explain to them, that for any sort of live thing that you're doing, where you're flying without a net here, the ability to rapidly contact everybody at once is important.
Yeah.
Just so if things are going south or whatever, you can let people know quickly. So we'll see if they can come up with some sort of an idea of how to implement that for April. Because if I do have a reliable feature like that, I will not hesitate to use it, throughout the day as we go on,
Right.
as important things come up.
Well, we have a goodly number of people here. I think some are starting to drop off, but
Yep.
but still, it's nothing to sneeze at. Lots of people, which is fabulous.
Yep.
About 1,200, and well, these lectures are the 2 lectures, not glaucoma, are very, very specific areas, and people just might not pique their interest.
Yeah.
Right.
But we want to have diversity, though. We don't want to have, dry eye, cross-linking,
Right.
amniotic membranes. You just don't want to have the same thing over and over again for people because they all know it. They don't want to hear it. So we're trying to have, even if less people attend these specific lectures or little niches, it's still great to have. And I know if I was in practice still, I'd like to know how to a little bit more about contact lenses in pediatrics because I didn't fit many 5 and 6 year olds.
Well, there's still 1,200 people here. And also,
Yeah.
this is just the first event out of the gate. So I'm betting that in April, we'll see more people jumping into different lectures in order to get additional credits. Or we might have even more people coming who hadn't registered previously, and they'll look for glaucoma first. So it's, as you said, it's win-win all around.
What's interesting is that it was skewed towards Freeburg and a lot less for Don Teague in the sports division, and now it's more equalized into the contact lens and brain trauma, where it's pretty much the same. So people are choosing to take what they're most interested in, and as we go into them, it does. It didn't increase there, but it's funny. We're looking at numbers that we've never seen before. As Adam knows, that we would have beginning, let's say, 5, 6, 7 years ago, 400 or 500 people at a time, and now it's tripled and quadrupled and quintupled. And so this is the new reality.
Absolutely.
And that's with actually there was another national lecture, one of those freebies that well, I won't comment on the quality, but that is not taking place today. So in quotes, our competition doesn't exist. There was a Friday, Saturday event.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here's a new problem from Matt Swillinger. Ed, do you want to handle this one?
Sure.
What is the problem? Let me see here.
Oh, it's a survey question.
Question was,
Terwilliger. That's a great name, Terwilliger.
after attending a course, I was to provide an assessment, yet when the page opened, the only option I had was to return to assessment. I'm not sure what he means.
Well, at least his name isn't Sideshow Bob.
Things just increased also again in the lectures. People are piling in. We're only about 100 different from our peak.
I bet I'll be able to figure out what he did wrong here. Okay, so he's registered. His last activity was 4 minutes ago. Let's see. Oh, that's right.
Adam, do you know Sideshow Bob's middle name?
No.
It's Underdunk.
Like Terwilliger's from something, isn't that a famous?
It's a street.
person?
It's a street in Portland. Actually, it's one of the longest streets that runs along the west side of town here. So the way that we go into Portland is we take Terwilliger into downtown Portland. So most of the Simpsons characters are named after streets here. So there's Flanders Street and so forth. So as you're going around downtown Portland, you see all the different character names. And in fact, we have the Ned Flanders Crossing, which is a pedestrian bridge.
Oh my God. You never showed me the Ned Flanders Crossing.
So
I'm upset.
They just built it actually about a year ago, 2 years ago. They inaugurated it. So yeah, it crosses Flanders Street, and they call it the Ned Flanders Crossing.
I need to see that.
Let me see if I can find a picture of it for you.
Oh, wow. I'm looking it up now. There's on travelportland.com. There is something.
Yeah, so the Ned Flanders Crossing.
I love that.
Yep.
Simpsons Landmarks in Portland, the official guide.
There's like a million it's so funny as you're walking around and you're like, oh, so that's who that guy was named after.
Burnside Street, Montgomery Park.
Who was, Ed, the things I don't know, who was Ned Flanders?
Oh my God.
He was the next door neighbor to the Simpson family. His wife Maud ended up dying, and his children Rod and Todd are goody goodies. And he always wears a green sweater with a shirt under it. And he is very religious and is very happy go lucky. And he says, "Oakley dokley, neighbor."
That's a pretty good description.
Thank you. Yes, the porn stash too. Van Houten Avenue.
Yes.
Okay, but where did Millhouse get his name?
Yeah, I think they just were making fun of Richard Nixon. I don't think there's a Millhouse here. I've never
Okay.
seen one. But so many of
And
the
he
names.
spells it with one L too, Millhouse.
Yep. So yeah. It is funny. You don't even think about it though when you're on Terwilliger. You don't even think about Sideshow Bob at this point. You think about, oh, I'm going to the hospital. That's where all the hospitals are.
Mayor Quimby,
Yeah, Quimby Street.
who was the JFK takeoff. Reverend Lovejoy.
Right, Lovejoy is one of the major streets downtown.
And Kearney, I didn't understand.
Also a street. So the
Yeah,
streets.
but I don't know who Kearney the character is.
He's one of the bullies. So the streets in downtown Portland are named alphabetically. So, yeah. So you pass by all this stuff as you're driving downtown. I'm sure it's a major revelation.
Which
for
one
some
was
people.
the bully? The only one I remember is Nelson.
No, the three bullies.
So is he the tall, skinny one? It's not Nelson, so I don't know who the other ones are.
By the way, I have a little information. I got an email.
Oh,
about...
the bald one. Okay.
Yeah.
Zizwitz?
I don't know.
According to this website, it says that on some Northeast street signs, sometimes people draw a D to make it Ned Flanders Street. That's awesome. Yeah, I think I think next time we do this in person, I need a Springfield tour. This is cool. And I do see a sidewalk drawing of Bart. It looks like it's drawn in concrete on some sidewalk somewhere. That's cool. Man, this is pathetic that everything is running so smoothly that we are left to talk about the Simpsons landmarks in Portland.
I'm just
Well,
trying. I'm trying to help Matt
I have
here
some.
get through his little issue, but other than that, yeah.
I have some on topic stuff. I just received an email for a webinar for New Jersey ODs. I'm sure other people can take it. And to show you the difference, they're offering 4 CE credit for if you're a member, $100. If you're not, $150. And they said join us with the other 49 people. So you see how you're not going to get any registration for those fees when there's so many other avenues to take courses for. We're talking about $150 for 4 courses. That's like $37.50 a credit, right? That's literally 1/12 we're charging, and it's the same kind of format. So
Yep.
that's what they have. Join the other 49 people.
Yeah.
Now let's scale that. New Jersey has about 2,000 active ODs, so the ratio is very low. And of those 49, probably 20 of them are the president, vice president, secretary, treasurer, etc., because they want to support the organization. Sorry, my phone rang. That's
By
our
the way, just
landline.
to circle back and close the loop on this Simpsons thing, that picture that I said was drawn in concrete, it turns out that Matt Groening drew it at the Lincoln High School, and he did it in the cement there because he graduated from there in 72.
Oh, that's
So
funny.
that's where the drawing is. So now I'll stop talking about the Simpsons. So we're coming up on
I think we
taking
should
the time out here, I think.
Yep. Because we have our lectures, our interviews a little bit later.
Yeah, things are running quite smoothly.
Yep, as expected. It's kind of like every conference. Well, this one was much more challenging because of all the changes we made. And if you look at the amount of people, Gretchen, we've got 735 now. He's close to the record in Dr. Fingerit's course. 353 in Tammy's and 316 in 353 in Viola's and 316. Yeah, so if I
What's
add
the
that up,
record, by the way?
I'm not sure. I think did Freeberg have more last time, Adam? I forget.
I don't remember.
1100. We're basically at that 1450 in the courses and that 77 people in the lobby. So we're almost
Those poor
we give
saps hanging
or
out.
take 100 people. And I'm sure it's not unique people again as the afternoon takes hold. But we're very happy with the attendance. We're very happy with the courses, and I haven't seen the latest ones, but I've been going into the rooms and just seeing how some speakers are a little bit more creative in their lecture slides, and others are very they use the approach of making it very specific, just black and white, and they both work. So it just depends on what you want. We used to have a doctor, and we haven't had her for a while. I won't mention the name, but she would do lectures with music and.
Oh, I know who you mean. She did the dance party.
Correct. Yeah.
By the way, this is Jake. This is our cat who is soon to be 13. He's
This
a
is
little
the one
tiny
that-
guy. He's only about 8 pounds. He's all black. He's a Bombay cat.
Now, is this the one that has a health issue?
He has some digestive problems. He has IBD, and about a year ago, we call it a little squid. We don't know what it was. He was not doing really well, and we took him in, and they removed some sort of lesion from his liver, and it looked like a squid. We don't know. Nobody knows what it was. So this little guy at age almost 12 had abdominal surgery.
Wow. But they can live, 17, 18 years easily.
Oh, you want to get down? Okay, there you go. Oh, so now he wants out. Hang on, let me go.
So I just typed a novel here to try to help Matt with his problem. I just realized that he wasn't registered for the conference. He has 2 accounts and was logged into the wrong one.
Okay. What videos are you going to be playing at him during the break? I'm just curious.
I'll do the same ones as yesterday. I want to show off the Solix again because that's such a cool device. I think everyone should take a look at it.
Not being registered for the conference is quite the challenge.
Yeah, so that's what I didn't realize. So sometimes if people can't see the links on the left side, what it means is that they're not fully logged in, right? They're not actually, they don't have all the tools that everyone else has because they're not really supposed to be at the conference, right? Because they're logged into the wrong account. And that can only happen if they have an ODwire account already, or 2 ODwire accounts. They're logged into the wrong one that they didn't use to register for the conference, and then they try to come to the conference using that account. And my solution to this is always, when I figure it out,
delete one account.
Well, no, I actually just enable the conference on their other account.
Right.
Well, just to make it quick and easy, and if that's one he's here with, just make it easy and let the guy go to his class.
So that's actually perfect because during the break I could be at my lecture. Actually, no, that's at 3:25. I'm sorry, because we have it can be a 2-hour lecture. I bet you it pops up for Dr. Petrosian's second lecture on makeup, because I think a lot of people, both men and women, will attend that. I have to be careful what I say here now.
And now you're just being a pain by saying it that way.
By highlighting it, yes.
Yes.
But we have some men color their hair, some, I mean, use Lumify. We don't always just let it go.
Good.
Okay. Classes are.
What do you have for us on the break, Ed?
We're just gonna, so it's break time, right? So we're gonna talk about the Solix again, and then go into the and then we're gonna do the Sue Resnick interview again with water surface lenses. So same thing as yesterday for an hour and a half. So that'll give me time to help people out as they need it.
And hopefully hit the restroom and get something to eat.
Yes, that would be a great thing too, since I've been sitting here since about 5 a.m. So, okay. All right, guys. Well, then let me do that. Let me turn that on, and I guess I will catch up with you guys in a little bit.
Okay. We'll be back.
See you back
How
in a
long is
bit.
that about? An hour?
About an hour and a half.
Okay.
Yep, 90 minutes. See you later.
Bye.
Tonight, we're going to be talking all about a brand new product, which is something we love doing here. So we're introducing the OptiView Solix by Visionix, and this is the first full range SD OCT. And I can't tell you all the details about the product because I'm certainly no expert, but fortunately we have the expert here tonight, Dr. Julie Rodman, who's a professor at Nova Southeastern, who I think just about everyone's familiar with. She is the expert on OCT. It's really great to have her here today to talk to us all about this new device. She has extensive experience with it already, and she can go over some of its features and really catch you up to speed on what it's all about. So that's enough for me. Julie, why don't you take it away?
Okay, thank you so much, Adam. As Adam said, this is Dr. Julie Rodman. For those of you that don't know me, I am a professor at Nova Southeastern in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and chief of the Broward Eye Care Institute in downtown Fort Lauderdale. And I have been fortunate to have the Solux in the clinic for the last couple of months because I was doing a very cool study on it. So I have had an opportunity to play with it. And I will tell you that I have not been so excited about using a new OCT in a very long time. This machine is rocking it. That's all I can say. So let me get started here. So as Adam alluded to, I'm going to go through some of the amazing things that Solux is going to bring to us, starting with full range anterior segment. And I'm going to show you images of everything that I'm talking about. So what does full range anterior segment mean? Essentially, it's going to give us a panoramic view of the anterior segment of the eye from the front surface of the cornea to the posterior surface of the lens. So we don't have to go through multiple images to essentially see the entire front surface of the eye. And I do want to say that when I first got this machine, everyone that knows me knows I love retina, but when I first got this machine, this feature took my breath away. So my husband is on the side. When I have this machine in front of me, this is what captures my attention. But this scan is incredible, and you'll see it in just a minute. We also are going to still have the ability to look at ocular surface disease and angle assessment. So that is obviously going to carry over from the Avanti and all other OptiView units. Full range retina, the scans are going to be bigger. They're going to have better resolution, better definition. The glaucoma protocol is one of the biggest modifications in this new Solux device. There is a new scan pattern that's going to make the repeatability and reproducibility much better, allowing us to have faster detection, better detection, and better care of our patients. The angioanalytics we all know and love. I still think that OptiView owns the market in this area. We were the first OCTA to have this angioanalytics FDA approved. We have quantitative data that has been FDA approved. So we rock in this area. We still are the only ones to have that. We have excellent projection, artifact removal that, again, in my opinion, is unparalleled. The Angio Wellness platform put OptiView on the map. This is really the platform or the protocol that allows us to early detect disease. If you can't find disease, you can't treat disease. So let's jump into some of these amazing images. So here, pardon me, let me go back. Here is that incredible anterior segment, anterior chamber image that I was talking about. What you'll notice here is this is what we call a full panoramic view of the front part of the eye, from anterior cornea to posterior surface of the lens. Everything is on one image. And like I said before, every time I see this, these images blow me away. One of the really cool things about this is that we're not going to have to take separate angle images, and I'm going to go into more detail in just a minute, because everything is essentially on this one image. You can even view a cataract through the lens because the definition and the resolution is so outstanding. This was a picture of a patient that I took. You will notice that this Solux also has the ability to take a picture. So on the left side of the screen, you'll see this really pretty picture of an anterior chamber implant with an LPI. And what's really neat is that you can actually image the anterior chamber right along, or you can view the anterior chamber right alongside the picture. So you'll notice on my anterior chamber scan here that you can see this anterior chamber lens situated right here. So I think this is super, super cool, because if you have a patient that has an anterior segment pathology like a pterygium or a pinguecula or a conjunctival intraepithelial neoplasm that you want to look at on OCT, you can actually look at the image simultaneously with the OCT. So this is a new feature of the Solux, and it's also pretty incredible. This is just a summary of some of the great anterior segment features of this technology. So we are carrying over the epithelial thickness map testing, which we use in dry eye assessment and also assessment of other anterior segment abnormalities. We can measure tear meniscus by looking at the corneal line scan. We can do an on-phos map of the corneal tear film interface to look for dry eye or any other surface abnormalities. And this is super cool. This is new. This technology has an infrared image that allows us to look at the meibomian gland patency. So you can see here in these images, the little kind of gray lines here are meibomian glands that perhaps have atrophied. So you can check patients over time and check for the patency of their meibomian glands. So this is a new feature and a fantastic, exciting feature for those of you that love treating dry eye. These are some more anterior segment features. We're all familiar and love the pachymetry assessment that you can see here on the left-hand side of the screen. This is the good old-fashioned way that we used to measure on the Avanti. We used to measure angles, and I will tell you that I get a lot of questions from colleagues on how to properly assess angles using OCT, and the Solix takes away so much of the questions, or so many of the questions that I get asked, because you don't have to worry about having the patient look in a certain direction or move their eye a certain way to reduce parallax or to reduce any aberration. With this new technology, you can image angles straight on. You can put your calipers right in the little crevice here, and you will have your anterior segment measurement, or I'm sorry, your angle measurement. So this is a huge, huge benefit of this machine, because there are so many errors in angle assessment when you don't know how to do it properly. So using the Solix and using this full range AC feature really takes the guesswork out of it. The next amazing feature, just kind of going through our list, is what we call full range retina. So one of the things that this technology is bringing to us is a bigger scan. What you'll notice here is that this scan is a 6x16. So that is a huge scan. So in this patient here, this happens to be a high myope. We all know that imaging high myopes on OCT is often extremely difficult, because the images give you a very convex shape and you can't always get it on one scan. But using the full range retina and using this new larger scan, wider, deeper scan, is going to allow us to get the entire image on one scan. And just to kind of put this into perspective, if you look at our competition, this is what they're imaging. They're imaging a 2mm on average window. Look how much of the retina you'd be missing essentially if you didn't have this taller scan. So this is a huge asset, because especially in high myopes, you can get a lot of pathology that's not happening directly in the foveal area. So if you had a macular schisis, or you had some type of pathology that was happening outside of this 2mm width, you essentially would have to go through multiple raster scans to capture the entirety of the lesion. These images, second to the full range AC, are ridiculously incredible for being my favorite. So the Solix gives us many options, just like the Avanti did. There's a 3x3 that's not imaged on this particular slide. There's a 6.4 by 6.4, 9x9, and now a 12x12. And if that's not enough for you, you can do a montage as well. But look at the resolution. So we're often told, you know, when I've been talking about OCTA for years now, and one of the biggest downsides to OCTA is that, or used to be that, when you're getting farther out and you're trying to get more, you know, bang for your buck, you're going to lose resolution. Well, that no longer is the case. These images have a ridiculous amount of clarity. The resolution, its high definition is just, you can see, I mean, I don't need to tell you that, pardon me, that the resolution of these scans is really tremendous. And this is a 12x12, this is a big scan. So we can find pathology now and not have to worry, is that an artifact or not, because we're going to carry the resolution over that we had on the Avanti. It's going to be even better now because you can get farther out. So this is another huge change that Solix is bringing. And I am very excited about it, because it's actually taking a lot of the guesswork out of OCT interpretation. So on the Avanti, we used to have this color metric on the left-hand side. It was a rainbow. We had red, yellow, green, light blue, dark blue. And essentially when a practitioner, including myself, saw red, I would say, uh-oh, that patient is falling outside of the reference database. They're abnormal. And what began to happen is that I was picking up on a lot of, quote, red disease. Essentially what that means is that I was identifying patients that were abnormal when maybe they really weren't abnormal. Okay? Maybe they didn't fall within the selected reference database, but that doesn't necessarily mean the patient's abnormal. So the new metrics, or the enhanced reference database metrics, have a new color scale, which you can see here. And essentially what this is going to do for us is it's going to take away a lot of that red disease. So if a patient falls somewhere between the 99, 95th percentile in here, and we're not sure, well, do they really belong in the red? Do they really belong in the yellow? Where do they fall? They're going to get this orange kind of diagonal line. And that tells us, hold on, doctor, that doesn't necessarily mean my patient's abnormal. It means we're going to take another look at them. We're going to think about it. Maybe they're going to go red, or maybe they're going to stay in that orange, or maybe they might even be yellow, but they're not necessarily abnormal. And this, again, is going to help us to not use or not devote the word red to so many patients that might not necessarily be abnormal. So you can see on this presentation here that the RNFL thickness map is demonstrating this new RDB, and you can see these orange kind of hash marks here showing us that those areas, yes, they're on the borderline. They're falling somewhere in that 95th to 99th percentile, but they might not necessarily be red. And on the same idea, we have it with the blues. So if a patient isn't necessarily in that really low 1%, but they're somewhere down there, they're going to have that hatch mark in the lighter blue, which you'll see on the retinal thickness map. So these color scales are going to transfer over not only to our RNFL, but also to our retina scans. And as you can see here, this is in a quartile or quantile method, the same idea. We're going to use the same RDB colors to show the statistical significance of various parameters using this new color scale. This is an example of what a bilateral AngioView retina report will look like. There's a lot of data on here. So what we should do as practitioners to make it easier is to start off on the two outside columns. The first thing you're going to notice is that, yes, not only does the Solix have an anterior segment camera capability, it has a posterior segment camera capability. So what you're noticing first is that we took two retinal photos, obviously right eye, left eye. Directly underneath the color photo, you can see the B scan. The B scan can be displayed with or without flow overlay. This particular one has a flow overlay. Directly beneath that, you can see the GCC thickness map on a micron scale, and you can see the retinal thickness map using the new and improved RDB database that I just discussed. In the center, you can see the angioanalytic platform for the right eye, the left eye, with each of the pre-cut slabs that ODwire is known for: superficial, deep, outer retina, and choriocapillaris. And on the bottom of the printout, you're going to see all of the parameters that apply to our analytic platform. FAZ that we know and love, our retinal thickness map, superficial vessel density, deep vessel density, all in a quantitative numerical way that's easy to follow. So even though at first glance it might seem like a lot of data, it's actually very easy to interpret if you kind of start on the outside and move your way in. And it also allows you to look at an inter-eye relationship. How does one eye compare to the other, all on one page? So I said before that the glaucoma protocol has changed tremendously, and it has changed tremendously for the better. So what I'd like to do here, when my friends at ODwire first gave me this slide, I said, oh man, there's no way that I'm going to be able to discuss this. But believe it or not, I actually became a little bit of a scientist when I tried to learn what this technology is doing. So on the top part here is our old glaucoma stuff. And on the bottom, I'm sorry, vice versa, retina, glaucoma. So let's start off on this side first. This is what the old Avanti used to work on. What this is it used a grid style map. It was a 6x6 grid style map with 250 and 500 micron spacing to look at abnormalities. So essentially, if a patient had an abnormality that fell somewhere within one of these grids, you would find it. But what if the patient shifted fixation? What if the ETDRS shifted? You would lose that defect either because the micron spacing was too large or because the map was not big enough to capture it. So what the Solix is doing differently is it's using a cube style grid, or not a grid, it's a cube style, it's a retina cube. It's a 6.4 by 6.4, so it's bigger, and it's 12.5 micron spacing. So it's a tremendous advantage over what the Avanti used to do. So if the patient shifts fixation and you're worried, oh my God, am I going to miss the lesion? There's a very small probability now that you're going to miss the lesion with this new technology. On the bottom, you'll see that our RNFL for glaucoma used to be based on a radial line pattern because it was super, super fast to get. For those of you that are familiar with this, with the Avanti, super fast to get a radial line RNFL scan. But again, lots of space between the concentric rings. The new Solix is going to again use a cube, a 6 times 6, 512 by 512, giving us 11.7 micron spacing. So you're going to get so much more information in between the lines than you did with the concentric rings. And here is a really pretty example of what I'm talking about. On the left-hand side is an example of what we were using on the Avanti, these radial scans, okay? Very fast, very efficient, but more prone to missing things than the new Solix. Check it out. Love this. So you can see how close together these lines are, allowing us to take a much more specific look, or more precise look at abnormalities than on the old radial pattern. So in turn, what is this going to do for us? We've improved the scan pattern. Okay, we know that we have much tighter microns. We're getting more information. So what does this do for the doctor? Well, essentially, it's going to give us better reproducibility and repeatability. Well, what does that mean? It means that if you were to look at the Avanti, just for argument's sake, let's say we were looking at the superior RNFL on the Avanti. The repeatability is 2.2 microns. On the Solix for the same area, the repeatability is 0.7. Well, what does that mean, Dr. Rodman? I don't understand. It basically means that if you have a 1 micron change that you're trying to pick up on, it's going to take you almost double the amount of time to pick up on that abnormality than it would if you had the Solix with a 0.7 micron change or repeatability factor. Okay, so it's going to take us a lot less time to diagnose someone with glaucoma. And as we all know, glaucoma is a disease of progression, and we're looking for change over time. So this is very important. And something else to keep in mind is that OptiView is, there might be one I don't know about, but OptiView is, in what I know, the only one that bases their GCC on 3 layers: the nerve fiber layer, the ganglion cell layer, and the IPL. The IPL is often missed, and the IPL is super important because it does carry information on the axons which go into the optic nerve head. So that's a super important thing that may be missing from the other companies. So here's a map that shows you exactly what I was talking about. On the top would be, let's say, a schematic of the Avanti. On the bottom is the Solix. You can see that it would take each of these little yellow dots is a visit. It would take all of these visits at a little more than 1.5 years to find that the patient actually is progressing with the 2.2 micron reproducibility, versus on the Solix, you can see how much less time, 3/4 of a year, using that 0.7 micron change. So it's a much tighter amount of time, gives us better information because of the new scan pattern, and allows us to make a diagnosis in a faster amount of time. This is what the glaucoma printout looks like. So before I showed you the AngioView retina printout, this is what the glaucoma printout looks like. And again, a lot of information, very easy to interpret. So what you'll notice is we start off again on the 2 outside columns. We have an optic nerve head photo here. Okay, so before we had retinal photos, here we have optic nerve head photos. Right next to the optic nerve head photo, you can see the RDB. What this is telling us is, where does this scan differ from the reference database. So those colors are showing us where there's areas of abnormality. If you go down, you can see that there's a GCC thickness map on a micron scale. And what's super cool about this printout is that I started off telling you that we have this RDB map up here. Right below it, we have our RNFL thickness map using the new RDB or reference database. And then below that, we have our angioanalytic platform with this radial peripapillary capillary density map. So you essentially have 1, 2, 3 ways, all kind of right in line for you to assess an abnormality. You don't have to go through scans. You don't have to flip between images. This is showing you 3 different representations of nerve fiber layer thinning in a potential glaucoma patient. So if you don't necessarily love angio and you're not familiar with it, you can use your RNFL thickness map. You can look at the reference database colors up here. So there's a lot of different ways. Then you can look at things which I'm showing over here on a quantitative map. So if you like numbers, you can look at things either in a hemispheric or quadrant analysis. And on the bottom, we have our good old-fashioned B-scan. And the B-scan is actually movable. So you can take your mouse and you can move through the scan. You don't have to go to your 3D baseline map. In the center here, we have all of our metrics. These are the metrics that we all know and love with OptiView. Very easy to understand: our RNFL analysis, our optic nerve head analysis, GCC analysis. And then on the bottom, we have our angio, our radial peripapillary capillary density metric or map. So, and our T-SNP maps are still there. So everything is in one very, I think, easy to interpret way. And again, the ability to have all this information on one page allows us to look at inner eye symmetry or asymmetry, depending on what the condition is. We also have amazing post-processing alignment. And the purpose of this is so that we can look for change over time. So if the patient moves, or if the scan moves, or something goes awry, there's a lot of room for error because of this excellent post-processing alignment technology. This is an example of what the change analysis or trend analysis would look like. This is new and improved. I love it. The top, you can see the RNFL based on that RDB map that I talked about before. Underneath it, you can see the GCC map on a thickness scale. Here's my T-SNP maps with all of our events that we're used to seeing on the Avanti. One of the biggest changes down here is the representation of change. So this is super easy to understand. You can look at any area of the RNFL, and all you have to ask yourself is this straight or is it going down? If it's a plateau and it's straight, the patient's doing well. If it's going down, if it's trending down, the patient is obviously progressing. So this gives us much more specific information than we used to see on the trend analysis. We used to just have one map. Now we can specifically look at areas. We can look at hemispheric analysis. This gives us 6 representation versus 1. And over here, you can still see from first to last visit what's happening and the differences between the eyes. And we all know and love the angio. That is still there. We still have all of these metrics available. We have flow area measurements for things like choroidal neovascular membranes. We have no flow measurements for things like diabetes or vascular occlusive disease. We have fovea vascular zone measurements for diabetes, vein occlusions, any ischemic condition. Retinal vessel density, warm colors, good perfusion, dark colors, less perfusion. And then our ability to look at the radial peripapillary capillaries, which is extremely useful in our glaucoma patients. And we all know and love the wellness platform. This is, again, what put OptiView on the map. You can't diagnose disease if you can't find disease. So we want to get into the habit of running a wellness map or wellness scan on patients. And when we find disease, bring them back and use the amazing capabilities or the more advanced scans that the machine has. I'm just going to run through a couple of examples, which I think will kind of summarize my presentation today. This is an example of wellness. So this is a 45-year-old African-American female. She's got a decent A1C of 7 We want it in the real world or realistically to be below 6. She's got diabetes for 10 years with excellent blood sugar control. And really what I want to emphasize here is that you look at her fundus image, she may have 1 or 2 MAs. You look at her OCT, she looks amazing. So, you know, before the advent of OCT, this is a patient that we would say, please come back in a year. I'm really proud, you're doing amazingly well. Well, let's say you did run a wellness scan on her. You get the wellness scan, you have your B scans on top, you have your retinal thickness maps, you have your ganglion cell complex, you have RDB, you have the addition now of angio analytics on the bottom, and you ask yourself, what do I do with this? What does this mean? Well, when you get really good at interpreting angio, you're going to appreciate that there actually is something not so good with this vessel density map. The RDB map is falling a little bit outside of our reference database. So here I show you our patient on the bottom for a diabetic patient versus the control. So you can learn to appreciate what this wellness scan is telling us is maybe this patient isn't doing quite as well as we thought she was. How would I manage her differently? I probably would communicate with the primary care physician and bring her back sooner than I would have without it. So early detection, early diagnosis equals better care. Some retinal case examples. Diabetic retinopathy, we know in a normal patient without, I shouldn't say normal, but a patient without diabetic retinopathy, we have a very well perfused superficial and deep papillary plexus with a very nice circular foveolae vascular zone. In our diabetic patients, we know that we can look for less perfusion throughout the superficial and deep plexi. We can see enlargement of the foveolae vascular zone. We can see microaneurysm formation, and we can see bunches of areas of blackness, which are areas of non-perfusion. So being able to identify these microvascular abnormalities early on is really crucial in taking the best care of the patient. Here's another, this is going back to our patient that had maybe 1 or 2 MAs with a normal OCT. We did the wellness scan and we identified that she had some abnormalities on her vessel density map. So we brought her back and we ran the Solix for the best, you know, get the best information that we can. And we come up with this. And essentially, this is what I was telling you, is that even though fundoscopically on B-scan, structurally, we think she looks okay, she's got a lot of stuff happening behind the scenes that potentially could lead to this in a year. So the idea is we don't want this to happen. We want to arrest this at the stage where she is over here. Okay, we don't want it to go on and develop massive areas of poor perfusion. We can't even see the foveolae vascular zone. So this is what we want to stop. Here's another 50-year-old diabetic female who's been a diabetic for 10 years with an A1C of 5.9, her vision's 20/20 in both eyes. And I look at the pictures and I'm like, man, she looks pretty good. But on really close inspection, I noticed that there was something happening in this parafoveal area. And I'm like, what the heck is that? Let's get some angiography and see what is going on. And I was really impressed with these images. She's got all of these microaneurysm, kind of anomalous capillary network in that foveal area. And she really didn't have any other maculopathy or fundus abnormalities going on, but I thought this was super neat that you can actually see with this precision what's happening in this macular area. If you look at the deep plexus of her right eye, this abnormality goes down to the deep plexus. And her left eye looked similar, and in fact, probably even worse. You can see there's a lot of areas of capillary non-perfusion throughout, which continues on through the deep plexus. And then I brought her back. I was curious what would happen if I brought her back a couple of months later. I wanted to look at a multi-scan or trend analysis. And nothing happened. So actually, I should take that back. This area looked pretty normal, but look at this. She is getting worse. She has a big patch of capillary non-perfusion here, and this is really over the course of about 2.5 months. So this technology continues to blow me away. It's showing me things that I certainly cannot just see on fundus exam. And the patient was actually able to really appreciate these images and understand when you say to them black is bad, they understand that something is not going right and they need to do a better job. And that's her other eye. Another diabetic here, you know, again, at first glance, it doesn't look too bad. She doesn't have a ton, or the patient doesn't have a ton of retinopathy, but there is something going on right here if you look very closely. And what you'll appreciate here is brilliantly, this is neovascularization. You know, you move your, you can make a custom slab and move your line to the vitreoretinal interface, and you will pick up on these this neovascular frond. So maybe you weren't sure. I certainly wasn't, because there wasn't a whole lot of retinopathy going on. But this certainly said to me, yeah, she's got neovascularization there, and this prompted me to send her to the retina specialist. This is a newer patient that I just had that I was very excited about. So this is actually imaged on the Solix. This is the fundus photo was imaged on the Solix. And what I wanted to show you is that you can actually move your line. You can move the green line up and down, and your B scans will move with it. And you can see the angio right next to it. So not only can you manipulate the picture to look along the B scan, so you can specifically look at an abnormality, but you can also look at the angio at the same time. And we are the only people, or the only company, that can put all three of these technologies on the same platform. This is a patient that has diabetic macular edema. We can't even barely see the fovea vascular zone. There's lots of anomalous vasculature in here with areas of capillary non-perfusion. But the other eye is just amazing. Here's another image on the Solix. You can see there's an abnormal area here. And these photos can be made bigger, by the way. What I wanted to do is just show you everything on the same printout, but you can blow up this picture. You can increase contrast. You can take away exposure. You can do whatever you want to really make things pop. And here are these ridiculous, when I got this image, I sent it to all my buddies over at Visionix, and I said, I love this image. Fovea vascular zone is completely anomalous, and look at all of these beautiful neovascular fronds. Not so good for the patient, but certainly fun for us to look at. I'm going to switch over to AMD. I'm almost done. Just a couple more cases. A 66-year-old Caucasian who had a history of AMD. She feels like things have gotten worse in this left eye. There is an anomalous lesion here in the macula. And look, just check it out. I mean, this is a 9x9 scan. It might even be a 12x12. I can't tell. I think it's a 12x12. It's incredible. Look at the resolution of that choroneovascular membrane. And this did not take any manipulation. This is just straight on imaging. This is a patient with geographic atrophy. This is a 9x9. And I think you can appreciate here that, again, the quality of these images, no manipulation necessary, patients looking straight ahead, is incredible. I mean, you can visualize all the way down here to the choroidal vasculature. You can even use this technology to monitor GA over time, which I'm starting to do just because the resolution is so excellent. And you can see the en-face image right beside it. So one is structure, one is giving you function, and you're able to look at them side by side with excellent precision. I put the red square in there to highlight that if you were to use a good old-fashioned angio, you would capture probably, what does that come out to, about half of the lesion. You'd be missing this whole area of the lesion. So this new wide field capability, or the wider fields of view of these images, really allows you to capture the entire image in one frame. Another patient, question, is it a CNV? Is it not a CNV? You can see that there is some bleeding there. There is an anomalous area in the macula. And again, check out the choroneovascular membrane. Now, this patient was not very cooperative, and I wanted to put it in here just to show you that even when you don't have a cooperative patient, even though you can see there are some saccades, there are some blinks, you can still capture brilliantly this choroneovascular membrane. And this is a massive one. So this one was a 6x6, and I believe I have her on a 9x9 too. There's the 9x9. So this, you can it just shows you in perspective how much area this chorioneovascular membrane is taking up. And again, not a good patient, a lot of movement. The image was still able to capture. So a lot of times you have these difficult patients that can't fixate, perhaps because they have a CNV, and we just give up and we say, we're not even going to try to get an image. But guess what? You can get an image. This machine is able to get through so much mess because of the post-processing power and the projection artifact removal. And then glaucoma, just to sum this up, you know, these images were taken on the Solix. These are two optic nerve head photos taken on the Solix. When I looked at these, I thought that the left eye looked a little suspicious for glaucoma. There was definitely some asymmetry in the cupping. So I went ahead and ran a report, and here is my report on this patient. And I was shocked to see that essentially that left eye did not fall too much outside of where the right eye fell. Most of the parameters came out within our reference database. One thing I did notice is that the GCC, again, was falling in that orange zone in both eyes. So something to keep in mind, something to watch, something to see in a patient that does not have any other retinal disease. When the GCC is abnormal, we want to keep an eye on it, make sure it's not an early indicator of glaucoma. Again, we have our angio maps here, everything that you could possibly want on this page. This is another patient, very, very puffed in that right eye, somewhat puffed in the left eye. Is it glaucoma? Is it not glaucoma? And this kind of goes back to why that R&R, that better 0.7 micron resolution change is so important, because we want to be able to pick up on glaucoma as early as possible. So here's kind of a magnified report. I picked out pieces just to show you. We have our on-FOSS images on top. We have our RNFL images. And in this particular patient, there was asymmetry. That right eye that was much more cupped than the left is definitely showing some RNFL defect, which you can see here, which we're not seeing on the other eye. You have the vessel density map, that peripapillary or radial peripapillary capillary density map. So you have a way of looking everything side by side, and you have all of your metrics in the middle that we talked about before with the new RDB. So I think that is it. Let me see. Yes. I hope that I got through my excitement to all of you. I'm happy to share or answer any questions that anyone might have.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much, Julie. That was actually a really great tour. I think probably just about all of us out there haven't really had exposure to the technology yet. So thank you for giving us an introduction. By the way, if anyone wants to ask questions, click on the question box on the right side of the screen and feel free to ask, and we can try to answer a few of them here. So the first question, and Julie, I don't know if you're going to be prepared to answer this. What is the cost?
Well, it's a good thing I have people on here from the company to take that one. That's not for me to answer.
Right. So yeah, I don't know if anyone from the company wants to chime in with the approximate answer. Yes, no. Well, we'll move on to the next question. Maybe if somebody wants to jump in. Let's see.
From Visionics, if you want to book a virtual demo, we can go through the ROI calculator and show you kind of the features and then determine if it would fit with any of the clinics.
Okay, cool. Thanks, Rachel. So they do that online?
Yep, absolutely.
Excellent. So head on over to your website, I guess, and then just fill out the form, and that should do it. Cool. Okay. Question here, dilated or undilated pupils?
Every scan that you saw here was done through an undilated pupil. Believe it or not. No, actually, the chorioneovascular membrane was not. That was done through a dilated pupil. You can do it through both. It's the same as with the Avanti, the same exact idea. You know, you can try to do it undilated. I have had a lot of success, or you can always dilate. Either way.
Right. Question here, and I guess this is more of a general question. Somebody has a different brand of OCT right now, thinking of upgrading and moving to Solix. So the question is, how do you compare images from an older OCT to this new unit?
Well, there's two parts to that. I mean, for retina, I would compare OCT, OCTA to an MRI or a CT. Once you know how to interpret a scan, it really doesn't matter what technology you're on. Now, glaucoma is different. Glaucoma is going to depend on the platform that you're using because we all have different color-coded maps. We all have different metrics. So if you're familiar with one, you learn the other. I will add that Visionics has a platform called Visionics Academy, where there are tutorials on all different disease states and how to capture and interpret images. We also are going to have a platform where you are able to specifically ask me or another expert questions that may arise. So we have excellent customer support for the machine. I understand because when I first was starting to learn, I don't know what I would have done without my contacts over at the company. I was on the phone with them all the time. So I understand the importance of that. So yes, it's with the retina, same. You learn retina OCT, anterior segment OCT, it's easy. It's the glaucoma platform that is going to be different. And it's like learning to ride a bike. Once you learn it, you learn it.
Right. Question here, how fast is the image acquisition?
It takes about between 40 seconds and a minute in a cooperative patient. One of the differences between Solix and Avanti is that, for those of you that are familiar, Avanti would do two separate scans. We would get a horizontal, then it would stop, and then you would do a separate scan. The Solix goes straight through, which is actually an asset because the patient often, as you probably know, pulls back or stops participating if you allow them to. Whereas this scan is a continuous flow, so the patient stays in the machine situated in the same location throughout the entire scan. I would say it won't take more than a minute.
Right. So we've had a couple questions here about anterior segment. I know you didn't get too far into it. Someone was actually asking about scleral lenses as well. Can you speak at all to sort of the anterior seg functionality?
I don't know, Peter, if you want to chime off on that. I mean, I know that this is being used for scleral lenses. I don't fit scleral lenses, so I don't want to answer incorrectly. But whatever the Avanti did, the Solix can do better because you have that full range AC. But if anyone from Visionics has something to add, please do.
I can help you with that. Are you talking size-wise or are you talking functionality size-wise? We're looking 18 by 6.25 functionality. Do you have specific questions?
Yeah, so the question here just, will it show the full coverage of a scleral lens?
Give me just 1 second.
I mean, because that's the full range.
Are you talking vault and landing zone? Yes, if 16 millimeters.
Got it. Okay. Question here, does the machine utilize eye tracking technology?
Yes.
Excellent. And oh, interesting question. Can we use the device to screen for early keratoconus?
Well, I'll answer what I know about that, and then I'll let them chime in. But I know that you can use the epithelial thickness map to show you abnormal coloration or areas of redness where there's peaks or thinning or thing like that on the cornea. But if you guys have anything else to add, that's the only way I know how.
Yes, using the epithelial thickness mapping. I agree.
And his family. These are the upshots.
And a question here, I think we've had a couple of questions sort of about the software. People are wondering sort of, can you distribute the data to different workstations? Do you have to be at physically the machine to work with the data, or can it transmit it to other machines around the office?
I'm going to send that to the software people over there. That I don't know.
Yes, it can transmit the data via the review stations software.
Great. And let's see.
Full functionality.
And billing and coding question here, if you guys are game to answer it.
Oh, goodness.
So I don't know, this one might be above all of our pay grade. So is it billable to CPT 92134 or 92133 only? Are there any additional CPT codes for the advanced angiolytic imaging?
No. There is no coding right now for analytics. I mean, for angio at all. You have to code for regular OCT. That's going to be on any device Any angio that you buy, that is across the market. There is no osteoangiography codes.
Right.
That is correct, Dr. Rodman.
2 bottles of Omega XL, a $140 value for only $39.
And let me see what other questions we have here. Oh, so this is actually a practical question. Will you be at Vision Expo East?
Oh my
Yes,
God.
we will. Absolutely.
Yep, and in fact, the Solix itself will be there as well, right? And I believe you are going to be at booth 2205, F2205. I know they've rearranged Expo East this year and renamed a bunch of the different areas, but it's going to be F2205, which is right at the front of the exhibit hall, if I understand correctly.
Yes, that is
Yes,
correct.
we will have multiple units there. We are going to have our first in-person preview of Solix. So please come by the booth, preview the product, get your live demonstration. We're going to have a special event on Friday evening, the first first exhibit. We have even
Great. And oh, I have one more question here. Hopefully you guys can answer this. When will the units actually be available for purchase? Are they shipping now, or is there a lead time?
They are available now.
Great. So I guess if someone wants a quote today, they can just hit up your website and get it that way, or if they're coming out to Expo East, they can see you there.
Absolutely.
And if any of you have any practical questions from a clinical standpoint, doctor to doctor, that you don't want to ask on here, if you're shy or you think about it, please feel free to email me. Adam, I don't know if they have a way to share my email, but I'm always happy to answer any questions. Like I said, I've been using the technology. Nobody forced me to continue working on this device, and I chose to, and I love it. So just letting you guys know, if you have any questions, please reach out. I'm happy to answer the questions.
Excellent. And we'll actually have an archive of this webinar on ODwire with the discussion thread beneath it. So people can feel free to ask questions there and we can get a conversation going there. People might also be watching this at CEwire. We're going to be rebroadcasting this over and over again at CEwire this weekend. And I'm sure that's going to generate a bunch more questions as well. And I think that's about it for now. So thank you everyone for attending tonight. And, I look forward to hopefully seeing a bunch of you at Expo East, getting out there again. But if not, hopefully we can all get together online. So Julie, thank you so much for doing this again tonight.
Thanks, Adam. It was fun. Good luck, everyone. Have a good night.
Yep. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
We went to safelight.com. There's no one else we trust. They're experts with places.
Hey everybody, it's Adam Farkas. Welcome to another edition of ODwire TV. Now, as you know, if you've watched any of our programs before, technology is sort of what drives us. It's why we get up in the morning. It's why we do what we do. We love talking about it. Whether it's diagnostic instruments or products you dispense to your patients, like contact lenses. technology is really why we do the things we do, particularly technologies that help you in your practice, and today is no different. We're going to be talking about permanent water surface contact lens technology from Alcon. And believe it or not, if you've cracked open a copy of Tyler's Quarterly lately, you may or may not have noticed that these lenses represent their own category of lenses, like hydrogels or silicone hydrogels. So the three permanent water surface technologies are scientifically advanced and have some important characteristics and features. And so today we've decided to invite two clinical experts to talk to us a little bit about these lenses. Dr. Susan Resnick is a principal at Drs. Farkas, Castillo, Resnick & Associates in New York, New York. Fitting contact lenses has been her primary focus throughout her career, and she served as an advisor to industry and as an investigator in the contact lens and pharmaceutical industries. And Dr. Michael Slusky is the president at Chicagoland Vision Consultants in Schaumburg, Illinois. In his practice, he also emphasizes cornea and contact lens management, and he too has worked closely with industry to help consult on the latest contact lens technologies. And just to remind everyone, this episode of ODwire TV is sponsored by Alcon, and both Drs. Resnick and Slusky are paid consultants for Alcon, and were compensated by Alcon for participating in this discussion today. And so Susan, Michael, thank you so much for being here today.
Pleasure.
Having us.
So I guess, we should probably start off from the basics, right? So what is a contact lens surface technology? Susan, maybe you want to step us through it.
So a lens surface technology is something that we look at that's obviously very important, because what we're looking to do is ensure that the contact lens has certain key features and benefits that make it as compatible as possible and consistent with delivering the comfort and the vision that the patient wants. So there are a lot of different factors we can talk about when we talk about lens surface technology. And that would relate to how soft the lens is, how wettable it is, how smooth it is, and even how well it resists bacteria and surface deposits. So these are all things, as we know, when it interacts with the eye, that can contribute both to visual and physical comfort when patients wear their contact lenses. And they can be different for different types of lenses. We think about a daily disposable and what are we demanding of a daily disposable lens, but not every patient wears a daily disposable. And what about the patients that are in a reusable category? We're going to look for other things, and we're going to be getting into that in just a few minutes. So these are things that we want to ensure as comfortable an interface between the contact lens and the ocular surface.
Right, and this can be pretty important to patients, right? Michael, what's your experience been with it?
Oh, true. I think of the surface technology as being the primary thing. It's the first point of touch. It's no different than really putting on a shirt. You want that shirt to be comfortable all day long.
People define success when wearing contact lenses in a variety of different ways. That would be one way, I guess. But Susan, what's your own personal definition after doing this for quite a while now?
Is the wearing experience greater than whatever little kinds of annoyances that they may have attributed in the past with contact lenses, whether it's difficulty handling it or end of day discomfort or less than adequate vision. So if we can get them over any little obstacle that they previously associated with lenses, we've made a big improvement in the wearing experience, and that's the value that a good contact lens will bring to the patient and to the practice.
Right. And so in your mind, the issues that come up are, comfort is probably primary to a lot of people. Michael, do you see the same thing?
I certainly do. I really find that with 1 out of 5 patients dropping out of contact lenses, even new wearers, there's a substantial amount of them that are not going to continue in contact lens, and even worse, they're not going to tell the practitioner that they're not going to continue with their contact lenses. So it's quality of life. We're giving somebody the opportunity to enjoy visual freedom without their corrective spectacles, and that really follows an obligation. So if I make that commitment to my patient, I got to use a product, a device that's going to substantiate that so that they can enjoy their life with the contacts on.
Right. And, as patients feel discomfort or have problems with their lenses, it can be due to, as everyone knows, a wide variety of factors. But is there any sort of commonality that both of you have sort of seen when, people are having problems with their lenses in general? How about you, Susan?
So I think it all goes back to the tear film. We all know that while the cornea is the main refracting surface, it's the tear film that covers the cornea. And so if you if you have that first layer that's compromised, it's downhill from there. And so we know when we put a lens on the eye, it's basically splitting that tear film in half. You're going to have half your tears behind the lens, half your tears in front of the lens. And, with a soft contact lens, it's the tear film that's closest to the air that would be most likely to become compromised at some point. And we all know that environmental factors, evaporation, not blinking, staring, medication. So all of these things, some of which are modifiable, some of which aren't. But if we can get a lens that has the least negative effect or the most positive effect on tear film stability, patient will be more comfortable and the vision will be more stable. And to Michael's point, we often forget that, some studies show that 20% of new wearers will drop out of lens wear for vision or, comfort or handling reasons. And, half of our patients, or more than half, aren't even telling us. So it really behooves us to not just say, how's everything, to probe a little bit more. And what I like to do is I like to ask the patient, how many hours do you wear the lenses per day? And then I follow it up with, how many comfortable hours do you wear the lens per day? Because if there's a mismatch there, it tells me that I can make some changes to make things better.
And the lens itself, as you mentioned, can disrupt the tear film just by the sheer act of putting it on one's eye. But what about other factors as well, besides contact lenses, that might be compromising the tear film even before you do something like fit a contact lens?
So many aspects affect us in that statement. First of all, it's our general health. There's medications that we may be taking. There's the environment. So many individuals are spending time on digital devices. The blink rate goes down. And what's interesting to me about it is it's become second nature. It's not something people think about. And oftentimes we have to remind them to simply blink, but more time spent staring. And when you disrupt that tear film, that has to have an impact. That's man-made. That's not a natural process.
And these factors are unavoidable, right? You're not going to tell people, no, you can't use your smartphone. No, you can't sit in air conditioning. No, you can't do these types of things. So you as the clinician have to kind of work around these limitations that you're dealt with.
Yeah, Adam, I've learned that unless my patient's truly harming themselves, I don't necessarily want to change their lifestyle. My job is to understand their lifestyle and try to find a solution for their lifestyle. And that truly is the key word, is a device that can provide them function throughout what they want to do, their needs and their wants.
And so when choosing a contact lens, right, you have to kind of think about this as well. What, when you look at a patient, what are their wants and needs, and knowing their lifestyle and getting a sense of it before you actually try to put them in a certain material.
Now that brings me to something, and I've kind of said this to over the years to many individuals in the hallways or in lectures or even to my own partners. It's so easy to look at a lens or a lens design and just say, okay, this looks good, I'm going to fit this to all my patients. I really believe that the lens has to be fit to the patient versus the patient to the lens. And now that we have choices, we can very carefully and methodically evaluate that ocular surface prior to fitting and choose, to our best of our knowledge empirically and through diagnostics, what's going to be the best match. It doesn't mean you're going to get it right on the first shot, but we at least know that we can go to these advanced technologies, and that's the beauty of having permanent water surface technologies, is we have this family of lenses that enables us to just take a look at the category as a whole and meet not just the wearing schedule, but the physical and visual profiles of the patient as well.
Right, and so let's get into it a little bit, right? That's what we were here to talk about today, is the sort of permanent water surface contact lens technology, and trying to find the best fit in terms of a lens that you could fit your patients with. And why don't we just dive in a little bit and talk about where this permanent water surface technology is actually being used and the lenses that actually contain it. So maybe, Michael, you could dive in and tell us a little bit about it.
This is fun for me. So let me break that up into two parts, share with my colleagues, and then what I share with my patients. So for my colleagues, you've heard Adam mention that this is a separate category, Tyler's. We know that already. Alcon has a portfolio of products. There are 3 distinct lenses. Each has a different property, even though they share some similarities of water surface technology. But these are not repurposed lenses, and each one has a specific purpose for a patient's need. And here's what I tell my patients. It's always been the same thing. It's always been lids, tears, and your cornea. And then I go ahead and I put a piece of plastic right in between. That's got to change something, right? But imagine, what if I can take that piece of plastic and change the surface as close to a liquid as possible? That's the philosophy I think about when I think of water surface technology.
And just taking a look at the lenses themselves, I know that Alcon has done a bunch of studies, showing breakup time, but maybe you could step us through just real briefly, what they've looked at and what this means, at least in an in vitro setting.
So I think I just need to preface this, Adam. When we talk about in vitro, we can't actually make a connection between what happens in a laboratory setting and what we can see on our patient's eyes. But what it allows us to do is look at relative differences between technologies off of the eye. And it tells us about the properties of the materials itself. And then that's what helps us make the match. So Alcon uses a very interesting video method of looking at water breakup time, lens surface moisture stability. And they call it the eye drop technique. And they actually soak the lens for a good amount of time in a phosphate buffered saline to get all of the solution off the lens that's in with the blister pack. And then they take the lens off on a dome, keeping the lens in its natural shape. And they take a video of when that moisture starts to evaporate. And, we can see here in the graphic what the time frame is for the Daly's Total 1, the Precision 1, and the Total 30 relative to each of those, but also relative to other lenses in their respective classes. And we can see that the Daly's Total 1 is certainly the category leader, and I don't think any of us is surprised with that. We've been working with these lenses for many years, and many of us know how that water gradient technology is so good in retaining the moisture. And we'll talk a little bit more about the polymer and the surface in a little bit. But we can see that the Daly's Total 1 lasts for about 39 seconds before that moisture starts to break up. The Precision 1 is next, and that's at about 30 seconds. And competitors range from about 5 to 18 seconds. If we look at both the monthly and the 2-week lenses, the Total 30, the moisture lasted for about 27 seconds before it started to break up. And that was followed by the Air Optics Plus Hydroglide at 19 seconds. And then, the competitors in the categories came in anywhere from about 9 to 15 seconds. So permanent water surface technology lenses showed superior lens surface moisture stability. And again, just to reiterate, this is in an in vitro setting.
And if we're looking at the three different permanent water surface lenses, what's interesting to me is that it's not all the same technology, right? So we like to sort of group them together like you saw in Tyler's, but the technology that each lens is using is actually different. And maybe we can talk about that for a little bit. Maybe we could start talking about the sort of the granddaddy, right? The original, Daly's Total 1, and then work our way across the other two.
Daly's Total 1 was launched in 2013. It was the first water surface technology, but it uses something called water gradient technology. So let me explain exactly what that is. Contact lenses traditionally have been homogeneous polymer plastic. And Daly's Total 1 starts out with a 33% water content in its core. As it transitions to the surface, it gradually moves to nearly 100% liquid at the surface. But that transition, not only is it smooth, it also creates a thicker cushion of liquid. That is going to be your interactive surface with the eye and with the tears and the environment.
So the on-eye performance, if we wanted to compare it, let's say, to the AccuView Oasis One Day, Alcon looked at a lot of different features that we look in practice, and they looked at, end-of-day comfort, lubricity after 16 hours of wear, tear film stability, and tear film breakup. And they found that performed excellent in a variety of important outcomes, outperforming the One Day Oasis, which, is a lens that a lot of doctors, patients might compare it to. It also demonstrated superior lubricity after 16 hours of wear. And to just tack on a little bit more of the science of what Michael was just saying, it also has something in there called Smart Tears, which is a compound called phosphatidylcholine, which is actually a phospholipid that's actually found in natural tears. So yes, it's that thick cushion of moisture, but it's also that extra component of the phosphatidylcholine.
From your perspective as clinicians, Michael said, again, that these lenses have been around since 2013. I'm actually wearing them right now. Tells you what I think of them. But what do you guys have actually seen in clinical practice, with all the thousands of patients that you've had? How has Dailies Total One performed for you over that period of time?
Looking at the feedback from my patients, I ask them questions. Is there anything about the contact lens that I prescribed for you that you wish could be better? And that gives that patient the opportunity to speak freely. They can judge me. They can tell me if I'm doing the right thing for them. Consistently, I'm finding that patients are saying, I love these. All of those aspects that I mentioned earlier and Susan followed up on, especially with the Smart Tiers technology, those are the key elements that provide vision, comfort, and consistency over time. Again, it's going back to, I want my patients to feel like I feel by not wearing anything when they're wearing their contact lenses. I love the clinical performance.
And we've spoken a lot actually about the way the lens feels, but how does it actually perform visually, particularly over the period of time that people are going to be wearing them, right? Where, the goal is you're shooting for all day. How does it actually work? Susan, what's your experience been?
So, my patients love it. I wear them too, Adam. I know you do. And I happen to be in the multifocal. Is that a surprise?
Me too. Me too.
And look, I'm staring at a microscope all day, just as Michael is. And, we have dry conditions here in New York City. And so, it's great because of the lubricity and, the feeling of comfort and not having on. But I'd have to say that the optics in and of themselves are really, really good. And I hear this from patients when I refit them. It's, there's 20 happy if there's 20/20 or 20/20 plus. And I'm just getting that clear, consistent vision, throughout the day.
When you're thinking about which patients you are going to try to fit into Dailies Total One, is there sort of, if you have a vision in your head, what does a Dailies Total One patient actually look like? Besides you and me, Susan, what does a Dailies Total One patient, when you think about them, look like?
I really have struggled with this a little bit because I love the technology of all the water surface lenses. And I have a feeling that a lot of my colleagues are asking the same question. Okay, I've got this technology. Who do I put in what? Do I look at function, cost, desire? What are the factors? So I'm using Dailies Total One platform for my high demand patients. So let me describe what I consider a high demand patient. This is a person that has tried contact lenses before and has checked off on the medical history form. Yes, I've worn them. No, I'm not interested in them. It begs the question, why are you not interested? Whether it was vision, whether it was comfort, any of those things, I call that high demand because that's a challenge. High demand also means somebody that has a long day. Dailies Total One has a great platform for that. So I like that aspect about it. That's the position I have. And this has been a consistent, comfortable lens for them to wear. The vision has been consistent over time. It makes it simple. It's maintenance free. It's a great place to start and keep the patients. So that is what I consider a high demand patient.
Okay, well, great. Well, thank you so much, both Susan and Michael, for being here today, giving us all, this great advice and all these little points that you can share with your patients as well. So thanks again for being here.
Thank you very much for having us.
Thanks, Adam.
And for those of you watching, join us for part 2 of our conversation, where Susan and Michael will discuss the most recent additions to Alcon's permanent water surface technology contact lenses, Precision 1 and Total 30. Hey everybody, it's Adam Farkas. Welcome to another edition of ODwire TV and part 2 of our conversation around Alcon's family of permanent water surface technology contact lenses. Now, if you've cracked open a copy of Tyler's Quarterly lately, you may or may not have noticed that these lenses represent their own category of lenses, like hydrogels or silicone hydrogels. So the 3 permanent water surface technologies are scientifically advanced and have some important characteristics and features. And today we're going to be talking about the 2 most recent additions to the permanent water surface technology family of lenses, Precision 1 and Total 30. And so today we've decided to invite 2 clinical experts to talk to us a little bit about these lenses. Dr. Susan Resnick is a principal at Drs. Farkas, Castillo, Resnick & Associates in New York, New York. Fitting contact lenses has been her primary focus throughout her career, and she served as an advisor to industry and as an investigator in the contact lens and pharmaceutical industries. And Dr. Michael Slusky is the president at Chicagoland Vision Consultants in Schaumburg, Illinois. In his practice, he also emphasizes cornea and contact lens management, and he too has worked closely with industry to help consult on the latest contact lens technologies. And just to remind everyone, this episode of ODwire TV is sponsored by Alcon, and both Drs. Resnick and Slusky are paid consultants for Alcon, and were compensated by Alcon for participating in this discussion today. And so, Susan, Michael, thank you so much for being here today.
Pleasure.
Having us.
So in our first conversation about permanent water surface technology contact lenses, we talked about Daly's Total One. And today I wanted to continue that conversation by talking about the other lenses that are included in this unique category. And so that probably brings us to the sort of next lens in the family, Precision One. And I remember when Precision One came out, people, when they first saw it, they didn't know what to make of it at first. This question mark came up over their heads, like, is this just another version of Daly's Total One, or is it something completely different? And of course, now we know Precision One is not Daly's Total One. It is different, and it uses different technology. Maybe, Susan, you could speak to us a little bit about how Precision One is different technically from Daly's Total One.
So, as Michael said before, this isn't just new and, well, he didn't say it like this, but this isn't just new and improved Tide. It's not the same basic lens that, repackaged. It's a totally different lens, a totally different polymer. It's Verifelcon. And it is not, even though it's a permanent water surface contact lens technology, it's not a water gradient technology. It actually steps up from a low water content to a higher water content. But that being said, the step up is less of a step. So it goes from a 51% water at the core to a little more than 80% water at the surface. While it has a really nice cushion of moisture, it's about roughly half the thickness of the cushion of moisture of the Daly's Total One. But where does this fit in? And this is where, again, we as practitioners go, okay, we got all these lenses. How are we going to divide them up? We're going to flip a coin? No. So the purpose of this lens, or where it's sort of its niche, is that it is a lens that handles extraordinarily well. So it gives all of the features and attributes of a water surface technology. But for that novice wearer, or maybe patients who are a little bit challenged in terms of handling, it is a lens that handles very well. And we all have a lot of patients. We have a lot of challenging patients. If we think about it, those are the ones we remember. But the majority of our patients probably aren't all so challenging. So what about those who don't really have those physical or physiological challenges, who just need a really good, comfortable lens that's easy to handle? And that's where I think the Precision One comes in. So you've got the excellent vision and the excellent handling. And again, harking back to the Anna Sully study, where she looked at what encourages dropout, or what motivates people to drop out, if I can use that word. Oftentimes with new wearers, it's handling. So it's really critical that we don't have our patients being frustrated with the very first step of lens wear, which is inserting and removing the contact lens.
Right. And once they get past that first step, of course, this lens uses the smart surface technology, right? Which, again, is another one of the advanced surface technologies that we've been talking about. Maybe, Michael, you can speak to this technology and how it sort of fits in and compares to Daly's Total One.
The way that I see smart surface technology is, if Daly's Total One is a gradient, I think of it as progressive spectacle lenses. You've got a progression going from distance into a near segment. Whereas the Precision One with smart surface technology, it is a step up. So to me, that's aligned bifocal. And friends, I'll tell you, there is a place for both of those in my practice. I have patients who wear aligned bifocal because of the specific needs that the optical design gives me. Same thing with progressive lenses.
I like to think of it as my workhorse lens. I mean, I know that word is used a lot, but that truly is what it is. And then for the patients that we discussed before that are more challenging, you can step it up from there. But this to me is a lens that meets the needs of most contact lens wearers.
Susan, I love what you said about that. I'm going to throw something out that you might identify with. There's an expression: if it ain't broken, don't fix it. Right?
That expression.
So, right? And I think that's great for a washing machine, maybe a dishwasher. But when patients come in and see me and I ask them that question, is there anything about your contact lenses that you wish could be better? And they may say, no, there's nothing. And I'm looking at and looking under the slit. I've been asking about their habits, how they wear their contact lenses. What I say to them is, if it ain't broken, enhance it. We enhance everything in our daily activities. We have new cell phones, we have new computers, we have new clothes. We don't continue to reuse or repurpose those things. And that's where I found that Precision One has really worked well in my practice. And that's what I found patients are preferring compared to their habitual lenses. And I don't think that I did anything wrong in the years of past by giving them technology, but that was technology from them.
Right.
This is water surface technology. It's a great workhorse lens. It's my mainstream go-to.
Right. You know, it's funny. I've got a teenager at home, and when I ask him how his day was, you know what you get? You always get the answer, it's fine. Right? My day was fine. And then they clam up. I kind of wonder, is it the same with contact lens patients where they will just tell you, it's fine. How do you actually probe a little deeper? You know, because as you guys know, it's not always fine, right? They're just not talking to you. They're not telling you. What is it that you can do to kind of tease this out of them to try to make their experience better, even when they're not necessarily being upfront and telling you?
That is true. And there are two main reasons that happens. One is that patients assume that this is just the way it has to be. And the other are afraid to tell you because they think if they're going to tell you something negative, you're going to tell them they can't wear their contact lenses. So that clinician has to keep in mind. So, and again, I alluded to this before. I first ask an open-ended question and I say, you know, how are you doing, you know, with your contact lenses? And I let them answer. And then if I get that, oh, great, which is, you know, even at 35, my children still answer me with that. So it's not just teenagers. I ask closed questions, which is how many hours a day do you wear lenses? When do the lenses start to bug you, if at all? And how does your vision feel at 6 o'clock at night versus 1 o'clock in the afternoon? So I'll ask those three key questions. And from then I can tell, is there an issue or, you know, what kind of changes do I have to make? But I'm like Michael, even if everything is great, according to them, and even if it looks great, the only reason my patients come back to see me, it's not because I'm so charming, although people would suggest otherwise. It's because I'm constantly, I'll use the word, whetting their appetite for new technology. So I was probably talking about these lenses 6 months to a year before they even became available. Not that I have telepathy, but I'm always telling patients that research and development is an ongoing thing, and that, you know, these lenses are great. These are the kinds of things I was talking to you about last year. And so I kind of always hark it back to the last visit because it's what motivates them to come back to see me. And it also is what engenders loyalty and referrals.
So, you know, we've spoken about the disposable water surface lenses now. There is a third lens in this family, and it's a reusable lens, and it's called Total 30. And I think we should probably touch on it a little bit, right? Because it is unique in that it is reusable versus the other two. So maybe you could just step us through a little bit about what Total 30 is all about.
I have to say that I love this concept. And it's the most ironic thing to hear me say that I love this concept because I started out at about 15% single use in my practice. It was a long journey. Then got to 35, got to 55. Those were really, really big challenges. But something took off after 55. I got comfortable with it. I helped my patients get comfortable with it. And, you know, 8 out of 10 patients today I'm putting in single-use lenses. And I'm not saying that to boast. I'm saying that because I believe, and I found a way to make my patients believe. But that means that I have at least 2 out of 10 patients that are either not prepared to put on a single-use lens, or it is not in their budget. And those, friends, are truly my most valuable patients because they really do stand the highest risk of dropping out of contact lenses. And if I lose them, I've impacted their quality of life. That's important to me. So for years, since 2013, the concept has come up, well, what if there was a water surface technology and a reusable lens? And more importantly, why isn't there one? So it's here today. And the key thing I understand about Total 30 is, again, it is not a repurposed product. It's a material that was specifically designed to be able to be worn for more than 1 day. That means it has to have characteristics. Number one, it has to be compatible with solutions, which it is. Number two, the surface has to stay resistant to deposit formations, foreign particles, or even bacteria. And we're going to get into that, Adam. We're going to talk a little bit about that technology Susan and I, and share with our colleagues what it is that makes it unique and why we've embraced this technology for our reusable wearers.
Just to build on what Michael says, this particular technology in the Total 30 is actually leveraged on the Dailies Total 1 technology. This is a water gradient, much like that. The Total 30 is of a new polymer called Layfilcon A, and it actually has about 55% water at its core, and then it goes up to about 100% water at the surface. So this is a little bit more analogous to the Dailies Total 1 than the Precision one. But to Michael's point, there's a few other features and benefits of this lens which specifically speak to the fact that we want this lens to feel as good on day 30 as it does on day 1.
Right. And speaking to that, so there's this technology built into it called Celligent, which you're not going to get in the other two lenses. Maybe, Susan, you could speak to that, what this is and how it works.
So this is, if we remember our ocular anatomy, we know that on the corneal surface is something called the glycocalyx, which is produced by the microvilli of the anterior cells on the cornea. And so what Alcon has done with their polymer technology is they've actually been able to mimic this glycocalyx using nanofibers within the polymer itself. So we can see here on the left, there's glycocalyx in the corneal surface, and it provides a gel-like layer of protection with the microvilli. Actually, it's a dynamic process. So these microvilli are kind of sweeping across the surface of the eye. And what the Total 30 is that with biomimetic properties, it actually allows the nanofibers in the material itself to achieve the same kind of dynamic function. And what this does is that it actually helps it to be resistant to lipids and bacteria. But on a chemical basis, it's a net neutral charge. And what that means is that large molecules that have, charges on them aren't going to stick to the surface. So there's the net neutrality in the chemistry that repels, plus this dynamic motion of the nanofibers. So this is, a very, very unique technology.
And Sue, also that has those nanofibers, MPC for short, that's got a proven track record.
That's actually used to line stents for cardiac procedures, and it repels some of the lipids that can build up in artery walls and everything. So it definitely is a very inert polymer, and it's very compatible with the natural physiology, of our bodies. So to have this in a lens where we want to look for that biomimetic property on the surface of the eye, is a great thing.
I think that's what made the difference for me, at least, is I was excited that we were using water gradient technology for our patients in a reusable platform. But I just found that really interesting that industry is creating a platform for us that's moving us closer and closer to space age, if you will, that you're mimicking the way the human body works. That's got to do something for me. So I like that.
And of course, Alcon has actually put the lens through its paces in vitro, sort of measuring its softness and lubricity and so forth. So before we talk about the experience on the patient's eye, maybe we could talk a little bit about what the lens has been like in the lab.
Alcon looked at the material properties of the Total 30 lens. They looked at two key features of the material, and one is how soft the lens is, and the other is how lubricious or smooth the lens is. And the studies showed that the Total 30 lens was at least 5 times softer in terms of its lens surface than other reusable lenses. And with respect to lubricity, there was a 3 times greater surface lubricity in this lens than in lenses in the reusable category as well.
What hits me with this is if I can have a contact lens polymer that could be as soft as possible, I'm going to ask my patient, what do you think? How does it feel in your eyes? And it all comes down to their response. If they say to me, I prefer it, it feels lighter, it feels like there's nothing in there, I think that's a very good foundation for the clinical rationale of why I would pick a polymer that has a lower modulus, that has a higher lubricity to it.
And Michael, you mentioned before that the majority of your patients are in daily disposable lenses, but of course there are always patients who will not be, who will be using these monthly replacement lenses. I guess if we had to sort of picture, what does this patient look like that's going to wear Total 30? Again, if you had to have like an archetype, who is this person and why do you fit them with Total 30? Who are they? What do they look like?
It's actually a patient that I just saw that I had transitioned into a maintenance-free single-use contact lens, also with water surface technology. And for one reason or another, this individual was not prepared to make that transition and had reached out to me and said, hey, is there something that I can do that's more like my lenses that I wear on a monthly basis? And I said, sure, let's get you back in the office. I have the technology and a water surface lens. We'll test those, see what you think about them, and move forward. So that is an ideal opportunity. But also, even preemptively, if you have patients that tell you at the time of the visit, or you may have some questions about how they're going to accept the lens, the time is here, the time is now. We have the technology to do it. Move forward with it.
And Susan, what about you? What does your typical Total 30 patient look like?
Yeah, so I'm going to add actually three things to that. So I'm just like Michael. So remember when I was talking about like the patients who come in and they're looking to change and they're very proactive? Well, I have another subset of patients who are the opposite, who love, how shall I say it, not to change. They're just very happy never making a change in terms of most things. And I don't fault them for that. And, I don't treat them any differently. To me, that's the ideal patient. And so I'm able to get them all the, physiological benefits, visual benefits, comfort benefits, health benefits of going into a Total 30 without their thinking that I've made a big change. But then I have two other categories of patients where these lenses come in great. I do have some very, very environmentally conscious patient, and they just don't want to be throwing lenses and blister packs away every day. Bingo. This lens is great. And then there are patients who just find the reusable, the monthly lenses. I'm not sure if it's real or it's imagined, just a little bit easier to handle. So I will, certainly concede. And I feel so much better now having this lens because now I don't feel like I'm compromising in this modality.
Right. You bring up an important point, actually, so that in the beginning, when there was just Dailies Total 1 in 2013, you had this permanent water surface lens, but that was the only one. And you just had a limited subset of patients that you started fitting with it. But now, as time has moved on, you now have basically a set of technologies that covers most people, right? A good proportion of all your patients. So there's a lot of options at your disposal that just weren't there before.
Exactly. It's just so nice to have choices. And what I love about these choices, you know why it's so hard to make it? Because they're all great. So it's not, it's a good problem to have.
And, we've spoken a lot about the patient's perspective on all this, but, from the clinician's perspective as well, these are useful products in terms of practice management, right? Because contact lens patients, obviously for both of you, right, they make up a bulk of what you do. So these are important products in your practice as well to see patients back every year.
So I was just wanted to make one other point with respect to that. I don't find these replacement schedules necessarily mutually exclusive. So I have, patients who 9 months out of the year will wear a monthly replacement lens. And then when they're traveling for the summer and more seasonal allergies, they'll go into a daily disposable replacement. So, and certainly, again, some patients like to have some of each.
I want to add one thing that I heard from a colleague that I want to give full credit to, Dr. Wilson out of Texas. I heard him say something phenomenal. He said, my job as your optometrist is to make sure you run out of your contact lenses on time. And that's really where I see this technology. When the person is enjoying, when they're comfortable, they're going to use it. They're going to be more compliant to use it. And you're really tying them directly back into your practice. If you don't say to the patient at the end of the exam why you're doing this, you've lost it. So we as clinicians, we understand this technology, and some may be a bit wordy, but we understand why we're doing this. Here's a great opportunity for us to tell the patient, here's the reason why I'm giving you this lens. I'd like your feedback on it. Tie them into your practice.
We've been talking about what makes a contact lens successful for the patient. That's what we've been focusing on right now, both scientifically and clinically. But for your practice, from your perspective, what makes a contact lens successful for you?
So I look at really three things. The most important thing is the health and the happiness of my patient with respect to their contact lens wear. So the happiness would maybe go more to the emotional benefits, and that would be my emotional happiness as well as the patient. I always want both of us to be happy. We're each looking perhaps, well, we have most things in common, but I may be a little bit stricter. In terms of the clinical benefits, that's strictly up to me. That's looking at the vision, the corneal health, the quality of the tear film, and everything while the lens is on the eye, and then when the lens comes off of the eye. And then, certainly, the practice benefits, there are the tangible and the intangible. The intangible ones are really, what is my net promoter score with respect to that patient? In other words, is this patient an active promoter of my practice and what I've done for them? And I'm happy to say today was a good day. All of my patients came in and brought their mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers, and that's what I want to see. But at the same time, I look at the hard economics of it, and if the patient's happy, they're basically coming in, replacing their lenses with me at every visit, no questions asked, and we keep it very smooth and convenient for the patient. So, again, it's pretty much a three-prong differential as I look at product and patient experience.
Right.
This is, I want to chime in on what you said, the emotional component of it is, that's a big part of what we do as clinicians. It's trust. And I found this as an opportunity to just continue the trust I've been building with my patients. I love what you said about emotion.
And sort of one final question I had for you. When you're speaking to patients about water surface technology, how can you sort of get it into a language that they will not just understand, but also relate to? Because obviously we have one audience here today that's listening to us, and we all sort of understand the science and everything that goes behind it. When you're speaking to the patients, what kind of language can you use to really make it relatable to them?
Some of the things I said today are a little bit more wordy, they're more technical. With a patient, I can get it as simple as possible. It's lids, tears, cornea. Then I put a piece of plastic inside, in between those. What if I could take that piece of plastic and try to cover it with as much water as possible so it feels more natural? And I want to see what you think about it. That's it. Is I tie my patients into, give me your opinion. Tell me what you prefer. That helps me to build on the clinical rationale of why I'm doing it. But to the patient, it's simple, and they're engaged. That's what makes it different for them.
The contact lens is a foreign body, and I don't want their eye to perceive anything as being foreign or unlikable. And I tell them that this lens, because of the amount of moisture on the surface, the eye perceives it as being just a little bit more water on the surface of the eye. The lids perceive it as being a nice, smooth surface.
Okay, well, great. Well, thank you so much, both Susan and Michael, for being here today, giving us all, this great advice and all these little points that you can share with your patients as well. So thanks again for being here.
Thank you very much for having us.
Thanks, Adam.
And if you haven't already tuned in to our first conversation on Alcon's permanent water surface technology contact lenses, check it out right here on ODwire. I'll include a link to the show in the comments. Alrighty, so there we go. That is water surface technology. And we are back. And don't know if my partners in crime here have returned, but in the interim, hello. And let's see where we are in the schedule right now. And got a lot of tabs open here, don't I? My browser is screaming at me. Okay. So let's take a look here. Okay, so it's 3 o'clock Eastern time right now, and we're going to be finishing up here with 3 lectures, and then starting at 3:25, Dr. Silberberg's lecture on presbyopia is going to be happening, so I think I see him coming back here, so he'll be there for his lecture. Dr. DeVay is going to be talking about digital eye strain and using nutrition to try to treat it. And Dr. Lighthizer is going to have a big lecture all about laser procedures in optometry. So theoretical for a lot of folks out there, depending on what state you're in, but hopefully will become practical and useful in time as when more legislation is passed in different states.
Hello, hello, hello.
Oh, hey, Steve. How's it going? Having fun, Steve? Okay. So it looks like I'm the only one who's back here, and hopefully Gretchen will get back here too.
I'm here.
Oh, hey, Steve.
I forgot to mute myself. I really apologize.
Yeah, we heard your baseball game.
Yep, at least I was watching baseball, not porn. Yeah.
Yeah, so
But actually, it's amazing. It's the Yankees. I'm in Florida, and I will sign up for MLB. We pay like $20 a month. I have to do it for only 1 month, but they're on national TV, and I'm watching all these kids play. I don't know their names, but it's great.
oh, cool. Yeah, I guess
Yeah.
everything just got started, right? So
Yep, the lectures really are the same. Tammy's second lecture is going in, and I mean it's consistently 1,500 people, and of course you could tell us whether it's unique or not. Just my timing. I have a 3:30 to 4:30 lecture, but a half hour play, and I can go back and forth. I can help you with Tammy's interview, and Bethany, I'll be there. So my lecture will be over.
yeah, and so if we're just looking in the lobby here right now, I got it popped up on the screen, so we can see what's happening around the conference. So it seems like a lot of people are still hanging in there. I mean, look at these numbers. Probably even more than before, right? So it looks like we have 300 in one room, about 700 in another, and nearly 400
It's
in another.
about 1,400, and whatever you want to count for the stragglers in the lobby who really aren't there.
Yep.
I'm answering people like you are that wait till everything to be whole, and I think maybe send out to the whole audience the link to CEwire so they can see where they get the transcripts tomorrow. So
yeah, so
people
the
will be
plan
happy.
is when I finally get the transcript center running, then I'm going to send an email out so people can click right on it and get to it. So it'll take a while because it's the interface that's driving most people nuts. When I go in and actually look at most people's transcripts when they have a problem, their credits are there. They're sitting there just waiting for them. I've run across maybe 2 cases over the past day, maybe 3 cases over the past 24 hours where legitimately it just said there was no credit issued for a person for whatever reason. But for the vast majority of people, their credits are all there. So yeah.
Could you tell whether it was a timing issue or whether it was a not filling out the assessment form issue?
I think the biggest issue actually in those 3 cases were, remember in the beginning of the day where we had that first hour where there was a problem with certain people's surveys?
Sure, yeah.
And so in those cases, they might not have gone back and finished filling out the ones that got botched. And so I issued them the credit. So what we're going to do here tomorrow is before we roll out the transcript center, we're going to be darn sure that people who sat through that class and tried to fill out the survey actually get their credit, whether or not our software gummed it up and said you were a failure for somehow failing a non-graded survey. So we'll make sure that everybody gets their credits properly.
Okay, that makes sense.
So Alyssa, I just saw, if you can hear me, your credits are there. The transcript page is not necessarily reflecting reality. If you click on the transcript page and then just keep clicking show more, you'll see more of your classes. But for almost every single person that I've gone through now today, when I look at the data that we have here, it shows me that you've earned these certificates, even if the transcript page isn't showing it yet. So just wait till tomorrow. We're going to be rolling out the transcript center, or the certificate center, which is going to be a much more detailed view into the courses that you've passed, where you can download the certificates as well and turn them into PDFs and so forth. So that'll be tomorrow. So hopefully, Alyssa, you're hearing me right now and can I'll type it in here as well, and it should be okay. So yeah, nobody should be nervous about credits being missing or anything like that.
And just to know what you're doing, you're just putting in backup for your certificates. If your printer doesn't have enough red ink or something, or black ink, we're sending everything to Arbo as is. So you're just printing it up for a backup, which you don't have to do anyway. If you're ordered, we have documents and we can do so. If you want to save cartridge ink, you don't have to print your 60 credits. but you can if you want, and you certainly should have it. Also, if you look as you scroll down, show more. If you look at the right-hand side and you see that green arrow to the end, it says complete. That means you did it anyway. So that's another way of not worrying about it.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting the same question, so we could just see what my transcripts look like. Transcripts, yeah. Yeah, I actually got credit. I guess I kept the tab open for 3 courses, and I did review them, so I got 3 credits. So I'm assessing it. Let's see when I assess them. Yes, it does say that, Adam. So they can see where they assessed it, and if they know you attended a class, then they should have no worries about getting the transcript. Your assessment has, on the right-hand side, has a green arrow that says completed. One, interestingly enough, says passed. That, which is, I'm not sure why it says passed rather than completed. But it is what it is. So in about 14 minutes, I'm going to have to bug out to attend my lecture, but I'll try to be back and forth.
Okay, sounds good.
The first half hour is no big deal because you're not interviewing, but Dr. Petrosian's coming on at 4 and Dr. Fishbane at 4:30. Hopefully. I try to listen to Dr. Petrosian's lecture, but I just didn't have time. There's so much detail in these cosmetics. I mean, things that I could pass a lot of these tests without taking the course. This is not one. Okay, and luckily I didn't have anybody bother me on the phone, but yeah, I wonder if Jeff Cicino's attending a lecture. I got a message from him because I put the 1 day more, and he said, "Perfect rallying cry for your conference." Okay. Just going to take a couple more assessments at him just so I could see.
Okay, well, yeah, so almost all the questions are just about their certificates in this. I think what we would do next year is probably roll out the certificate center. If we had to do it again, is roll it out before the conference starts. Again, this is just the first of 4, and the certificate center will be running perpetually starting tomorrow. So at the other conferences, this won't really happen again. We just didn't deploy the certificate center before this conference because there was no data to populate it with.
Mm-hmm. And that's being very nice. Many other platforms do not do it this way. They'll either just send it into Arbo, where we're providing it as a backup to you. You don't really need to print it out, but you do want to know that you received the credit that you're due, and I don't blame you. And it should be up and running almost in real time. we planned to have it in 15 minutes, but we had such a large amount of people that it's difficult for the software to process. I just took a assessment myself, and it immediately appeared that I did the assessment. And if you know that you took the course, we have you timed, we know you're there, so there's no problem getting the credits and no problems being able to get them to you tomorrow for sure. And then at a later date, if you lose your certificate, we would have already submitted it to ARPO anyway. Hopefully you all have OE tracker numbers. The only one that we have to worry about is the states that require a CE broker. That, from what our understanding is South Carolina and Texas. Those you do have to print out and send in to a CE broker yourself. And with our apologies, but we don't make the rules for individual states.
Yeah, so Gary asked, doesn't everyone have to use ARBO? And the answer is no. You know, a couple of states are broken away from using the OE tracker as their de facto way of tracking these credits. So yeah, it's challenging.
And we are sending it into ARBO, so if you ever needed to, I'm curious, if they just print out an ARBO printout and send it into Texas broker, would that be a CE broker? Would that be okay, Adam?
If I'm sorry, what was that? If someone,
we're going to send it into ARBO anyway, if they have an OE tracker number, could they just use that transcript that they print out from ARBO and send that in to Texas broker?
Yeah, that's a good. I'm not entirely sure. That's a really good question.
Yeah. I think the safest way, though, Gary, is to print out your whole certificates and send them in as you do for all your other courses that you have to do. So, unfortunately, that's their particular way of doing things that we have no control over. And you're right, Ken, everybody should have an OE tracker number, but we don't know how the CE brokers work in terms of they're not going to use it. For them, it's irrelevant. It's a number that doesn't exist.
Oh, and I think we have another 2-account problem here. Let me help for John. So John, let me help you here. Not a problem. Okay, so let me help John out.
Okay, this is a different type of issue. I realize we have just 3 or 4 issues with 3,000 people, so there's these little glitches. Sometimes it's registered twice for ODwire. Sometimes it's for some reason a glitch in the software that shouldn't occur. Like you're saying to John at this moment. I'm answering Jay, that is okay. They will. Luckily, when you tell somebody to exit the conference and come back in, it's not like a live conference where you have to walk a half a mile to exit.
Very true. Yeah,
So
you just have to close your browser. I mean, what's nice is that the bulk of the problems that we're seeing are just related to the user interface of people not being able to see their credits, even though I know they've earned them. So that's really gratifying for me, actually. Every single time somebody complains, I run in and I look and I'm like, oh my God, is it there? And yeah, the credits are actually there. They just can't see them because of the way the transcript center is processing them today. But tomorrow, everything will be in place. And I'll send an email to everyone. And the only other problems we're really seeing is like John just had, where he might have had 2 accounts on ODwire, was using a regular ODwire account, but then registered for CEwire and created a new account accidentally, or always had 2 accounts on ODwire and just logged into the wrong one. So what I'm doing, instead of inconveniencing the user and making them log out and log into their other account, is I'm just turning CEwire on for their second account. So essentially they have 2 accounts now that both have CEwire running on them. So that's the path of least resistance for everybody.
It's well and good until we get 10,000 attendees, and then.
Well, you know, by that point, hopefully the duplicates are going to be sort of weeded out. Like, that's the funny thing, right? The problems in the beginning are big, and then they sort of peter out. It's just like
Right, sure.
The conferences today, like yesterday, is a microcosm of that, right? The first 20 minutes were where we had the bulk of, oh my gosh, what's going on?
And the first lecture.
And the first lecture, and then it all just slows down after that, and everything works. So, same idea here. Over time, so many people will have the correct account set up. And in fact, when you set up for future CEwires, they don't have to really do much of anything, right? Because their account's already set up, their OE tracker number's in, they just have to register for the next one, and that's it. And they probably, you know, don't even have to log in again. I mean, it's ridiculous. So yeah.
And for the next 3, synchronous or live, whatever you want to call it, you don't have to do anything. You just log in and it should be able to see you, and you should have no problem at all.
Right, so that's actually important for everyone to know, which is kind of cool if you've never taken CEwire before. Now that you're logged in here, CEwire is going to be here for good for you for the rest of the year. So even if you close your browser out, when you come back to the site, you're going to be logged in already. It's kind of like Hulu or Netflix or whatever. You're not constantly having to log in again. So you'll always be logged in if you want to come back here. So pretty nifty. It's always just that beginning stuff, and then after that, it's a, you know, all downhill.
I'm gonna have to go in 1 minute to hear this idiot lecture, but I know.
I'm sure you're going to do great.
Well, I heard it.
You'll kill it, Steve.
I'll be back and forth though, so because I'll be able to monitor the chat, and I know what he says because it's me.
I heard it's a crappy lecturer.
I hope you don't have any severe critics there.
Well, I think if anything, Panzer's looking to my lecture to go, but let's get off that subject.
Oh my gosh.
Of interest, I during our break, I spoke to my former partner and nephew Barry, and he told me a little factoid that I totally forgot. I mentioned that Don Teague was our guest yesterday. He said, "Don't you remember him?" I said, "Well, no, Barry. Well, why should I?" He says, "Well, you know, when you came to our school at PCO, you did hypnosis. You gave electron hypnosis, and you put some students under. And Don was one of the students that you put under. And apparently he went under like a stone. And I had him give a great speech for the starving optometrists from Cuba in those years. So I think he said, ask him about it. He'll still remember it because he brings it up all the time."
Oh, he mentioned it yesterday. He said yesterday that you had hypnotized him.
Yeah, I didn't, because I was too busy falling asleep. It was a tough afternoon for me.
Well, we'll let you leave early here today. You know, we only have a couple more people to talk to.
Okay, how does he put in
Joining us about now, right?
Yep, I'm
Famous
waiting to see if they come in. So we'll. So far, they don't want to come into the room. So
Thomas Wolfe, it's a famous name, wants to know how to print transcripts. Okay, you're answering them.
Yep, so I've probably repeated that sentiment now about literally 30 times. And unfortunately, there's no good way. I've already made the announcement in the control panel, but I guess a lot of people didn't see it. So, I don't mind answering these questions, right? Because if my message isn't getting out, it's nice to, answer people one by one. So during the break, I probably answered that same question at least 15 times in email.
Yeah.
That's okay though, because I created a template. So cut
was
and
gonna
paste, cut and
suggest
paste,
that.
cut and paste.
It goes to show how much publicity works. Barry asked me, "What are you doing today?" I said, "Well, I'm on for a CEwire." And he said, "Well, what's that?"
In fairness to us, Barry isn't really engaged too much anymore.
And he's been out of practice over a year, but somehow or other, he doesn't know about us yet. So I guess that we still have some advertising to do.
Yep.
I'm looking at the numbers and we're at about 1250. That's still pretty decent here for 3:30 Eastern time on a Sunday.
Yep. Yeah, it went up over 1,400, I think, during our little break. So we'll see. We'll see if it stabilizes, goes up, or goes down. It's really kind of surprising. What's great too is that the servers have been stable. We obviously resourced them properly today, which is good. So all is well.
Now I think we just topped 1,300. Excellent.
Yep, and people are continuing to register, which is good. So all is well. So yeah, I thought was Tammy going to join us? Was that who was going to be here?
Yeah, it was supposed to be Tammy.
Yeah, so hopefully she'll show up. Because she has her lecture. Did that just end, the one on cosmetics?
One moment. Yeah, that ended about 15 minutes ago. Maybe she needed a break.
Yeah.
Or maybe she forgot.
Yeah, could be too. That's okay. We'll catch up with her next time.
Adam, you're saying that people are still registering?
Yeah, people are still registering. It's a slow trickle today, but yeah, people are still coming in, which makes sense, right? Some people might just want to catch the tail end of something today, and then, of course, they have 3 more chances. And many people just want to watch on demand anyway because their states allow it. So.
No, it's still early here on the West Coast.
That's true. I mean, yeah, it's only 12:30 here.
Plenty of time. Boy.
So how's it going in your room there, Steve? Are you getting good information? Are people have we gotten into the actual meat yet, or
I unmuted myself. The answer is no. Typical people are refreshed, but now people are talking about, for example, the commercials for Vuity, how they were hot and heavy in January and February, and you don't see them at all anymore. I did a few polls, well, it's in my lecture, but it's the N of 1 now. There's other drugs coming out, and I discussed that. But I don't want to say anything negative here. But apparently, the field has chosen to say much more negative than positive. Very few people have had tremendous success. The only ones that the low-hanging fruit are the 42, 43-year-old presbyopes who want some near vision improvement. But beyond that, the side effects and the effects are just too short and not as great as people would have liked.
But at least, given that there was a lot of interest for the first therapy to be approved, I mean, that shows that there are people interested. So perhaps with the next one's coming up to bat, I'm using different metaphors here, perhaps their mechanism of action might be a little different. Perhaps their side effects profile might be a little different.
They're all better, and you could listen to my lecture. But the first one's just pilocarpine, lower dose. The others all have other drugs in it, lower doses, different ways of doing it, and so they should last longer and be better. But I'm only going by the company studies now. You have to once it goes out to the real world, that's when you really find out.
Exactly, and I'm anxious to try the other ones as well because I tried Vuity and it just
The interesting thing is, it's in my lecture. I actually learned about this before it was ever released because I know some people at Novartis, but they discontinued their lens softening drop. I don't know if you know that. UNR 844, it's gone. They stopped the studies because it just didn't perform. So all these drugs, except for one now, are all the miotic pupil drugs, but some of them have much better formularies that should work longer and better. And we'll see. Again, I'm relying upon company data, which I've been a KOL for companies and gone to lectures and learned about things, and then the marketplace showed that they didn't perform as well as I was taught by the companies. Let me pop back into my room now.
Oh, here's an interesting comment that came in. I love being able to rewind the lecture while it's playing. I wonder
That's
how
a great point.
Yep. So you can do that. Yeah, and I mean, as long as you realize the negatives that can come along with that, which is if you're up against a time crunch, right, and you got to get to the end of this ridiculous thing, you might be late to the next class. So that's, or what I would recommend if you really want to do that and do it routinely is you could always watch these things on demand too, right? Because the lecture is going to end here live, and if you wanted to watch it again, starting on Monday, everything's available to you. You can just pop right back into the site and literally just fast forward to whatever you want, because the lectures are all going to be there for you, and they'll be up through December 1st. So
I don't know, maybe we should start touting this as the CEwire DVR, because it's like if you're watching something on your DVR or on your TV and you have a DVR and you rewind a little bit, if your DVR is scheduled to record something, it's going to jump to record that, and then you'll miss whatever you were watching. And that happened to me now and again before we ditch cable in our DVR. But yeah, sometimes you're like, oh crap, I want to watch the last 10 minutes of that, and too late.
Yeah, well, that's why I was saying when I look at CEwire now, it looks to me like Hulu, right? It's the same kind of idea. You can watch your Bob's Burgers live as they're appearing, right at the top of Hulu. It's always what's on live now, right at the top, and then you can just keep scrolling down, scrolling, and you get it on demand. So
yep. Well, not a whole lot going on, which is, once again, a good thing. People with asking about the transcripts, and not a lot of real problems, which is good. That means everything's stable. It means Audentio is making changes on the fly like they did yesterday when you need some more oomph, and that's a good thing. Yeah, and I'm guessing they're not going to hear from Tammy.
Yeah, she doesn't seem like she's around.
Well,
actually, you know what? No, we are mistaken. She's not.
No, she's coming at it's 4 and 4:30.
Yep, our fault. Totally our fault. Here we are throwing her under the bus. She is not late. We obviously don't know what time we have people scheduled.
What was the subject? I did look at the program.
For Tammy Petrosian, she had a class talking about, her first one was on TBI, traumatic brain injury. And then the second class was about makeup in the eye. And I know that a lot of people have been talking about that. I mean, how it can affect, especially ocular surface disease and just overall ocular trouble with crappy makeup, especially if you don't remove it or if it's a really cheap, poorly made product.
I remember when people used to wear a lot of eye makeup, and when what was that film Cleopatra was in? Elizabeth Taylor played Cleopatra in a movie, and she wore a tremendous amount of eye makeup. And in those years, women used to put mascara on to beat the band. And when you reverted the lid, there was a whole layer of black underneath the eyelid. So much of the problems I had with contact lenses were, even in those years, the combination of cosmetics that they used, plus the cleaners that they used.
Well,
These are
especially if many of them were rigid lenses, if you get just a little tiny flake of something under that lens, it would not be comfortable.
Nope.
So how is it out there in Portland land? Did everything freeze again overnight?
overcast,
Yeah.
snow drizzles, and but it's warmer because the snow melted on our deck outside, so it's over 32 degrees at least. So maybe by tomorrow, it's safe to go out.
Is it going to be cold again tomorrow? Tonight is it overnight?
The temperature's going to drop. Edward, did you hear any weather reports?
Yeah, so the way it works here in the winter in general is that this is why Portland's so challenging. It always hovers around 32. So overnight, I mean, because right now it's raining, it looks like I'm just, I went outside here for a few minutes. It's raining, but it's like close to freezing. But by tonight, it will be freezing. So this stuff is all going to refreeze. So I'm going to guess that tomorrow morning, Reed's school is going to be delayed by at least a couple hours. Because they
If
don't,
not closed.
yeah, because they don't want, if not closed, because they don't want people sliding off to their doom. But that's the thing. I mean, if it gets up to like 45 tomorrow, it'll all melt, but it just takes a while. So,
Yeah, actually, if it melts during the day, but then it gets cold again overnight, then you have that refreeze overnight into the morning, and
yep.
you just aren't equipped to salt the roads or have it taken care of.
Yeah, it's a total disaster, and most people here are responsible, and they know that, and they just stay home if they can. Although, when we had our big thing that happened last week, it happened towards the end of the workday, and it caught everybody by surprise. So people actually got stuck at work and on the highways. Kids were actually stuck on their school buses for 6 hours or more on the highway, to the point where they actually abandoned their school buses and started walking to get.
It's also dangerous.
Yeah, the whole thing was crazy, but the meteorologists completely failed us last week. They didn't let us know this was going to happen. They were fooled. So, but yeah, you can see it's right around that point here now where it can just get kind of dicey.
Yeah, and at any moment, even if it's raining, if the temperature starts to drop, then you'll have freezing. It could be freezing rain or sleet or freezing on the surface there.
Yeah, so it's kind of dicey. Fortunately, I'm not going anywhere, at least until tomorrow morning. So,
Our recreation center has been closed for 3 days. I don't know what the gym rats are doing. Those that work out daily.
You could do planks in your house.
I swim, but these are the other folks, the weightlifters and the treadmill people.
Yeah, so a forecast like this typically means like 2-hour school delay. That's going to be my big guess. So.
Well, now we'll have to take bets.
But at least our air quality is mainly good. We don't have bad air here most of the time. So.
Yep.
But it rains all the time.
Yep.
That is for sure.
That's gotta be hard.
If the sun would be out, we would have San Francisco weather.
Yeah, but the problem is the sun goes away for like 6 months at a time.
Have there ever been any studies of people in the Pacific Northwest? Are there higher sales of vitamin D or a higher number of scripts for antidepressants?
Oh my gosh! Yeah, I mean they put SSRIs in the water here. It's seriously, it's completely common. Like everybody gets depressed, and the problem with this place really is that what's funny about it is if you cross the mountains, it's sunny again. Like I don't know if I could just show it on a map, but like this is a valley, right? So it's like a giant bowl here, and the clouds just descend over it and stay. But if you manage to cross Mount Hood, you go 90 minutes to the east. If you can get across to the other side and you get into the high desert, it's totally clear. It's nice. The skies are blue. But the problem is we're all just kind of trapped here on this bowl.
You need to have a weekend place there.
Yeah, so a lot of people do that. Like what they'll do is they'll take off to Bend, or which is in the high desert, or a lot of people go to Vegas for weekends just because they want the sun. They just want to be outside and see blue sky.
But you live I really love your little town, and it's unfortunate that it's so depressing to be there. But I guess it wouldn't be so green if it weren't so overcast and drizzly all the time.
That's true. I mean, it's a great place to live 6 months out of the year. So a couple of our neighbors have the right idea. They piss off to Arizona right around Thanksgiving or right after Halloween. You see them load up the RV and it's like, sayonara.
Yeah, but if you have kids in school, you can't do that.
Right.
And Mary's job is there. I mean, she can't just up and leave.
Yep. So yeah, for those of us who work, it's a little bit of a challenge.
So, but basically, however, I guess if we were mainly New Yorkers here, we would kill each other. But the people here are uniformly nice. It's very pleasant. So, very few complaints. Remarkable.
Well, it's what they call Portland nice, though. They're passive aggressive, as opposed to the East Coast where they're just aggressive.
Oh, are they like Southern, like bless your heart kind of nice?
No, not even like that. Like very sort of a bland Midwestern kind of nice. They're like sort of friendly to your face, but yeah, very very sort of relaxed. But
I asked that question. I had to be so careful when I went out traveling, but I had to give a talk in Bismarck, North Dakota, one November. And I went there. It was miserable. I mean, it was terrible and cold. And they have a museum there about the Museum of Hardships that the settlers had.
Museum of Hardships? Oh my God, that sounds like a horrible place.
Yeah, it showed how they suffered having to get to North Dakota. And many of them stayed. And I never knew how to ask nicely to the people that were my hosts. Why did you stay? Why didn't your relatives keep going? And their uniform answer was, we're Scandinavian. And this was our climate that we got used to from Scandinavia. It was this overcast, miserable, cold place. And this is where we came because the farming was good. So that's many people settled. I mean, that's why you find, for example, in Southern California and even Northern California, there are so many Italian names, Italian last names, and because mainly Northern Italy has a very similar climate to a lot of California. It's moderate and it's green and it's very, very pleasant.
But North Dakota, man, I mean.
Yeah, well,
yeah.
I mean, every place has its drawbacks. The weather here. So here we are in our bowl. So Portland, see to the right of us. You have Mount Hood right here, which are the Cascade Mountains. This is the coastal range, and we're right in the middle in the bowl. And so if you can just get over here, you're in good shape into the desert. But most of us are trapped right in here.
I would say even a weekend drive, even if you don't stay anywhere, but just to.
Yeah, although the hard part is this right here, which is the road, out of town through Columbia River Gorge. This is impossibly treacherous a lot of the winter. If it's snowing or close to raining, you have to bring chains. It's the only interstate I've ever seen that routinely gets closed and where you need chains or they stop you. So you're kind of trapped. So, and then the coast itself is also kind of foggy and gross. But
maybe you need a light book. I mean, I have one and I don't use it. I bitch about it.
Yeah,
it's gray. I should practice what I preach, but I wonder if light book sales are up out in your area.
I'm sure. I mean, well, fortunately for me, I have the studio here, so I'm bathed in light if I want to be.
The right light?
These are full spectrum lights, so yeah, I flip them all on, and I'm like, oh, it's like daylight in here, so that's cool. But yeah, it's interesting that people deal with it. But as you can see, you know, we're not that far from Las Vegas and everything else, so people just like to go into the desert.
How long would it take you to drive to Vegas?
That's actually long because it's like you can't get there from here situation. So there's no, like you can see, you got to kind of wind your way along. You know, you're talking about, I think, maybe 10 hours.
Oh, okay.
Maybe a little longer. And the area that you go through is kind of unforgiving. As you can see, you wouldn't want to get stranded there. So, yeah.
And of course, the coast is also overcast, but there they have the added problem of not only worry about earthquakes, but tidal waves.
Right.
You have places that show you how to escape when there's a tidal wave warning.
Tsunamis would really scare me. I think that I'm far enough inland that I wouldn't need to worry about that. What about where you are? I mean,
no, we're fine. So when you go out to the coast here, actually, when you visit Astoria or Cannon Beach or whatever, there are signs everywhere. They say you are now in the tsunami zone.
oh, okay.
And so you know, like, okay, if there's something, I'm just going to die, because you know you have to go pretty far back, and Oregon's not like California in that it's a lot rockier and there's cliffs here and stuff, but you have to get away from the coast to get high enough. But yeah, these people would be doomed.
And there's a mountain between the ocean and Portland.
The coastal range, yep. So the coastal range, that's what makes this a bowl, with Mount Hood to our right and then the coastal range to the left. So.
But one of the signs of climate change is that the wines of Northern California are moving north now. So where in the past we only had Pinot Noir, where we're getting other varietals that require a warmer winter and warmer, drier summers. So
what new varietals?
Yeah, so we're getting a lot of weird ones here. We're getting Rhone varietals. We're getting like Viogniers are being like all these whites that we never had before. The more and more people are starting to plant them. But in the past, that wasn't the case. It was just Pinot.
Are they good?
Yeah. I mean, it depends on the skill of the winemaker, I guess, but some of them are good.
Interesting.
Yep.
Well, we're watching The Last of Us, Troy and I. That's a show that we're watching together. You asked earlier, Paul, if we watch together or separately. Alex isn't watching because she wanted to play the video game again, because it's based on a video game. And I had never played it, so I didn't care. And so I don't know if you've watched The Last of Us on HBO. It's about a fungal outbreak that turns into a pandemic, and the show is set in the dystopian times, you know, about 20 years, maybe a little longer after this outbreak. And the show opens in the 60s with a British panel talk show talking about what can happen with fungals. And of course, they're talking about it. And the first thing I thought of watching that was like, oh crap, fusarium. Okay. Well, then fast forward, and you get to see what this fungus looks like. And it looks like a bunch of mushrooms, and it's creeping me out. And I just told my husband, you know, if anything like this happens, you're just going to take me out, because I would freak out and I would not be able to deal. I would slow you down. So take me out before I turn. And also during the zombie apocalypse, you know, take me out. I don't want to turn into a zombie. Take care of it.
Week 7 is on tomorrow night. Tonight.
Yeah, I think we're about 2 episodes behind. Wherever they didn't drop immediately like a lot of shows are now. They are being released once a week. So I think we're still 2 behind from what the latest is.
So, yep.
So you watched? How do you like it?
I watch it. Yeah, it's okay. You know, it's almost predictable. They keep a young girl living to make the teenagers watch a thing, so you can identify. You know, it's good. You know, I do watch it. My wife never. There's too much violence. She doesn't watch programs like that.
Oh, it looks like Richard's coming here to get razor clams.
Yes, that's what I just saw that. What are razor clams? They sound sharp.
They are not sharp. Let me show you
Are
a
they?
picture. So.
But they aren't sharp. Now I'm gonna have to look them up.
Okay, here's a razor clam. Here's a good image of one.
Is it like a quahog? What? That's weird. Oh, that's its foot coming out.
Yeah.
Those are kind of creepy. I don't
Yeah.
like that.
They
must be tasty, I guess. If that's why.
So here we go. Why do you call them
these look good.
They're called razor clams
Look at
because
this.
they resemble
Like
the
I'm salivating. This is crazy. The New Zealand clams are just absolutely wonderful.
I'm not a clam fan, so it doesn't. No, see that grosses me out. No. And speaking of grossing out, you will get this. You'll understand, Paul. Adam, search mushroom grow kit.
Do I really want to? Is it going to be scary? Yeah. Okay. So let me actually look here. So what is it? Mushroom grow kit?
Yes. So Troy got one for me and one for Alex for Christmas. And I like the concept. It's a little box that's loaded with the spores. And just go to Google Images. That's all you need. You don't need a brand. Yeah. Look at how they grow out of, not that one. Like one coming out of like a ruffly one. Go back.
Ooh,
These are all
like those are like button mushrooms.
Yeah, those are fine. The ones coming out of this box, yeah, like they're in the middle in the green top row. Yeah, that's what we have.
Oh.
And after I started watching The Last of Us, I said we need to get these out of the house because it looks like the fungus in the show. And I don't want something like that sitting in my house. It's creeping me the hell out.
Did you taste it? Are they good?
No, I'm not going to try it. But yeah, you can eat them. It's just a box loaded with the spores, and you water it, and you know it's people to grow at home.
For cheating loot from Italy, gone. So we got to do something about you can get a lot of mushrooms here, fresh.
Well, and these little kits are a great idea, but I'm not going to use it. I didn't like the way the clam looked. I don't like the way the mushroom looked either.
Ooh. Look at
yeah,
those guys.
That's just going to come kill me.
You better not come here and actually walk in the woods because I got to tell you, like this kind of stuff is everywhere.
Mushrooms in the wild are okay. If there's like a huge honking pile, I'm going to get creeped out. I do like walking in the woods though, although I am severely allergic to poison ivy and I can very easily catch it from the air, but I really like trees and I like being in the woods, but just that grow kit is just creeping me out. Kind of like my daughter's old porcelain doll collection. They didn't creep me out at the time, but now I'm glad she doesn't like them anymore because my mom kept buying my kid these porcelain dolls and they're in the attic, like they can uprise and, kill me up there sometime. Yeah, I'm looking at the live stream video now that we're a little behind and it's showing that giant creepy clam. Apparently everybody thinks I'm weird for being afraid.
Going for razor clams.
The Corky Clinic. What is this, Richard? I'm going to show everyone. AI.
Cool little graphic on there if it's like a sound wave.
It's voice-based AI that listens, transcribes, guides, and codes patient encounters. What? It's able to capture and interpret the patient encounter. Huh. That's crazy.
You should have, I'm at my lecture also, but you should have Tammy calling in.
Oh, right. Sorry. Yeah. I didn't look at the screen.
she
There
there?
she is. Sorry about that.
And she's like, why the hell aren't you
Yeah, I
talking about
And I'm multitasking.
hey Tammy.
Hi, guys.
How's it going?
How are you? Good, good. It's going. How about you?
Good. Good. How was your talk?
It was good. They both went really, really well. There was a lot of, especially with the makeup, there was a lot of interaction, which was great, but it was only amongst the women. So in the middle, I was like, gentlemen, you're allowed to ask as well. And then the guy started asking questions. They're like, we didn't know all this stuff. We don't use this stuff. Yeah, well, that's why you need to know it.
That's true. You have female patients in the chair, don't you?
Right.
So did you see us having this conversation before Adam popped you in? Would you be creeped out by that box of mushrooms?
Where I don't see mushrooms. Where's the mushrooms?
Oh no, I didn't know if you had seen it earlier. Don't worry about it.
Oh, I was waiting in the waiting room, so.
Okay, I'm just looking for an ally. I don't think anybody's supporting me here on the box of mushrooms.
Are you doing mushrooms instead of coffee? Is that what you're doing?
No, it's one of those, it's like a spore box where you can grow mushrooms, and it's a cool idea, but it just looks creepy as hell.
Oh, well, yeah, but it's a fungus, so it's going to spread everywhere, no?
Yes. Just like the TV show that we were just discussing. All right, I'll stop now.
So you find that there aren't too many men that use makeup?
Well, honestly, Paul, you would be surprised, because now with the younger generation, I do see more and more males putting on eye makeup. So it's not just the men, but the doctors definitely were. It was nice because they got a lot of information on patients they see every day, but they might have not really realized how much goes into women or people in general putting makeup on their faces, especially on the eyes.
Yep.
But yeah, we are seeing more and more men putting makeup on nowadays, especially in New York City.
Well, I think with men, at least from what I've seen, when they do it, they really do it. Like you can tell, like, oh, you're wearing eyeliner. Like I don't know how many men actually do a subtle job of it.
Yeah. Although you do every once in a while see this guy with like fabulous eyelashes, and it's like, why? It's just getting wasted.
So you had a quote in your talk, because I actually listened to the thing, when I was assembling everything, and I'm like, I can't believe that's true. Did you say that like lashes were like a $2 billion a year industry or something?
Yeah, lashes. So makeup in general is a little over 100 billion in the US, and lashes alone, fake lashes, is 2 billion industry.
What the hell?
And it's growing. It's a lot.
Holy smoke.
Yeah.
Wow.
You wonder why after Miss Piggy was so popular, one to put fake eyelashes on.
I mean, I know literally nothing about it, but I'm thinking $2 billion. Like, how much do these things actually cost? I mean, is there like a whole thing you have to go through to put them on? Like, I don't even get it.
Well, you have to go somewhere to put them on. You can get them put on at a place, and then you have to get them.
They have them, at a place, definitely. But then they also have them. You can purchase them nowadays at like a CVS, or Amazon sells a whole bunch. So it's either or. You can either do it yourself, or you can go to a place which hopefully has, a qualified, someone that's registered and qualified and taken all the courses, an esthetician. But like I talk about, there's really no regulation happening, or if there is, it's very inconsistent state to state. So, same with the tattoos for the eyeliners and the eyebrows. You can have someone who's not registered or not licensed at all having these procedures getting done on people, and then we see the side effect with the people coming in with problems with their eyes.
Right. So this whole idea of permanent makeup like that, this seems like a terrible idea. Again, to somebody who knows nothing about this, I don't know. It just permanent. Like I can't imagine doing anything like that. To make that decision. Like, yep, this is it. This is what I'm doing.
So it actually came out, the permanent makeup, it's actually semi-permanent. It does dull after about 15 years, but it all came out from people who had medical conditions where they either couldn't put on their own makeup or they were having skin conditions. So that's where it came out as more of like a treatment kind of aesthetic process. And then it just turned into the makeup industry took it and turned it into this whole billion-dollar industry. But if you do your makeup the same exact way every single day, you know exactly how you want it to look. There's no variation. It takes a lot of time, a lot of money to put makeup on. You know, a lot of people spend a very significant part of their time, just like you see in the subways or in the cars, people putting makeup on because they didn't have time to do it in the morning. It takes time to look nice. You want to look nice for yourself, for representing yourself to other people. The way you look is really gonna make a difference, especially depending on what environment you work in. So if you definitely know what you want your makeup to be, and you find a good, trustworthy, reputable place to do it, it can actually save you a whole amount of time, a lot of money. And if it's done properly, it can look great and not cause any problems. It's just the problem is you have to find someone where they know what they're doing. And you have to be sure that you want exactly what it is that you're telling them you want.
Right.
And I guess it's the market as well. I recall when daily disposables first came out, we did the study for Johnson & Johnson for the lenses you throw away. And we ended up with focus groups to try to decide how much Johnson & Johnson wants to charge for the product. And they asked the focus group, and they came out with some very, very high prices for the value of being able to throw away your contact lenses daily, which is a mistake. But when you ask that group, these were Manhattan women that spend a fortune every week on their nails, their hair, and their makeup. And these were the ones we were asking advice from. This is not America. So they learned very quickly they got to drop the price.
Yeah.
Yep. So yeah, so that was just actually one of 2 lectures that you did today. The other one was the TBI lecture. And by the way, we got rave reviews.
Great.
Here in the lobby, people were like, wow, that was incredible. They wanted another hour, in fact. So maybe later in the year you can spool up another hour for us on it, because it seems like you were just sort of scratching the surface.
Yeah, we definitely scratched the surface on that one. And it's a really interesting lecture because you have a lot of people getting into TBI now with the VAs, with all the soldiers and the sports and sports vision and everything. But I just felt like it was important just to kind of take a step back and just to understand the mechanisms with which the traumas occur, because a lot of us see it after it happens, right? So the first thing you do when you get a head trauma is not necessarily go to your eye doctor. So it was just a nice breakdown of all of the primary kind of like, this is when the trauma happens, how the trauma happens, what the side effects could be, and then the secondary, so a couple of weeks later, these are some of the things that could continue to happen to continue to cause trauma even after you've had that initial traumatic incident. And then we delve into concussion and speak a little bit more specifically about how that happened. So it was a nice review of the actual mechanisms. And yeah, if you guys want, I'm always happy to talk. And I can talk my head off. So, if you want more on head trauma, we could do head trauma. We could do treatment. We can do more on the causes, more on what the head trauma actually does. You guys tell me what you want and I'll do it for you.
I want to know why women, I'm still here, I'm on my lecture also, Tammy, but hi,
Yeah.
I'm just monitoring both. First of all, I know you can talk, I lectured with you and I just said hi, and then you took it from there. Tell me why, my wife even wants to know, why do women have pedicures in the Northeast in the wintertime?
I can tell you, I'm going to go get one in 2 days.
Nobody sees your feet.
I don't do it for other people.
For me, it's the massage chair, honestly.
Okay.
No.
But you can understand my perspective. If nobody's...
Wait, I gotta tell you, perspective.
Sorry. Go ahead, Paul. You go for it.
Pedicure, I still I'm not going. My wife goes every couple of weeks and she says, why don't you go? And I really should go. It's tough as hell to cut my own toenails. It's very hard to bend over and really do a job without massacring your toes. So I don't know if you go to a podiatrist for that or you go to a nail salon, but men should have more pedicures, not less.
So I sit corrected.
I go because I like somebody else doing it and taking care of it, and they do a much better job than I do. And I keep red polish on all year long because I like it. And I usually don't see it myself except in the shower because I'm
Vietnamese and Koreans doing it. So there's no small talk when you're doing your nails.
Well, I go to the same salon up the street from my house, so and it doesn't matter what ethnicity they are. I usually talk to my service providers. How are you today? You know, that sort of thing. So, but it is relaxing. I mean, I take my Kindle and I like sitting with my feet in the warm water, and that feels good. I hate the massage chair, Tammy. I actually turn that off.
Really? Oh, that's my favorite.
It bugs me.
Casey?
It's like a little, it's like 45 minminutes just to yourself.
Yep.
It's just a mini vacation.
It's relaxing.
Yeah.
And it feels good when you're done.
Come on in.
Are you done?
Yep. Adam, here's your son a few years ago.
They grow up quickly.
Yep. He was, because I can't throw, my wife was showing him how to throw a football outside, or flag football. Casey, say hello and then say goodbye.
Hi.
Hello.
Bye, Casey. Bye,
That was
Casey.
Reed a few years ago. Hello and goodbye.
Like 25 degrees outside. Why are you keeping him outdoors?
I'm in Florida.
You're in Florida.
Half the year in Florida, yeah.
Wait, you didn't move, did you?
I had to move to, no, I'm in New Jersey half the year, and we come back in May and we stayed through, let's say, November.
Oh,
Yep.
see, that's what smart people do.
I planned it a long time ago, and now I'm a good golfer.
Yeah.
Are you
We had
really?
snow up here yesterday.
We didn't get it.
Tax savings alone is worth the trip, right, Steve?
Not really, but it helps. What helps is the weather, as Tammy's pointing out, and the, you know, being in quote semi-retired helps a lot also. Not seeing patients anymore.
Are you,
Sorry.
that's the Star Trek ship behind you, right? That's the Intrepid?
Yes. Excuse me?
That USS Intrepid?
I think so, but I could do some things here.
Oh, so
I'd
meanwhile,
rather
I'm
be a
actually looking here, guys. So
I'm at the Javits Center.
So yeah, I'm looking. So Tammy, I think you might have set a record for your lectures here in terms of the number of people. The number of people that we've had at the conference here today, it's you know, shockingly high. I know you've been doing this with us for a few years at this point.
Well, I was thinking, has it been like 6 years? It's been a while, guys.
Yeah, it's definitely been a while, but I think this year for us has just been the craziest so far. I think people have finally, you know, after COVID, they're like, you know, this online stuff probably is okay. Because the turnout for this, because, you know, the first one is usually kind of small, you know, medium sized, but this year it's been kind of overwhelming. So yeah, it's kind of cool.
Well, but that's a kudos to you guys. You really put on a very, very high class, very, very good, well put together, great topics, great speakers. So you guys, you know, you do an amazing job.
Well, it's all you guys. I mean, without the speakers, we'd be doomed. So thank you for coming back year after year.
Oh, you guys are a pleasure to work with. Definitely. No, but I feel like, and then I know it's like state by state, and then Cope and Arbo keep throwing curveballs in terms of stuff. It's always fun. But it works. I mean, you can't have like a million things going on. You have to say, okay, I'm going to be doing CE today, and sit down and do your actual CE. So you have to dedicate the time, but you don't have to, you know, take the time away from the family or fly over or pay for the hotel and then all the food. It makes a huge difference in the amount of expenses you have, and then you can, dedicate that 1 day or 2 days to CE where you might have otherwise not been able to. But you can't be like, walking around and driving around. You have to like sit and do the CE.
Right.
Yep. But Tammy, that New Jersey's allowing all the CE to be online. In fact, I just got a communique today from NJSOP that they're having a 1 day thing online.
Yeah, we're still allowed to be online, but I'm pretty sure that's going to change relatively soon.
I hope not.
Yeah.
Can you imagine how difficult it would be to lecture to 500 people and ask, are there any questions? How do you manage?
I was in Pittsburgh last weekend lecturing. And we had several hundred people, and there were a lot of questions, and I actually wasn't able to kind of finish off my lectures because we just got to talking, and it just, the lecture, we went off track. So here it's nice because all the information is pre-recorded, and then during the lecture, we were just, especially with the makeup lecture, we were just like boom, 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 talking the whole entire time.
Which is that is the advantage of this format, where if you gave a lecture and you had 15 people come up afterwards, you just wouldn't have the time to talk to everybody. And they're not interrupting you really. I mean, because they're looking at the slides, they're hearing you, and they could, I think this approach is actually better. Now, we could do it live, but there's a lot of issues with live in terms of the whole system breaking down.
Well, yeah, so we did it live for Nora, right? We ran 3 tracks live, and I actually ran that from here, and it was an ordeal. That was tough, and I wouldn't want to do that again. It was just I had 3 separate tracks with eight separate speakers actually, because they had multiple people doing lectures at the same time, just running from computer to computer to make sure people were okay. It was stressful. This is much better.
Yeah. And then for this speaker also, like, things always come up. Your internet's not working, your dog is barking, someone's, crying, your kids are walking in. So from the speaker's perspective, it's much nicer to have it all pre-done.
Yep. Yeah, so hopefully we'll continue. Hopefully the states won't, relent and start cutting down on a lot of online CE. I guess we'll see. Well, there's always Canada, I guess. They can do 100% online, and they're not changing anything. I guess they don't want to travel. Yeah. It's too hard.
Well, I was talking to, when I was in Pittsburgh, we had some other healthcare providers. So there was like physical therapists and occupational therapists there. And they do everything. Just they'll open like a journal, they'll read the CME, they'll take a quiz, send it in, and they're done. So they don't even have to do the lecture component of it. So between professions, it's so very, very state to state. With optometry, it's different, but even just within professions, it's so very different in terms of what's required of you.
Yep. I mean, in some ways, optometry is better than a lot of other professions. I mean, I'm licensed in medicine, and really, like you said, like I can do this any number of ways with a journal or whatever else, and a lot of it is garbage. But it's out there. But this, at the very least, people are listening. And now Arbo's changed the rules, as you know now. People have to fill out a survey at the end at least, so they can't just fall asleep. So I think optometry has a lot of advantages at this point.
Yeah, the disadvantage is we don't have that many revenue streams that medicine might have. So the states need the money from the CE, and where are they going to get it? But from having live events.
Right.
Even now, you talk.
I did have a question about with the surveys, right? So it's multiple choice, but then there's a couple of questions where you have to type something in. So if someone types in something nonsense or just like periods or whatever, do they then not get the CME, or it doesn't matter what they type in?
It doesn't matter it doesn't matter what they type in for the survey. So the way the survey really works is it's sort of like a self-check, we want people to reflect for a second, will this actually change my clinical practice, right? That was the thrust of the questions that we ask, and not like, they're not super penetrating questions, but just enough to get people thinking. And then there's that one or two line box that we gave where it's like, tell us what you really think about the lectures. And that's more for you than anybody else, right? Because in the end, I'm going to give you that feedback. You'll have a stack of 1,000 probably when all is said, and maybe more actually. For your lectures, you're probably going to have a stack of 2,000 of these surveys by the time September rolls around.
And we give you the stats at the end, by the way.
Yeah, Yeah, I'm going to
very
give you the
pleased.
stats and all the comments, so you can actually then go
Right.
back and decide what you want to do with it.
Well,
One thing
exactly.
I'd say one thing that happens with reviews, either like Google reviews for doctors or whatever, the really, really happy people are going to say things, and the really, really unhappy people will say things. And somebody else wants to put a dot in, that means they were kind of in the middle. So
Right. But those reviews are really important for the speakers, right? Because like when you first start out, you're really, really nervous and you just think you did a horrible job and everything. And then as you become more seasoned, you really do want to pick up on those tidbits that you can improve on. So that's what you're looking for, is to, say, what can I do to make the lecture more interesting or more interactive, or higher level, lower level, whatever it might be. So those reviews are really, really important for us to get back.
Yeah, and I want people to be honest too. That's the hard part. Like I keep telling people, like, please be honest. Like you don't have to be brutal or mean, but like really be honest, because the speakers do want to know.
Right, exactly. And I always get, great lecture, you talk too fast. The talk too fast, that's not something, and now I know that that's a complaint for me, so I just kind of put it out there at the beginning, because I know that's not going to change. I talk too fast, that's just me. So you can either take me or leave me. That's what you're gonna get. But all other criticisms, I'm very happy to to get back, and I think Steve, you get the same, right?
Oh, absolutely. I do talk too fast. But I also have 4 children, and you have to talk fast.
Right.
Well, it's funny actually, guys, because I had a lecture here, and I'll confess to this, because who's watching us right now? Only a couple hundred people, right? So this person went over the time limit, and Tammy, I always tell everybody, do not exceed the time limit, because we can't, change it. Like people have to go to the next room, and they're like, I don't want to re-record it. What can I do? And I'm like, oh, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I sped their lecture up by 8%. And so I used a filter so that their voice stayed at the same pitch, but then they were just talking like a New Yorker. I'm like, okay, I can live with this. Like now this is the proper lecture.
See, so it's not even a problem. People even strive to be on our level.
There you go.
So we're good.
It's like when you have to write a 3-page outline and you just make the words really big, the font, so that it's 3 pages.
Get 16 points and purple
On the survey,
margin.
on the
A
survey,
lot of spaces.
are the surveys anonymous or is a name attached?
So
For
the surveys are anonymous to the speakers. When we hand back the pile, there won't be names on it. We actually obviously link the data to each person, not that I know or care what each person writes. Like I don't go look like, oh, so-and-so wrote this. But we have to now actually match each survey to the person, because that's ARBO's requirement, right? We need to know who took the survey to say rubber stamp and say you get credit for this. But yeah, the speakers never know. It's anonymous.
Yeah. But you shouldn't bother taking the survey if you haven't watched, because they do match up. So if you're taking surveys thinking that you're going to get credit, don't, because they do check to.
People have been so conscientious about it. One guy actually said, I accidentally gave somebody the wrong rating. Can I go back in and change it? Because I don't want him to feel bad. Like I accidentally hit the wrong number. And so fortunately, yes, with our software, you can go back. If you take the survey again, it just erases your old one. So
I made a mistake, because when I was reading, like on the first or the second survey, I was reading the market, what's the wording? Where there's bias, like market bias or something like that.
Yep, commercial bias.
And, yeah, commercial bias. And it's worded so that you're supposed to say no, but in my head I was reading it to say yes, or one or the other.
Right.
So I answered it as yes. It was like supermarket biased, but I didn't mean it. I meant to say no. And I caught myself, and I was able to go back. I was like, I don't want to get this person in trouble.
Tammy, I did exactly the same thing. So great minds don't think alike. Exactly the same thing. Because every other answer is yes, and it's all positive.
Well, I'll be honest with you, as the person who actually has to look at that data, like unless somebody's scoring like a bunch of yes, there's commercial bias here, I'm not going to really care, right? Because it's probably an error or whatever. But like if I see like consistently like, oh yeah, this was a biased lecture, that's the only time I'm really going to look.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Because I might have inadvertently done it for other lectures where I didn't notice. So
Oh my God, this lecture sucked.
if you see that one outlier from me saying there was commercial bias, I just misclicked.
And just for you, Tammy, just so you know that we're in April, June, and September, so you know that. So our biennial ends April 30th. So you could take courses again and get 30 credits, I guess, in the June and September lectures.
Yep,
So,
yep, that's the
nice
plan.
little
So,
perk.
yeah, so I usually do like one room or one track per whatever per.
I try to save the orals for when I need them also.
The orals, yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah. New Jersey apparently no longer has an inactive paid license choice. So you either have to totally deactivate your license or activate it. I found that out just now.
It's amazing, even though I'm in Florida, how much telemedicine I do for sometimes patients who knew me and know me, and sometimes family and relatives who think they know me.
You don't want to. That's a big no-no, Steve. You shouldn't be treating your family. That's like 101.
Especially when they want Z-Paks for bronchitis or something, and you get it also, I'm sure. One person looked at a preceptal cellulitis and said, "No, I can't treat this with a picture on the phone."
Yeah.
So, and they did, by the way, sent it to an optometrist. I thought they might be good.
Mm-hmm.
Kidding.
Yeah, I try very hard not to treat friends and family because it never ends well.
Yeah.
Very true.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just looking here. I know Chris Rapuano's lecture is about to start, so.
He's great, by the way. He's from Wills, the head cornea guys. He's really good.
Mm-hmm.
And very conscientious in producing good content.
So I'm nervously looking at all this, Tammy. I'm just, I don't know if you've been following these past 2 days, but just, I'm lording over the software to make sure it doesn't blow to pieces, just because we've had so many people on the system. So.
Yeah.
It's
well, there's a lot. There's over 1,000 people or close to 1,000 people on now.
1,400.
Yeah, 1,400.
Yeah.
And we've had consistently more. We had over 3,000. We'll have probably 4 or 5 by the time the year's over.
Yeah.
Amazing. And if Florida and other states allowed it, we'd have even more.
Yeah. Well, so don't let your system go down because you're going to have a lot of very people.
Yeah, so that's the challenge. So I'm just here nervously watching everything as we're doing this. So that's why I'm just a little bit distracted.
Yeah, for good reason.
What were the best questions that you got in your classes?
So a lot of people, the majority of people, I would say, didn't know that makeup has a expiration date. So that's like a thing. Most people don't know makeup has an expiration date. And then like we went over where to find it, how to find it. So if you're not sure, makeup on the back or on the bottom where it has all of the ingredient information, there will be a little, it looks like an opened jar. And in that picture of an open jar will be a number followed by the letter M. So that number is, so say it says 6M. That means that after opening the jar, you have 6 months to dispose of it. So you should throw that out 6 months after opening this makeup. Yeah, there was a lot of questions about makeup removers. So one really good tip to do, the makeup removers themselves can cause a lot of dermatitis, a lot of redness, irritation. So a really good tip to give to someone who does have very sensitive skin is to make sure to use the makeup remover, but then after using the makeup remover to remove the makeup remover. So you want to use like whatever you use, baby shampoo or any other kind of lid wipe or anything that you normally use to remove the makeup remover, because that itself can cause a lot of irritation. And then we had a lot of questions about the false lashes, how they work. The false lashes will actually, a lot of people wear them for way too long and they're very, very heavy. Whether they be glued on or especially the ones that are put on by a magnet, they're very, very heavy. So people will have a lot of falling out lashes, or you can actually get a ptosis and then induce astigmatism from all of that weight. So you really just want to use those very sparingly and take them off intermittently. Yeah.
Good information.
I have one question before you go, because your time is up. This is a open-ended question and difficult. When the cosmetic companies want to market their product, are there infomercials about cosmetics that are good for contact lenses and good for the eyelid? Has anyone ever approached you to become a spokesperson for a specific brand? And if not,
I not. Sorry, go ahead.
And if not, why not? On the flip side, how many interviews do you get by the news media where the producers will say, forget about it, it affects our advertisers?
Okay. So in terms of it affects our advertisers, there was one instance where that was a problem. So we couldn't talk about it because there was an issue. But otherwise, I haven't run into that. But that might be because I haven't done enough, news stuff on this. But yeah, that hasn't been too much of a problem. In terms of having someone come and say, let's discuss this. Also, no, I don't know. Maybe I'm not, I don't know. Maybe I don't fit the demographic, Paul, of news media people, but there hasn't been anyone to approach. I know there's been a lot of people asking for lectures and articles and webcasts about the topic because it is a very interesting topic and something that affects pretty much every single one of our patients, but there's a lot of research that just needs to be done and a lot of chemistry behind it. So I'm one of probably a handful of people who lectures on the topic. So in the optometry kind of world, a lot of want for information on the topic, but outside of it, not too much. And I'm not sure why. It might be an advertising thing, like you say, definitely.
Tammy, you should know that we have Bethany here now also listening to you, Dr. Fishbane.
Hi.
Hey, how are you?
Good. In terms of the contact lenses question, there is actually a website that looks at makeup, specifically how it is either more or less so compatible with contact lenses. And that is the only one I know of. Let me just recall quickly the name of it. Where is it? Yeah, aalens.com. So that website has a whole slew of different information about contact lenses, but it will also give contact lens compatible type of makeup. So that's really the only one that I know of.
Yeah.
Cool.
There sure is a market for it.
Yeah, there definitely is a market for it. Definitely. But I'm usually a person that, if I like to give truthful and honest information. So if, someone tells me to kind of switch the information around to make it more market friendly or product friendly, I'm not going to do it. So that might have something to do with it.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, let's introduce our next person here. Bethany had an interesting lecture. Why don't you tell Tammy the title if she doesn't know?
Hey, Tammy. Yesterday we spoke about the title is "You Smell and Other Tricky Staff Conversations."
Saw that. Yes, I saw that. I'm gonna watch that the next round. I'm very excited to watch that because those are definitely conversations that we have with people.
Is that considered oral pharmaceuticals in New Jersey?
I did have a retina picture in there, so can count as something.
Bethany, I had a question for you about your lecture, because I listened to it when I was processing everything, and I just wanted to cringe. I just wanted to crawl up and die. How much of that was born out of your actual experience in your clinic that you had to have these conversations with people?
Enough. And
Uh,
what did you say,
I think you whet a
Well,
lot of
no,
people's
there's
appetite who wanted to do this and wanted to say things, but never felt the guts to do so. So I think you opened up a can of
yeah.
good worms.
I must admit, I've said it. I've made people cry. Or they celebrated when I left the practice.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, you can't afford even one little whiff. I know the Napoleon, a famous quote from Napoleon is, "Josephine, don't bathe this week because I'm coming home."
So
that's
you like Josephine's smell.
So
most of us don't.
So, Dad, you were famous though for your lack of tact. So Bethany's lecture was a little bit different, I think.
Yes, she said how to do it. I haven't listened to hers yet either because we were talking here, but I am going to do it on a demand, like when I have plenty of time to listen. But how was it received?
I think pretty well. I was surprised by the number of people. So it's not just me. There were 330 something people who were interested enough by the title to come and listen. So it happens, and it's happened in our office, and it's happened in many of our clients' offices. And it's one of those situations, like you said, Steve, people are in it and they don't know what to do. And you can't not say anything because it's the worst thing if everybody else is talking about it and this one person is who they're talking about. And if that were you, you would want to know. It's a terrible conversation, but better than everybody else having it and laughing at you. So you got to do it.
Did you broach the subject? Because I've had that problem even more so with patients, where, I mean, some people would come into the office and you really had to spray the whole office afterwards. Do you or did you ever have a mild conversation with a patient on the same subject matter? Where affected?
We didn't. Patients are in our office for such a short time, and it's there's been a couple of cases where I wanted to. I remember one gentleman who was talking about how he was unemployed, he was getting a lot of interviews, and he just couldn't get a job. And I wanted to be like, dude, you know why? But I didn't. What we do with those in our practice is we put those on my husband's schedule. He does not have the ability to smell unless somebody suggests it to him. So a patient or staff, anybody can be the smelliest and he won't know. But then if you suggest to him that the patient, that somebody smells or something smells, he's like, yeah, I thought so. So anyway, there are a few patients that only go on his schedule.
But Jonathan, that's a very bad combination as a runner of his recruit, where if he's running 10 miles a day and he doesn't smell himself. Now, have you had PowerPoint discussions with, in terms of a whole seminar on it, or just individual practice? Yes, PowerPoint. Power practice, excuse me. Your power practice initiative.
Have I had whole conversations on this?
In other words, have you discussed this? Because I don't go to every single one of the lectures.
Oh, I don't know that we've had a whole lecture on it with power practice. We have other bigger things to talk about, but we have absolutely had way more than a handful of one-off phone calls and little in-the-moment conversations born of necessity.
How's that going? More work than you ever anticipated?
Well, one of the problems if you have an elderly population is the fact that many older folks their sense of smell goes. And unless they're super fastidious about changing their clothes and bathing, they will have a smell. I recall one lady, her name was Mrs. Horowitz, and we called her Mrs. Horrible, where we had to...
Horowitz is no longer with us.
No. Mrs. Horowitz had a problem, and we let her know that before she comes in, she's got to take care of herself, or else we can't see her. That was, we were tough.
So you're no longer in practice at all privately, or you split your time?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I'm no longer in practice.
She kicked me to the curb, Steve.
Kicked you to the curb?
I
kicked myself
thought
to the
that she
curb
could come for her eye appointment and then we could have a lovely lunch or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But she,
How long can you talk?
we're giving each other a hard time. She is my, or was my personal OD. And now that she's no longer seeing patients, I can no longer see her. And I actually had an appointment on Monday, like almost a week ago, and I see Jonathan, her husband, and she was pretty busy that day. So I'm giving her a hard time for not seeing me, and she's giving me a hard time for not giving her a heads up. So that's what this back and forth is.
And if you see your husband, you don't have to shower that day.
There you go.
I'll have to remember that. I actually made sure to get a shower before I went. Not that he would have.
Exactly.
I'll have to test it next time. Like step in dog poop on the way in or something.
Gretchen, you absolutely can. He would have no idea. And then if you tell him, oh, I'm sorry, I was just baking before I came here. I must smell like chocolate chip cookies. He'll go,
That wasn't from COVID. That happened way before, correct?
Way before COVID, yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What you're saying is, I can't believe anything he says.
Just about that.
Okay, just checking.
And he believes everything you say about that. So it's all good.
Okay, it is all good. It is all good. So what was attendee reaction to your course? Did you have a lot of engagement? What were people saying during the class?
We had some, not too much. So people were, I guess, listening attentively. But we did have some engagement, and it's interesting to hear leaders and practice owners kind of assessing their own leadership and the reactions to their leadership, you know? And that's really what the course was about. The You Smell, we covered it, but it was for the title. And it was really about all the other tricky conversations that you have to have with staff about coming in late and underperforming and having drama with each other and needing to address these in a direct and kind and caring way that lets them know that you're paying attention, that you need things to get better, ultimately gives them the choice that it's either going to get better or they can't be there. And if at that point they choose to not make it better, then they're not going to be your staff for too long. So it really covered a lot of those areas, and some of the people in the presentation acknowledged having trouble with those conversations.
I have a question for Steve. Steve, you always wore like operating uniforms for staff.
Scrubs, yeah.
Did you supply their uniforms?
We supplied one uniform, but the women, I'm getting good question, got very creative. They bought 6 or 7 other outfits. They color coordinated. One day was purple, one day was green. So we provided one and then another of the traditional colors, and then they would coordinate. And they looked great because they all were on the same page every night.
To wash their uniforms, so they didn't wear their uniforms on two days in a row.
No, these are high class people I hire.
Well, that's the point. I wonder how many optometrists supply uniforms for their staff.
Mm-hmm.
It depends on staff purchase and staff, especially low income staff, just watches how many uniforms they have, so they don't change them as frequently as they might. If they have.
But if you remember, I'm going back at Bethany a long time to the Low Vision Center. They provided lab coats with us with our name, but just one. If you recall.
I never got one of those.
Oh, you didn't? I did,
No.
but every week it was. I said, "Could you wash it?" And they never did. So I after a while, I took it home and washed it myself. Yeah, it was. I guess at the very beginning they gave it to me.
It reminds
I missed that day.
Years of the Catskill Mountains as a waiter, busboy waiter, and we had one pair of black pants, and those black pants were worn the entire season.
Oh.
Don't have to change them. So
Well, I think there has to be a certain responsibility on the part of the employee, regardless of what your position is, to launder your outfit. I mean, my daughter's a vet tech at a vet hospital, and she gets an allowance, and they decide how to spend it. Like, do you need new shoes or what? I mean, and they decide how many pairs of scrubs they need in order to keep them clean. So
It
I
should be in a manual. It should be in the manual rather than let the employee decide. It should be the employer's choice.
I
well,
feel like most of my clothes look like I'm a vet tech at an animal hospital.
I
In
mean,
your
you're
office, did you wear scrubs or a lab coat? What was your dress code, Bethany?
We used to wear regular clothes, and then during COVID we switched to scrubs, and I think the docs still wear that by choice.
Yeah.
But yeah, with a little healthy dose of dog hair at all times.
and that's okay. But back to your comment,
Encouraged.
Paul, I would be annoyed if my employee manual told me how often I had to launder my clothes. I mean, if I am being told I have to wash my scrubs every day, then you need to give me enough or give me an allowance for enough. I mean, I think it's a fine line.
Absolutely correct. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. We don't want staff annoyed. We want them to change their clothes. So supply the clothes. It's not that great an expenditure for quality for the practice.
And it's all deductible, cleaning,
Yes.
uniforms themselves.
Our accountant puts that in for, or he will for the last time for Troy, because Troy got a uniform allowance as a mail carrier, and we
Sure.
put down a deduction for laundering because we had to do
Totally
the.
legitimate.
Mm-hmm.
You're
Mm-hmm.
not going to jail.
Well, we might, but not for that. Bethany, what would you say is the most difficult conversation to have with either well, not either, but with a colleague, or someone an employee who reports to you, or even somebody higher up? I mean, what if it's somebody who's, what's the hardest conversation?
I mean, I
Yes.
think that the ones that we're talking about, personal hygiene and stuff, those are awkward, but I don't know that they're the hardest. I think one of the hardest for me is when there's, with an employee particularly when there's somebody who really believes in what you're doing, wants to be part of it, wants to do a great job, is trying their hardest, and just doesn't have the capacity to do the role that they were hired for. That's tough, because somebody who is slacking a little bit, it's lack of effort, it's poor work ethic, they're coming in late, that, those you can assign some fault to the employee, and it makes it an easier conversation because they're choosing to do that. They're choosing to do those things. So when they're doing everything to the absolute best of their ability, and the best of their ability just isn't good enough for what you need in the practice, then that's a tough conversation to have.
Do you ever discuss the fact that there are
Steve,
more,
mute yourself, please.
Yeah, I just muted him.
Oh, okay, thank you.
do you ever discuss the fact that there are morning people and evening people? And if you have a long schedule, you can hire people that do best the early birds versus the night owls to make certain that they go with their body clock so that they do show up on time and are happy at work.
We've had that. One thing we're seeing with a lot of our clients' offices is people are getting creative with work hours, especially since COVID. At our last client retreat, we had an office present on how they've instituted a 4-day work week for about 2/3 of their staff. And so just like you were saying, there's people who would rather work 4 long days and have 3 days off to recharge, and a weekday off during the week to do their doctor's appointments and haircuts and all the things that are hard to do while you're working 5 days. And there are others who would prefer to do shorter days. when somebody is having trouble getting up and getting to work, there are times where, you know, if we can adapt and they can have a later start, especially if you have the hours to let them work a later shift, absolutely. And there are others that they have to work the hours they work, and you have to say, look, can you wake up that half hour earlier? Can you have your coffee before you get in the car instead of wandering in, being grumpy with everybody, and then spending the first half hour in the bathroom getting ready and having your coffee, and you know, you're physically clocked in and you're not ready to work. So sometimes that's the conversation too. If they have a routine that gets them ready for the day, start it sooner.
You know, interestingly enough, this past week I began a topic based on a study in England about the 4-day work week. I don't know if you're familiar with it, where they found that they went on a 4-day schedule because of COVID. They didn't go back to the normal schedule, and the workers are far more productive on a 4-day work week than on a 5-day. So I thought, well, it's a perfect topic for ODwire, and I began it, and it felt like a lead balloon. Had a single response when I asked the optometrist, how many of you, A, work a shorter work week, and B, transfer that shorter work week to staff where they only work a 4-day week and overlap. And I didn't get a single response. And it's 27.
It depends on what hours the practice is open, because it might not be possible. And it's very similar to talking about having schools start later, because teens are hardwired to stay up late and then sleep late, as opposed to be at school for the 8 a.m. bell. It's more than just, oh, hey, let's do this. I mean, it requires a really big shift. It's a complete culture shift.
Well, if you're
in the practice, I think, in order to accommodate that. So it isn't just something that you can out on a whim.
It requires a multi-doctor practice, and requires doctors that are willing to work these particular hours, and you have staffing them. But there just was so little interest in optometry in this particular subject of the shorter work week. I just don't know why.
Yeah, maybe it just hit on at a weird time, because I know this was pretty well received at our meeting and people kind of experimenting with it. And yes, it's easier in a multi-doctor practice where you have options and there's more than 40 hours. But even in a small practice with a practice owner who can make decisions and a staff that wants to do it,
Right.
It's something that you could say, we're going to be open Monday through Thursday or Wednesday through Saturday, or, you know, whatever it is, and experiment to see what that does for your practice. It's interesting. The practice that did this and spoke about it, they're very analytical. So they watch their numbers, they, you know, watch their employee satisfaction scores, they watch their sales, they watch their patient numbers, like all the things. And they found really good improvements in their metrics, similar to the study that you're quoting. I think optometrists, no, I don't want to like generalize and paint everybody with a broad brush, but a lot of people are resistant to change. They're afraid to try something new. And a lot of them equate time with money, which is true in some practices, but it's not true in a lot of them. There are a lot of practices with room for efficiencies that can go from 6 days to 5 days and be open fewer hours and make significantly more money. They just have to know how to do it.
You're back to switching back to body odor. We haven't discussed optometrists and their odors. Now, usually it isn't body odor for ODs, but it's breath.
Or I was going to say booze.
Abandoned. I'm an eater. You know, everyone talks about their diet I don't have restrictions. And if I see garlic and there's a dish with garlic food, I might have it for lunch. But my breath is going to be a disaster. How many optometrists are warned about their bad breath and getting close to patients with it?
It's something that comes up because we, you don't hear about it in the office. You hear about it in the Yelp reviews and the Google reviews after the patient leaves the office. If they didn't have a great experience, that's where they're choosing to talk about your breath. And I think it speaks to the importance of creating a culture in the office where open communication is important. I remember being very new in practice. We were maybe open 3 or 4 years, and we had lunch, and one of my staff members said to me, "Oh, do you have patients scheduled this afternoon?" And I said, "Yeah, we have people coming in." Why? Like, she was on the computer, she knew this. And she says, "Oh, well, because you have something on your teeth." I said, "If I didn't have patients coming in, you weren't going to tell me." So that became kind of our code word, which is a nice thing to have, so that if it comes up, you're not saying to somebody every day, "Dude, cut the garlic. What's with the lunch?" You might say, "Would you like an Altoid?" And if someone is offering you one, that you should take it. And your staff can
Look at that.
look out for you, just like they know you're going to look out for them.
This particular problem is probably no longer a problem because less people are smoking. But
I thought you were going to say it's no longer as much of a problem because of masks, because that was one of the big comments, that when we had to start wearing masks at the beginning of COVID, one of the things that our colleagues liked was all of a sudden the breath was a non-issue, patients and theirs.
Yeah.
Because we're close to people at the slit lamp. If you do direct ophthalmoscopy, if you're, we're close. And so if you're smelling your patient's breath, they're smelling yours, and the masks have helped that situation to some degree.
But smokers weren't aware of it. We had one associate that was a heavy smoker. And not only that, but he would put out the cigarettes in the consultation room and not clean the ashtray. So his room smelled of
way back in the day.
And that was in our practice. And since we couldn't do too much about it until he stopped smoking. But there was one very famous New York, our competitor, as a matter of fact, contact lens specialist, in quotes, who was a heavy smoker. And the one complaint many patients had about him when he finally retired and we took over the practice is, he always smelled of tobacco. He always had that smell. So I wonder how, you don't have to caution, because I assume most optometrists are not smoking now. Would that be a safe assumption?
Not tobacco, at least.
Sheltered life, so I don't meet people.
I stopped going to a dentist once because he would go to do whatever, and he always had smell of smoke on his hands, and I was like, "This is gross. I don't want that. I don't want that."
There was a professor I had.
Especially with contact lenses, no matter how much you wash your hands, there's going to be a nicotine stain on there. Do you want them to touch your contact lens when they put it in? So it was a definite issue.
There was a professor that I had a long time ago. It was a history class, and he had this tweed jacket that he would wear all the time. And he and one of his buddies were heavy smokers. And shocking no one, I was one of those brown noser kids who sat at the front of the class. And I'm taking notes. And when this guy would walk back and forth in front of the class, it was like a waft of cigarette smoke every single time. And it was gross. And that was just from his clothes. I mean, I guess that when he wasn't in front of a classroom, he was in a teacher's lounge or in his own office or something, and like the odors just seeped into him, and that's disgusting. Absolutely. I'm really glad that we don't have that much.
Pipe smokers in the old days, everybody carried around a pipe to show that they were intellectuals. So
I thought that was mostly psychologists, not optometrists.
Well, then there's also other things you need to worry about. If somebody's walking back and forth and something's wafting in front of you, depending on how many bean burritos they had for lunch, I mean, that's got to be hard too.
Yeah.
I mean, think about it from optometrists. You're in a small room almost all the time. What do? Do you get up and leave the room? What do you do?
But you
Again,
know what, Gretchen? Society changes. I was watching a show and I commented to my wife, it was on signing of the Declaration of Independence, and it's July, and these people are all in the same room wearing wool, heavy coats, and obviously there's no deodorant those days. Everybody stunk. And in fact, there's a reason you
That was
probably know,
not
Bethany. Yeah, that why women wore hoop skirts in the Middle Ages. It was to not smell, for lack of a better word. So we become, our teeth are whiter, we use more deodorant, we certainly use more body products that things from the 1950s and 60s we'd never accept now, but because this is the norm now. And
Well, and back then everybody smelled that way. I mean, if you think
that's
way
right, yeah.
people had a weekly or monthly bath going back to Napoleon. I mean, yeah, your spouse might smell, but you smelled too. So, I mean, everybody, that was the norm. So nobody stuck out. Or
Right.
You don't have to go to the Middle Ages. My older brothers were in the military during World War II. And one of my middle brother was a fighter, and he used to beat up guys because they complained that in those days, there wasn't too many male deodorants, but it was an arid cream deodorant that he used under his arms. And they kept calling him gay because he was doing it. He belted him out. But
that's a lovely story.
Yeah.
Recent memory,
Oh my
people
God.
worry about if they don't use deodorants. I mean, that's the way it is.
Mhm. I bet you that same guy with the tweed jacket had yellow teeth also. But that's another story.
Yes, he did. And the tips, his fingertips too. And I don't know whether he smoked cigars or cigarettes, and I didn't much care. And I didn't take another class with him or his buddy, because his buddy would sit up in the front of the room, and this is off topic, but I'm ranting now. He would just sit up at the front of the room and read his notes year after year, the same thing. Like, he didn't just give me the damn notes. Why am I sitting here? I can just look at the notes and take the test. That's ridiculous. But anyway, no, I never took a class from that guy again. And
Maybe
that
one of the things, I'm thinking, Bethany, one of the things you can do in the power practice is advise people to have their spouse work with them, because they'll pull no punches in terms of telling somebody that they need to do something while a staff member will. My wife was my office manager, and I don't recall if I had broccoli on my teeth once, I think, something like that. But your spouse will tell you something that somebody else will not.
But really, like, it's being somewhat serious. That's the message here.
Yeah.
Your spouse will tell you that because they care about you more than anybody else in that room cares about you. So if somebody who's going to care about you the most is willing to tell you these things, then the goal is that everybody else will care enough to tell you also. And that's the point. There's lots of other wonderful reasons to work with your spouse. And there are some pitfalls you can run into when you work with your spouse. And we do have a lot of client offices, and obviously myself are working in a husband and wife practice. And it has a whole set of unique challenges, but the message is when somebody cares that much, and then you notice the same thing in somebody else, and because it's awkward, you don't care enough. Like, you don't care enough to get over your awkwardness. And you should. Your wife is a good example. She's just going to tell you because she knows that you'll fix it, and she knows you're going to say thank you after.
I know you care, right? I think that people care more than the person with bad breath often doesn't know it, like you've said. And if they do know it and they don't care, well, that's not a nice person.
Well, that's a different problem. I mean, I think what Bethany's saying is, first of all, you need to bring it to the person's attention in order to address it. And then if the person chooses not to, is unwilling to, then that is a different challenge you have on your hands. First, you have to make the person aware.
Mhm.
Yep.
And you're right. Definitely, we have conversations. Myself and my wife, she's my office manager, one of them, that you'd never have with a staff member, and sometimes more colorful conversations. And you try to not do it in front of staff, but it does happen.
Yeah, there's conversations that you have within the confines of your marriage that hopefully you're not having with too many of your staff members. And there's a
Just 3 or
different
4, yeah.
context that you're talking about things with your spouse than you are with your staff. But nobody cares about that success, about the success of that business, as much as someone who cares about you and is fully affected by the financial success or lack of in a practice. So that's the plus side. It can go the other way though. There are people who feel less comfortable talking to a spouse about problems if they work together because they don't want it to cause a marital fight. And they've got some communication to work on before they can take advantage of all the good things that come with working with a spouse.
Go back to another subject because I'm really you piqued my interest. When you go from more hours to less hours and you become more efficient and produce the same, if not more income, just give me 1 or 2 pearls. I know there's probably a book on this, but 1 or 2 pearls that are the low-hanging fruit that you will tell people to be able to be more efficient, to make the same or more money while working less hours.
This is kind of an extreme example, but I work with a practice, also a husband and wife, ironically, or coincidentally, I guess. And they had come from a retail background, like they were leaseholders in a mall store and then went to open their own practice. So a lot of times people coming out of a commercial practice feel that they have to be open all the hours because they're coming from an environment where walk-ins and things happen, but that doesn't happen so much in most private practices. So they had a 6-day week. They were open Monday through Saturday and really didn't want to be because they had kids and they want to be at the kids' softball games and soccer games and home for dinner. So there was a bunch of low-hanging fruit here. One of them was an insurance plan that was reimbursing very little and encouraging patients to get glasses elsewhere. This practice didn't take the plan for the glasses. So people were coming in, getting a fairly low reimbursement exam and not doing anything else after that. So eliminating that insurance was one of the first things that we did. And just doing that improved the capture rate, improved the revenue per exam tremendously. Another thing that the practice wasn't real focused on screening photos. They had an Optos or whatever. They weren't really using it. So we coached them in starting to use it, and they took their percentage of people getting that from, I forget the actual numbers, but it was something like 15% to 65%.
Oh,
so
wow.
Now, by dropping this insurance, now the people who were in the practice, they're generating more revenue. They're more likely to buy glasses. They instituted the photos, and their revenue per exam went up almost $150. And they were easily able to chop off that last day and nothing happened. The practice is doing better than ever.
Right, such common sense also. I instituted something and I actually was upset. We were about at a 65% rate for wide field imaging. And then I started giving people an incentive by how many we did per month. And it went up to 90%.
Yeah.
What does that show you?
That's a tricky one for me. People ask me that all the time. And I have mixed feelings on it. Obviously, the example you just gave, it's really effective. For me, there's lots of other reasons to do that picture besides the financial benefit. And I really try to emphasize those with staff, that they understand clinically why this has to be done and can get into it for all of the right reasons. But I know what you're saying. It certainly works.
Yeah. And you can't be upset. I mean, it's just human nature. They just would try a little. I mean, we were good. We're at 65%. That's not terrible with a pretty high fee. And then it went up considerably in the first month. And we, they, what they got in reimbursement, nowhere. We made much more money. Let's put it that way. And
for a startup, especially for a startup practice that's a husband-wife team, there's no reason, if you want to have a normal life with the kids, that you can't have an early session for one spouse and a later session for another spouse, so that there's always someone around the house for the kids to come home, and you'll have the same number of hours without having two people there simultaneously.
Hey, way to bring that full circle, Paul.
Yeah, but if you're that busy, you hire an assistant, a technician to do a lot of the work.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of optometrists waste a tremendous amount of time with things that they shouldn't be doing.
Besides,
and that's the big part of it is, it's like whatever that expands to fill a vacuum. If you schedule patients 1 per hour, you will be busy for 8 hours. You might have 10 minutes here and there to check your phone or to have a garlicky snack or whatever you want to do, but you're going to feel busy all day, where you could increase your efficiency a little bit. And let's say you see a patient every half hour, all of a sudden those same 8 patients take you 4 hours. You get them every 20 minutes. Now it's 2 hours, 2.5 hours, and you're done for the day. So there's a lot that people start doing something a certain way, and they might say, we're brand new, we've got a wide open schedule, we'll see people whenever they want to be seen. And so they end up with a patient at 10 a.m. and a patient at 2 p.m. with like little pockets of time, and they say, I didn't get anything done. If they saw those patients at 9 and 9:30, they would have their entire day to get something done or not. And that's,
mentally, the patients see that you're busy because the one leaving see the one coming in, and vice versa. Oh, this doctor is, well, if there's nobody in the office, they'll say, hey, why am I here?
Yeah, there's some of that too. People, will buy more in a busier environment, that they see somebody else just bought a pair of glasses, somebody's picking up a pair. Oh my gosh, this looks so amazing. Yeah. Oh, I want that. And then let me take a look.
You've had that in the dispensary where patients go back and forth looking at each other. It's great. It really is.
I recall we had a friend that was an OBGYN. He first went into practice. He scheduled his 2 patients back to back, and he made certain his wife went into the toilet to flush toilets while the patients were there, to give the impression of more people in the office.
Psychology.
Talk about a gimmick.
Bethany, you get the feedback from your husband. I'm retired now a couple of years, and at first a lot of people had my emails and text messages, and I was getting congratulations and a whole bunch of emails. We miss you on Facebook, the same thing. And it's kind of died down now. And my wife's sister still is in the practice as an optician, and people would ask about me now, maybe once a week. Are you getting the same thing where it's dying down, where Jonathan says, yeah, nobody asked about you today? I'm curious how it's going. Kind of similarly, except for Gretchen, of course.
Mine totally still ask about me, Steve. It must just be you.
Yeah, no, it's me. No, I was popular for about a year, or let's say 9 months, and then once they saw the other doctor and they liked them, that was it. So you thought you were the king of the hill, but you were for until somebody else came along.
Absolutely.
They will ask about me, but they ask, how am I doing personally? There was some confusion when I stopped working. So we got some weird questions of, is Bethany back from maternity leave? I was like, it was 16 years later. So, he gets like, how is she? But as far as doctoring go, I think the other docs in the practice are doing a phenomenal job, and people might miss me checking in on their grandkids from time to time, but
Right.
they're in great hands getting great care. No worries about that.
Very cool. All right, well, Bethany, thank you for being here today. It was great having you on, and thank you for doing CEwire. You know, I think you definitely brought a different perspective to our program. You know, we're always looking for stuff that's a little bit off center, and I think your thing was great.
Yeah.
You know, we can only take so many medical topics, right? So more practice management was just fantastic. So thank you for this.
Thanks,
I'm
Bethany.
excited on
It's
this
good
one.
to see you, even if I didn't see you last week.
It's good to see you too, Gretchen. Thank you. Take care, guys.
Catch you later.
Bye.
Bye.
She's a lovely person.
Yep.
She absolutely is.
Yeah. Yeah. Her
We
talk.
are still looking here.
You know, her
Look at-
talk, I mean, what was great about it is, you know, these practice management talks, sometimes they're hard to get people to attend, but not hers. You know, because most people, they don't need the practice management credits. They can't use them. So those topics, they have to stand on their own as being useful. And, you know, hers definitely was.
Talk about
Yeah.
a course topic, as we were mentioning earlier.
Yep.
But
Wow.
yeah, if you went to an IDOC meeting, or I've gone to national meetings, and it's all practice management, and there's no CE, and you come back with being such spit and vinegar of what things you want to introduce in your practice, Adam, that all the new ideas, all the new things, the way to do things, it's amazing that you really do need the practice management, probably more than a neurotrophic keratitis drug.
Yep.
Well, you know, people that take the practice management courses are the ones that need it the least. The ones that need it the most don't take courses. They always keep saying, you can say whatever you want, but my practice is different.
Yeah.
You know, there's no difference. You know, it's within the person. You can improve any practice.
Yeah, but you know what's fascinating, you know, you have her approach, which I'm sure works really well, and then we had your approach to dealing with people, and somehow, you know, they both worked.
If you're well known in your field, people don't want to take up your time with small talk. And I don't really, I always wrote down something that was very important to the patient. And when the last time they came in, for the first 2 minutes, I said, "How is your hernia?" or whatever. And then I went on, but I wrote it down, and oh, he remembered.
Yeah, I recall Homer Simpson writing down for one of his teachers, he wrote down "dead wife" on a piece of paper. Is this going to be on the test?
I did the same thing, Paul. I think a lot of people do.
Customer service.
They can't believe that you remembered that Johnny was, you know, captain of the soccer team from last year. Well, that guy's great. He remembered that. These contacts suck, but I'm still going to go back.
If you're lucky, you'll have a partner that's much more sociable.
Yeah.
Talents.
Yeah.
And I had Ted Castello, who
Yeah.
loved him, and everyone loved him, and he took all the time in the world. It used
Are you
to
saying they didn't love you, Paul?
it created marital problems because, you know, I don't know, when you have a partnership, it's always the one partner feels that they're doing much more work, and you're supporting the other partner. And I used to have to hear this, you know, we're supporting them. You're working too hard, and he's not doing enough. Well, he did what he does best.
Mm-hmm.
He was social.
He definitely was. You know, when I would work in your office as a teenager, you know, when you were there, I never saw you. You never said anything. When I was there alone with Ted, he'd constantly come out and try to talk to me, and I'd be like, "What the hell is this?" Like, I didn't know they were allowed to leave that room.
No, it's just your own dad who doesn't want to talk.
You know, the practice was pre-computer,
right?
And people used to communicate by telephone, old-fashioned. And I would never, ever accept telephone calls during the day, no matter what. I told my wife, look, for me to get through to you, the house must be burning down. I can't talk, because they only have a magic 10 minutes with each patient, and they got to get the best 10 minutes out of me.
And that's after the hernia.
And then that worked. It worked for me. But also it burned me out, so I said goodbye to the practice early.
Well, it looks like we're slowing down here, folks, that we've got corneal dystrophy that's got 600 people, and we've got roughly 300 people in the other rooms. So we're slowing down just a little bit. We're at about 900 now, and it's what, almost 5:30 Eastern.
So it makes sense. People are getting ready for dinner, etc. On the East Coast, at least.
Yeah. So I actually, Gretchen, I count 600, 318, and 271. So.
Well,
What is
yeah,
that? Yeah. So, yep. So, yeah, the counts go up and down, but I guess there's only 5 lectures left, right? There's a 2-hour one that's going to be starting in about, what, 15 minutes in track 1. And
we have he's a new speaker, Joe Salcott. He's very well known, as you know, Gretchen. So I was happy to get him.
And then Richard's going to be talking in about 15 minutes. On
not talking about razor clams. He's going to be talking
no,
about
not razor. Don't like it.
About what's medically necessary and appropriate in care and optometry. So you hear about that all the time, right? For people who bill and code, you know, they have to do what's medically necessary. So Richard's going to review that. Probably, I think he's going to take the tack of, you know, the insurance side, right? That's where he works, to show people what's necessary to keep them out of trouble. After him, Kayla Ashley, who I don't know if you folks are too familiar with her. Her talk is amazing. So she's a consultant. She was a licensed optician, is, I guess, a licensed optician, but then went off to found her own consulting firm. And what she does is she helps consult on frame boards in people's offices and running the optical. And this talk is all about, you know, how you run your frame board and how you should to sort of maximize your profitability, and it's a really interesting talk. So again, another one of those practice management talks where people might not need the credits, but if they have an optical, they probably should show up for this.
And you were right about the laser course. It's the least attended. I don't think not because people don't want to have the information, but because they can't use it at this point.
Right. And if that one was badly attended, the one after it probably is going to have a bit of a challenge, right? Because it sort of one feeds into the other. The documenting and coding of laser procedures. So again, it's sort of a niche market. It's not something that most people will do.
But it's good to have that available, and more states are looking to expand scope for that. And Nate Lighthizer is the one to talk about it because he knows his stuff.
He's the expert. He's great lecturer.
Yep. And then
he's new to CEwire.
Yep, he's new too. Yep, and then to end things off, Brandon Ayers is not going to team up with Clark Chang for this one for once. He's with Bill Tulo to talk all about cross-linking. So,
yeah,
that'll be that.
And that'll be the class.
Yep, and that's that until April 29th and 30th. You know, and I'm hoping with that little bit of downtime that we built in here between this one and the second one that we're going to be refining the software a bit more. I was talking to Audentio a little bit as the conversations were going on here. What they're going to try to do on the transcripts page, which is actually a great idea, and I'm surprised we didn't think of it before, is tab it. So the transcripts would then say like a tab here, like completed, in progress, like not touched, right? So you can, because that's the kind of interface it needs, and that's really smart.
When you make something the first time, you're never going to make the best, wheel. It's always going to be improved.
Yeah, but tabbed interfaces are something that everybody understands intuitively at this point, and it makes complete sense for something like this. So, good thinking, guys. So we'll see if we can get that done for April. The assessments, obviously, we learned to hide the quizzes, but I'd love to be able to see some other sort of sorting of this as well. It's alphabetized. I don't know if most people picked up on that.
No, they did not. That's why they can't find it.
Yeah, so this is an alphabet.
They're looking chronologically.
Right. So, so we need to actually figure that out, how to actually make it more accessible.
Could they make a tab where you could say chronological or alphabetized, literally, so that the scroll would change?
So typically just at the top of the column, just like in most interfaces, you can choose your sort. They don't have that. In fact, there are other parts of the interface that you guys can't see that I have to deal with where sorting would be incredibly helpful that they don't have yet. And I've already made the request for it. So, yes, small things like that, just refinements that I think would help people. Obviously, we solved the problem we had with performance yesterday for that one little blip in mid-afternoon. So they know exactly now how much they need to throw at this problem to get it to scale enough based on the number of people who show up. So that's worked really well. I mean, we haven't had too many problems, I think, today at all, technically, knock wood.
We'll take it.
Yeah, so it's been great.
It's been very quiet. I'm going to one of these rooms. I would think this is the way it should be, where Chris Rapuano has about the same amount as the other people together, if not more.
Yeah.
So what are you going to show for this afternoon?
I'll probably just do the same thing that I did before. There was a problem with the last one. It was hilarious. Steve's baseball game was actually playing during the
Yeah, I'm sorry. You should have called me.
No, I didn't realize. I was out of the room. I was helping people, and then one of the people from OptiView actually sent me a private message saying, "Hey, I think I hear a baseball game going on," and I'm like, "You're out of your mind? Like what's going on? It can't be us." And I walked in, and I'm like, "Is that the Yankees in here? Oh no!" And then so I ran over to Zoom and I muted Steve. So
at least it wasn't the video, just the audio.
It was just the audio, yeah. So I want to run it again just so everyone can see the Solix again if they haven't seen it. So yeah.
We certainly plugged it enough.
Yeah.
And by the way, I got an email from Judy Rodman thanking us. This is what she said. I want to thank you guys for including me in CEwire because everything. I had over 780 people tuned to my lectures yesterday, and it was beyond flattering. It's such an honor and privilege to be able to teach this many people, to share my passion for retina, etc. I was going to pass it along.
Oh wow!
I said, thank you. You're amazing. The audience was amazed, and the response was fantastic. So I gave her a little bit of kudos back again. But she's a great find to have, and the expert in retina, OCTA, and now the new OptiView instrument.
Yeah, Julie's great. So I'm glad that so many people showed up for her show. That's awesome. So hopefully
one day I'm going to meet her. She's in Florida. We might meet for lunch one day to just kick the tires.
Yep. So
she's only down in Albury.
If anybody wants to see the Solix, just FYI, if you're going to be at Expo East, Julie will be there as well. And the last time I was at the OptiView booth, it was Julie and a bunch of other experts that you see on ODwire and CEwire. They were actually giving demos to people, so they could walk you through the instruments because they've actually used them. So,
also, there was a communication on ODwire yesterday from the company saying that if you want to get pricing, call them directly because it depends on setup.
Right, 100%. And you can, in the discussion thread for the lectures, for first of all, for the sponsor, or even in Julie's thread, if you contact Julie, she'll tell you who to get in touch with. Or if you contact me, I can put you directly in touch with the folks at OptiView, so it's not a problem at all. But yeah, it's a complicated instrument. It takes, they have to actually install it and train and so forth. So yeah, so you want to get in touch with them to figure out pricing.
Yeah, and they're very good at most of the stuff can be solved if you have a problem remotely in terms of tweaking the software. And if you do have a problem, they'll come to your office and fix it that way. They have enough of a support staff.
Oh yeah, this stuff is all networked now. So yeah, so they can troubleshoot a lot of the stuff virtually. A lot of the trainings they do are virtual as well. So yeah, it's pretty cool. Well, since they merged with Visionics, actually, it's been, the support staff has come together, and Visionics, with their lane hardware, they're another company that did mostly virtual stuff as well, in addition to setting up in person. So they were kind of a good fit for each other, I think.
There's a question here that's time sensitive. Is Neural Pearl starting? I see the previous lecture in room 1.
It's starting in 5 minutes.
Okay, so they can sit in room 1 and keep getting just refresh there.
So if they're in room 1, just hit refresh. It's starting in 5 minutes at.
Yeah, I'm there now. It says 6 minutes exactly. So the reason we're not getting it is it's not there yet.
Yep.
So Shane Sanders has a question. How is Academy not doing this? They'll do it eventually.
They did do Academy at home the 1 year.
Yeah, well, that was the other didn't have it. They're not doing it because they economically make more if you go in person, and they get people to buy booths also.
Yep.
It's all about the money. But the Academy at least is concerned with education and supports it, so it's not like an expo or other convention.
I'm sure they'll have it on demand. Eventually they should be able to. The problem is that they pay their speakers so little that there's no motivation for the speakers to do anything.
I tell you, when I went, one time I got paid $400, and the speaker with me made me donate it back.
Yeah.
So I paid for hotel, airfare, and I got nothing.
And they don't pay for travel. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, that's why. Well, I think we have enough branding and notoriety that the speakers like to be at our lecture, and it's such a positive experience. But adding a decent honorarium is certainly
It doesn't hurt
worthwhile.
either.
Yeah.
Well compensated for talent is something every venue should strive for. They shouldn't be underpaying. I remember when I first got on the lecture circuit, they kept calling it an honorarium, and I kept telling them I don't feel honored. I'm losing 2 days from practice. Pay me. So eventually prices went up, but most of them were corporate sponsored. The program chair people just wouldn't want to spend the money.
Did you ever do the how-to lectures, Morrison's down in AC Atlantic City?
Yes.
Had it for years.
I didn't want to go down, and he begged me out of friendship. I wasn't that friendly with him. Out of friendship, I should go down. And there I was in Atlantic City with the rest of the schmucks. And the best he could do was give me a tweed jacket. Everyone had the same tweed jacket.
Did it smell from smoke?
He didn't smoke.
That's from Bethany.
I taught you the contact lens course at SUNY. That was a heavy smoker.
And he had about 1,000 people in that auditorium paying ridiculous fees for that, and he gave you a tweed jacket. You know what I'm talking about? It was a huge auditorium filled with many, many people. And what people used to do is walk in those days, you didn't have to sign something, get their credits, walk out, and go gamble.
Yeah.
Wow.
This is probably 1986, 87, would you say something like that, Paul?
Yep. Those were the days.
In fact, some people would walk in, walk out, and their partner would not be there, and they'd walk in and walk out again and get credits for the person that didn't even attend.
I didn't mind them walking in and walking out. There was ones that fell asleep. Or just had a big newspaper. In those days, they read the newspapers.
Yeah.
Spread out like that. Now, that really motivates you to talk.
Mm-hmm. You can get I think 17 credits you can get for that on a Saturday and Sunday.
But, I think the worst one was the first time I went down to SECO, and in those years, they didn't have too many New Yorkers coming in. And I had a whole group of people, they look all like farmers, and they all had their arms folded like this, watching me talk from the New Yorker.
Well, took a long time getting there with covered wagons.
I hope there'd be a lynching party outside waiting.
This is Atlanta. It's not, Butte, Montana.
No, there was a lot of rural Southerners in those days. Still quite rural.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just going to help. We have somebody in the lobby here asking about their credits. And for every single time somebody asks about their credits, by the way, I actually go in to make sure that they actually do have their credits that they might not be able to see properly. So, because I want to make sure that they'll get them when the transcript center opens up on Monday.
I got to compliment Richard for coming on. I mean, he looks to be. People hate what he has to say, but what he has to say is accurate, and because it offends optometrists that they can't be billing for certain things, they take it out on him.
Tom Cheesem says its first slide isn't showing.
Just tell him to refresh, and it should come up.
That's like the equivalent of, did you turn the computer off and then back on again?
Yeah, we're like the IT crowd.
All right, now Gary's complaining he's not seeing us talking.
Oh, sorry. I didn't realize I was covering you guys up. Sorry. Apologies. I've been so busy here looking for Crystal's credit here. I want to make sure that everyone's, yeah.
We are alive.
You responded to Tom Chiza? His first slide wasn't showing?
Yeah, I responded.
I'm doing my own survey now to see if I get credits and see how long just the trucks. I did listen to my own lecture, of course. And that one question really is a tricky one about commercialization.
Is it
You
really?
want to
Okay,
say,
yeah, I'll have to fix it then if it's fooling too many people.
yeah, I almost clicked the wrong thing myself. You have to say no. You have to say no rather than yes.
So that question actually was drawn directly. I got it from like an ACCME or one of those like organizations who like, here's a standard survey for your medical CE that people use. So that's why it looks the way it is. You know, the way it reads. So.
For your information, Adam, I just finished the survey, went to transcripts, and I've got the trophy with a check mark next to it. So it came out immediately.
Oh, good. Okay, so it's working quickly at least. Yeah.
That gives me 3,000 credits for this biennial.
Can you sell them?
You know, that's a good idea.
On the dollar, my friend. Pennies on the dollar.
You know what? Some of the transcripts you get from these companies that online will give you a transcript and you fill in your name. So the answer is you can sell the certificates.
That's horrible.
Yep. It's a blank transcript with just a date on it. They should at least have the technology to print who you are, who is requesting the certificate.
Yeah, but then you know what? Somebody could just somehow scan it in and then change the name, and people can get around it if they want to.
And state boards, they're too busy to audit it like that. They'll just, oh, good, fine, you're good. I think the amount of doctors that don't get the credits who are licensed has to be very, very few. Don't get the. Some might make mistakes and take 9 orals rather than 10 in New Jersey, or forget about the narcotics course, but they're not going to take your license away. They'll give you some leeway to take whatever you need.
So let's see how we're doing.
Well, it's the same.
273. Room 1 is ongoing neural pearls. 273 in Richard Hahn talking about medically necessary care. And then we've got, what's the other one? Oh, room 3. The laser is 72.
So it's up to 110. So they just started. So what's happening, like as I refreshed, you know, it's adding more and more people to the room.
Yep, same.
So,
I just got that.
Yeah, so that's what happens. You know, slowly it adds people back into the room. We had that resource spike yesterday. It was because, you know, 1,400 people moved from room to room at the same time. And that's apparently very CPU intensive, and that's why they had to up the resources on the system when it happened, because that was like probably one of our, population-wise, one of our, you know, busiest times, plus 3 classes ending at the same time and starting at the same time, and that's what happened there.
So it's about 1,100 people still in class, and that's down from a high of about 1,400, which is nothing to sneeze at. I mean, these guys are hanging out all day.
Yeah, and actually, I haven't looked to see how many of the total CEwire population actually attended sometime this weekend, but it's fairly high. I can actually try to look here and see.
Again, remember, it's only 2:30 here on the West Coast. So
yeah.
It's not that late.
People still signing up now, still getting drips and drabs this late, Adam?
You were talking before about the legal stuff about filling in for credits, and it hit me that, you know, with Florida and this doctorate business that they're talking about to try to eliminate the doctor title from various healthcare professions. When I graduated from Columbia University, which was one of the few schools you could attend optometry school because you had to be a university graduate. You only got I got an MS degree in optometry, but I wanted to call myself doctor. So how do you go about doing that? Before I took the postgraduate thing at the PCO, I was able to purchase and fill out a little form from the Philadelphia Optical College. To be a doctor of optometry, which I plunked on the wall when we opened. So for a couple of years there, that was my doctorate before I got to PCO to get the actual legal OD.
A lot of ways to massage the reality of.
Gotta do what you gotta do was the answer sometimes.
I took my daughter to a dermatologist once, and she was seeing the PA, who seemed competent. And on the wall is a whole sign: the PAs go to medical school. And when the doctor finally walked in, I said, "That's not true. They don't." It's like me picking up my daughter at Harvard and saying, "I went to Harvard." Yeah, I did go there.
You know, and that's the issue because the newest school where they're opening up an optometry college is also opening up a physician's assistant course, which is going to lead to a doctorate, but calling themselves a physician associate. And that's the big argument with the AMA. They don't want them to be called associates, but assistants. And boy, do they separate the doctor, the MDs, from everybody else in Oregon. When patients are called from the waiting room, it's always by first name. It doesn't matter how many degrees you have, how old you are, how respected you are. It's your first name. You're the buddy. Any MD has the doctor title. Anyone else there, anyone else, nurse practitioner, physician's assistant, everyone is first name basis. And that's.
But if you write on your intake form, Dr. Paul Farkas, they're not going to vet you to see if you're a, veterinarian or whatever.
Well, no, I use the title. It's on my form as an MD. When I have the physical on my form, it says Paul Farkas MD. And when I call them, I say, "This is Dr. Farkas making an appointment," and it's very different. My wife and I get very different treatment. Waiting for me.
And they're not going to give you a test on neuroanatomy to figure out if you're correct in that.
Oh. So it's amazing that they're going to fight a tooth and nail to prevent the masters in nurse practitioner from becoming a doctorate. But the physician, I had a physician assistant the other day looking at my elbow, and she's very competent, and she's quite happy not having anything. She thinks it's a great job. And some are quite happy just remaining a physician's assistant.
And the public's perception does change though with the titles. I remember at the beginning of my career, I was working at a super optical, and even though it says doctor on the wall and everything, the person comes to the desk and says, "Are these kind of like what do you call it, jewelry store people?" Like, I guess they remember the old days, thinking that it's not who you are, but where you practice, and I think that's true of many commercial establishments.
I remember during my delivery boy days with my brother, their store was on between 93rd and 94th Street on Lexington, and he had a lot of people on Park Avenue and the side buildings, these brownstones, very rich folks. One of the brownstones, there was Anton Meister, doctor of chiropractic. And Anton Meister attracted people from all over the world. And when I used to deliver his food, he never left the house. He just lived in that but it was like a grotto. There was fountains and people were sitting on the stairs. You couldn't fit into the house. There were so many patients, but that was Dr. Meister. He always had that doctor title.
Yeah. They now can call themselves chiropractic physicians, at least in New York and New Jersey.
Yeah. but they practiced in the office so they could fake it.
Mhm.
You know, if you practice in a store and you're selling glasses, you can call yourself anything, but you're not a doctor. That's for
Yep.
sure.
It's definitely public perception, but some don't care. They're raking it in. They don't care, and others care. Or outside, their friends.
They really don't care. They care about the money, and it's fine. Fine for them.
I'm just going to check the lobby myself. See if I can help out at all here. And it's all the same thing, and they're becoming, you know, at the end of the day, so people are looking at things, but hopefully it will be corrected. Okay.
Yep, so people really are hanging in here. There's still, you know, over 1,000 people here. Wow.
Yeah.
Hey, do you still have? We ought to give that to the library. You know, at Pacific, the museum. Do you still have that first plaque that Ted and I had when we first went into practice?
Yeah, it's still here somewhere.
We had when we first went into practice, we didn't lease our own space. We subleased in an apartment building on 48th Street for about 6 months, and we had a very fancy looking practice with just the OD degree. We never used the word optometrist when we went into practice. Again, because optometry had such a bad image that we as contact lens specialists didn't want to use optometrists, so we always used OD.
Well, we certainly have changed that over the years.
And when people said, when they started challenging us why we charged more than the ophthalmologist that referred them to us, and we always said, well, because they're only ophthalmologists.
Well, that's the line that Bennett used to use, Irving Bennett.
We always, it's only you're only ophthalmologist, not contact lens specialist. And again, image. And it worked. May not work now, however, so. So there's got to be other angles, and certainly sports medicine is one of them, which is no one's picked up on yet.
Well, sports vision.
Sports vision. Sports medicine is there already, but that's the natural referral source to sports vision would be sports medicine.
So guys, it looks like things are rolling here. And I am just looking to see, so we only have a couple classes left. The Audentio folks, I think, are still here. Maybe they fell asleep, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
They're in the Midwest?
Audentio, yeah, most of their staff is located in the Midwest, the Chicagoland area, and in Wisconsin.
So they're on Central Time, so it's not that late yet.
Yeah. Yep.
Here's my link here. There you go. Yeah, everything. The only questions we've had is really about the surveys. So that's
and you know the transcript and that page was just unfortunate the way it's laid out. I'm almost certain by April we'll have that in a much better state where people won't get confused. And of course by then the transcript center will be running as well. So people, if they want to get their actual certificates that they can download, those will also be generated in real time every 15 minutes. So they'll have two different places where they can look at their transcripts.
And by then they'll have an email from Arbo saying that they received your credits.
Yep.
You'll be generating it, but you're not sending anything to Arbo for a couple of weeks. Is that correct?
The way it works is that typically I wait until like the Thursday after CEwire is done, give or take, just so that I know that all the credits that are supposed to be there are actually there. So for instance, like let's say that somebody filled out, you know, one of those surveys where we had that problem in the very beginning and it didn't get finished. we still want them to get credit because they did actually fill it out, even though the software said they didn't. So that's why I'm going to wait a few days. Then on Thursday, probably Thursday or Friday, take that entire batch of credits and send it on over to Arbo. Once Arbo has it, depending on how busy they are and how busy the person is, it can, take a week for them to put it in. Or
are they automated, or is that manually done?
Well, I mean, we all use software to do it. We use software on our end. They use software on their end, but it's not the most automatic thing in the world. They have to very carefully enter their credits into their system because it's not the most fault tolerant, shall we say. I'll be nice. Fault tolerant system in the world. So they have to be very careful when they get the credits in. So that's why it takes them a little longer to get them in. So it usually takes them about 5 business days.
I could use your help.
Well,
if you could come in and automate them.
But the point is, Paul, everybody would have their credits in well before the April lecture. So
oh my gosh, no, their credits will be showing on their transcript within 2 weeks. It won't take any longer than that.
So the questions won't be as difficult next time because they realize we're doing our job anyway behind the scenes.
Yeah, so it'll be much smoother for the remaining conferences, and Arbo has actually been getting faster with getting credits in too, which is good. So it'll be less than 2 weeks. I don't know how much less, but yeah. The reason they don't automate a lot of their stuff is obviously it's expensive to do, right? You've heard Mike Olson talk about how poor they are and how lean they run. Software is expensive. So,
but not that expensive. Would be under 100K? Would you guess?
I mean, probably. But, for Arbo, that's a lot.
It's 100K for a national organization. Just tell us, for goodness sakes.
Well, let's have their revenue is $20 per OD, and let's say 30,000 ODs use them. That's 600,000. No, 30,000. Yeah, that's 600,000.
Right.
And that would be it for salaries and rent and equipment and everything else.
Well, I mean, then they have, we also give them revenue, right? For every single lecture that goes through their process, they get that, and for every event that you set up, you have to pay them as well. But still, their overall revenues, I think they publish them somewhere. It's just not that high. And they have a bunch of staff.
They should have an expert how to monetize what they're doing. It's absolutely crazy.
Well, they need to raise their prices. It's what they need to do.
If they raised the OE tracker price to $100 a year, I wouldn't think twice.
I mean, you wouldn't. I wouldn't do that because we all know what kind of response they would get from the rank and file. But certainly for the CE providers, they should be raising the rates on how much this costs because, they're asking people to vet everything that goes through. This is a serious job and it's a pain in the butt for people to do. So, we're getting much more than $50 worth of value, right, when we submit a lecture to them.
What
do they pay their review?
What do you think the company in Texas has netted from a Texas optometrist by being forced to?
I don't know the revenue model of CE Broker because we know only one side of it. We know that they charge sometimes the clinicians to actually keep accounts active. What we're not seeing is what they're charging the associations. The question is, do these states or plumbers or electricians or whoever else uses them, do they also have to pay a fee to CE Broker to be part of the system? How does that work? I have no idea. I mean, for all I know, they cut deals under the table with these associations saying, we'll let you use our system for free, but each one of your members is going to have to pay up every year to use it.
I'll bet that what they collected from Texas would pay for whatever Arbo would have to do to automate.
I have no idea, and I don't think the people in Texas will tell you, and I don't know. But Arbo's, their main issue is money, and they need to raise revenues, and they should do it on the backs of the CE providers, in my opinion. Because what's a CE provider going to do? Look, when you're talking about us, there's small fries like us, right? But then most of the CE publishers are not us. You have Jobson, right? They can afford it. They'll do it without flinching, right? You have Evolve. They'll pay it, right? They'll pay it up to the point where it's not profitable for them to do it anymore. So,
what do the reviewers get any monetary reward, or they just do it as volunteers?
I think they just do it as volunteers, which sounds crazy, doesn't it? Because it's a lot of work.
A lot of work. Yeah.
You need some salaried people to do
Yeah.
it. That's why you have to monetize the thing, because it's a big business. And you can't depend on goodwill of optometrists to do it.
Yeah.
Gretchen, in your journals, did the referees get paid anything, or they again were just volunteers?
Well, Optometry Times wasn't peer reviewed.
Oh, that's right. You're right. You're right.
But
Okay.
when I was publisher of the old JAOA, no, most peer reviewers do not get paid.
Okay.
It is
But
voluntary.
writers do. I know, and optometric management, I know it was always compensated.
Well, writing and reviewing is a little different.
And then I would get the professional writer to put it into English, and I got paid anyway. All I had to do was dictate stuff in the old optometric management.
I got paid from Optometry Times. I think it was 3 years later though.
Yeah, I'm not even going there, but yeah, I always made sure that I paid authors. Well, folks, it is almost 6 o'clock here on the East Coast, and I think I'm going to need to bail just because I have to work tomorrow.
I think
All right. Well,
things
yeah, I mean, Gretchen, thank you for doing this, for frittering away your weekend.
Oh, I am hanging out with you guys, and it's I actually really want to see some of these classes, so I'm gonna jump in at some point when it's on demand. But we got another one coming in April, and hopefully I can talk you into coming to Ascris instead of Vision Expo East.
Yeah, I might. I mean, it's such an easy trip. I'd kind of be a fool not to, right? Unless I get COVID again, right? Unless that stupid city gives me COVID one more time.
The city.
I'm always going to blame San Diego for my COVID.
I'm always going to blame Michaels. But I am here if you need anything. I mean, I'm not gonna just text me. I'll be around if something comes up and you need anything. But I have to go address
Greg Baldwin, he was looking for the neural pearls, which started at 35 after the hour.
I think that he, yeah.
Let me check that one.
He's just barely, yeah, he's about 20 minutes late for that.
Yeah, so it's a 2-hour-long lecture, so the software may or may not be charitable. We'll see.
Good luck, brother. All right, well, I'm going to peace out. I'll talk to y'all later. As always, it was
thank you very much. I appreciate it.
See
Thanks,
ya.
Gretchen. See you later.
Bye.
Okay, well.
And the rooms are, everything's the same.
So the problem that Greg just related to with the things freezing and not moving on to the next lecture and whatever, that's another one of those things of the bullet points that we're going to try to address in the off season here, or the off month, or whatever we have, month and a half. In fact, I have a list here in front of me that I've been concocting. I'm happy to share with everyone, right? Since we're all collaboratively working on this together and trying to learn. So here are the things that I feel should change for the next conference. I'm sure the guys at Audentio are going to laugh when they hear my list and be like, yeah, right, sure, we're going to get this done. So the first thing is, let me pull up the computer actually so I can review this as we go. So the first thing is, I want the Browse tab right over here on the left. I want that to be the home page. Right now, when you load up CEwire2023, this is the home page. And it looks kind of like Hulu. It's kind of cool because you get that weird background where it blows up one of the lectures and then it does that scrolly thing and you get to see the next one. But it's not, it looks cool, but it's not the most functional for our particular needs. Because what we need is the ability for people to easily see all of the lectures, and this doesn't cut it. So
and the 1, 2, 3 does make sense down there.
Yep. So if you go to Browse, it's very different because it shows you what's going on immediately here at the top. And then beneath, it shows you, well, it would show you what's coming up next, and you can easily go down and see all the lectures. So I want the Browse tab to be our home tab. So when people hit our home page, I'd like it to go straight to Browse. So that's thing number one. We'll see if they can make that happen. Thing number two is there was a request, and I agreed, to differentiate the speaker in the chats. So in the, let me see if I can pull up a chat to show you what I'm talking about here. I'll just jump into the
Well, previously I had a star next to my name in the last one. Now I don't.
Yeah, so that's that's one thing I noticed too. That's missing. And here, let me show you. Up here on the right, you see how like next to my name there's just an A? I'm surprised that that didn't pull the graphics over from ODwire, right? Because so many of us on ODwire have icons. We have, you know, our little thumbnail sketches of us, like Gretchen does too, I know that. I'd like to see them export stuff from ODwire into here so that it's not just a letter here. I'd like to actually have our picture. And I'd like to have another differentiator for the speaker so that whoever the speaker is in that particular lecture, they stand out from everyone else. So those are two things. Thing three.
And perhaps when you click on another thing, Adam, when you click on the number, the speaker should come up on top, so you know who he is with the star or she is, like that.
Right. So
like
there should be a third user class here, CEwire2023 speaker. Excuse me, but it's not here for some reason.
Okay, get a drink of water.
Put a pause and go. Huh.
Okay, that's better. Okay. So that's thing number 2. Thing number 3, hiding the quizzes during the live show. We did that. URLs in the chat. Oh, you can't enter URLs in chats. Have you noticed that?
Yes. In fact, Viola commented to me. She in the room said I can't put a link.
So that's bad. They need to bring that back. They obviously removed it for safety. So yeah, we want them to fix that. What else? Oh, I lost the ability to put a notification at the top of the page here. Like if you remember the old one, I could put a note on top here that people would see whenever they went into a room. That's gone. That's got to come back. Get the transcript center running before the conference, so that'll be done. The lecture is not auto-starting. That's the other really huge issue. We're going to investigate why that is, because they should reliably start automatically so people don't get stuck.
I know you're saying about PCs defaulting to mute, but could they override that also?
No. That's actually impossible to fix because it's designed that way so that spammers or whatever can't automatically start playing music and stuff when a video starts. So.
And on Facebook, the same thing happens.
Yeah, so
on YouTube,
that's impossible. So yeah.
Do you really want to keep the different hours, that the real hours versus the hours of the when the talk starts? Is it really necessary to have that break?
Yes, 100%. People enjoy the break. And now, especially since we have surveys to fill out as well, yeah, you want a 5-minute break between each class.
There's no question about confusion.
The schedule will not change if I can help it. Unless the speaker has some compelling need, I'm not touching the schedule again this year. Because
my class didn't start at 5 o'clock.
I know, I see what you're saying, but people hopefully will get used to the fact that the classes don't necessarily start at the top of the hour. It actually says what time each one starts in the icon. Do you see that? Let me make it big so you can see. It shows you exactly when the class is going to start. Right?
Do you have a count yet? How many are on that frame board?
It hasn't started yet.
Hasn't started. If it's a great response, would you want to consider having a few optician assistant type of programs in the breaks to have people that have staff that would like to come on CEwire, but don't have enough material to make it worthwhile for them? Would you like to have a few programs for them specifically?
I mean, we could, not this year though. I don't know. I mean, the program's pretty well set.
Yeah, this year. What we might do, do you know what the process is to become an administrator for opticians? It must be pretty easy, Adam.
It is. Their standards are different though. Like they have different kinds of tests and so forth. But yeah.
Yes.
So yeah.
I would say the way to do that, Paul, is probably to not intersperse it, but probably have that as a Friday optician day, and we could kick the tires and make mistakes on that, and then that in future years.
Yeah, that might be a good way to do it. But
The employer wants that person to take off Fridays, frankly.
I'm trying to. Yeah.
So I
Well,
be a Sunday. And
it could
in the afternoon.
could be only on demand also, so we can make it that way. So that way it's easy to institute, so it doesn't have to be live.
Yep. All right, so next thing, refactor the transcript page. We talked about that already with tabs and so forth. Adjust the assessments page, sorting, because right now it's just alphabetical, which doesn't make too much sense for people. The show more, which appeared on the transcript page and a lot of other pages, that really needs to go. That's done for performance reasons. So what happens right now is when it loads a page, it just loads the amount of data that it needs, just for these first ones. When you click load show more, it hits the database again and loads more data. Do you see how it's spinning there before it loads?
Mm-hmm.
It's querying the database and then returning more data. So the reason they do that show more is because they don't want to have to load this entire thing. They just load the amount of data that you need. However, the way most modern sites handle this is not with the show more button. It's as you naturally scroll down, once you hit that spot, once you get this low, it'll just automatically load the next piece of data, right? And then you keep scrolling down and it just automatically loads the next piece of data as you scroll down. That's called infinite scrolling. And I'm really surprised that they haven't implemented it here yet. Because this show more thing is sort of the old way of doing things. So I think that's something I'm going to talk to them about. I can't promise that they're going to implement that rapidly, but they really should. So I mean, I'm sure they're going to tell me 100 reasons why I'm wrong and why they shouldn't implement it and why they can't, but they really need to. Because I haven't seen too many modern interfaces that have something like that anymore. So what next? Oh yeah, again, so the messages that we get that room X has started and with the purple boxes that come up, so that they need to come up with a way to make that synchronous so that it comes up even before you refresh a page, so it comes up in real time. Again, there's a million reasons why they haven't, and they probably should do it. You know, they'll need to come up with a specification for it and so forth, but they really should make that so that even as you're just sitting here doing nothing, if you want to push a message to everybody at the conference, I should be able to do that in real time. So that's next. And try to figure out why zombie processes occasionally happen where it's telling people they have more than one tab open, but they really don't. And that's very rare. We've only seen it happen like twice today with over 2,000 people. So I'd like to know why, though, why certain processes won't die, and if there's a way to just have it check routinely to make sure that there are no zombie processes that's looking at.
It was happening to me yesterday, Adam, when I was listening to a lecture and I completed the survey, clicked on it before the lecture ended.
Yep.
It was sensing that as 2 tabs.
Yeah, so we got to figure out why, because you know if there are these zombie processes or sockets or whatever there is, they need to close those and make sure they're closed so that that doesn't happen. So we'll figure that out too. So that's pretty much the list that I have of stuff that I'd like to see changed. You know, that would definitely help the next conference, but we'll see. We'll see.
Eventually, I'd like to see a more robust, you know, sponsor hall, exhibit hall.
Right. So that's completely out of scope for this. You know, the platform, and it's something that I would like to see too. It's just something that we really haven't focused on, but we need to.
Because people will be willing to pay more if they have a little bit more exposure in the actual.
Yeah, but you
conference.
know, but what I've determined though from watching what everybody else is doing. So first of all, we don't want to violate SII, and because we're not violating SII, I think these other conferences are going to run into the same thing. Notice how many people are still glued to the classes. They're not going anywhere. Like they don't want to leave COPE approved stuff while it's still running. You know, their attention is focused there. I think it's hard to push people away from the COPE-approved stuff into the exhibit hall. Even if we made a great exhibit hall, I really wonder, would people leave here? Or would they continue to just get their education? I don't know.
And people don't want 45-minute breaks where they can't do anything and have to go to the exhibit hall. Like that's the only way of designing it, where there is nothing to see.
Right. So that's why I think just doing other things for the vendors, like having the forum set up that's perpetual throughout the year, and you know, and I have to do a better job of marketing it both to the people at the conference and to the vendors themselves to get people to use it. I just didn't do it last year. But that's something I need to do this year. One advantage that we have, by the way, of not having so many sponsors is that we can really focus on each one. When you have a conference with like 40 sponsors, it's really easy for each one to get lost in the shuffle. But for us, we can really focus down and make sure that the sponsors get value out of it. Okay, I think that's enough. And some of the things seem fairly easy. Some might be more complex, but let's get the things that are the most complaints about, that give people a more positive experience. And I know Audentio, they want to, or Realms, I should say, they want to make the Realms platform, you know, that much more robust, because it's not just for us, right? I mean, it's for everybody. Most everybody who uses their platform for a lot of the stuff, they're going to want the same things that we do, right?
Right.
I'm certain they want that show more thing to go away, right? They want, you know, very similar things, and they're going to expect them. Things like being able to push a message would be incredibly useful for anybody who's implementing something that has a live event going on. So yeah, these are just the kinds of things that we need to do. Yeah, no, I mean, and they have the skills to do it, right? It's just a matter of priorities. They have a lot on their plate, and it's just a matter of finding the time to do it for us before April.
In the chat, if you want a private message chat person, you used to be able to just click on the name and it would go into the chat, and they'd be the only person that saw it. Now it goes back into ODwire, it becomes a message, and you know, who knows when they see that message.
Well, remember with ODwire, the reason that it's doing that private message system is the person gets an email when they get a private message, right?
Okay.
So that's why they get that in their email box. And so the idea was that after the conference is over, if they still want to communicate privately with each other, they can do it on ODwire when all this is, you know, in 3 hours from now or whatever, when everybody leaves here, the conversation can still continue over there.
It's simple though, I see a classmate, hello, that sort of stuff.
Yep. Yeah, but as long as their email is valid, and it should be for everybody who's attending CEwire, when you create a private message for someone, it gets sent to their email box.
Right.
So that they get the notifications, so.
I'm familiar with the ones I get.
Yep.
We all are.
Yep, for better or worse. And meanwhile, the other thing good thing that I want to point out for all 70 people who are still here listening, what I've noticed today was there was very little in the way of bad behavior or trolling in the lectures. Because I looked at some of the chats, and it seemed like people were doing a good job of keeping it respectful and really trying to trade ideas. So.
In fact, I had Bruce Onifrey attend my lecture, and he's like the pharmacological guru, knows everything about it, and a lot of my stuff was pharmacology, and he was complimenting me knowing about the knowledge I had of it, when I probably made a million mistakes, but he wouldn't say so.
You must have been sweating bullets knowing he was there.
He was very interested in it, because he's retired now, by the way, but he's is obviously still active mentally.
Sure.
He just retired. Just a little comment. I'm listening to Salkoff's lecture. I'm watching it as we're doing this, and the person said the greatest line I've had today: "Dead things don't swell." He's talking about papilledema or whatever. That's a great line. So, well, if something swells, you're not dead.
Yeah, that is hilarious. And it still looks like, so in room 2, Richard is pulling a crowd of about 400 people for his PM lecture, right? For his medically necessary one. So that's really impressive.
Look how much Saka is doing. Like 700 and something?
Yeah, 731 as of right now.
Yep. Wow, so we're still almost we're within 20-30% of what we were at our peak. It's just amazing.
Yep, and I ran the math on this. About 77% of the people who signed up for the conference altogether have attended over the past 2 days, which is a huge rate. And again, I expect it to get up to 99% like last year eventually.
And some people who's like at Oregon, they might say, well, I'll just take it online at my convenience. The weekend's too important. So you can get people better. By this week, you'll have another 2, 3, 4% taking it on demand.
Yep.
We don't have to have a meeting tomorrow. I think we want to decompress. So sometime next week.
Yeah. So we'll figure it out. I'm definitely taking the next week off. I kind of need it. So
yeah.
Yeah. Vacation sounds good right about now. Of course, here in Portland, it's just sleeting and gross. So I wish I could get on a plane and get out of here, but that's not in my future.
I'm like you. I have PT at 7:30, so that means I have to get up at 5 or 6, whatever.
Yikes. All right. Well, I'm waiting around for Kayla Ashley's talk on Frameboard Mastery. I want to see how many people go into that one. I'm very curious as to how many people, have questions about optical stuff.
Mm-hmm. I don't know why I said also that's 6:40, I think.
Yep.
Okay, so why don't we take off Zoom and we'll just wait for that, and we can always answer questions from the regular things.
That sounds like a reasonable idea. So I'll get all the videos going and so forth. And it's been a fun one. So thank you guys for coming out, and we'll all be around in the lobby to answer questions via text chat. But I'll get the videos going again. We'll get the Solix video going. And so guys, thanks for coming out this weekend. Steve, Dad, thank you for coming out and doing this. This is not easy.
Always our pleasure.
I'm aware of how hard this actually is. So.
We become good interviewers.
Yeah, you guys did a great job, and thank you for hanging in there. So, all right, so I'm gonna go and get these videos started, and yeah, if you have any questions, everybody knows where to find us. So, see you later. Tonight, we're going to be talking all about a brand new product, which is something we love doing here. So we're introducing the OptiView Solix by Visionix, and this is the first full-range SD OCT. And I can't tell you all the details about the product because I'm certainly no expert, but fortunately we have the expert here tonight, Dr. Julie Rodman, who's a professor at Nova Southeastern, who I think just about everyone's familiar with. She is the expert on OCT. It's really great to have her here today to talk to us all about this new device. She has extensive experience with it already, and she can go over some of its features and really catch you up to speed on what it's all about. So that's enough for me. Julie, why don't you take it away?
Okay, thank you so much, Adam. As Adam said, this is Dr. Julie Rodman. For those of you that don't know me, I am a professor at Nova Southeastern in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and chief of the Broward Eye Care Institute in downtown Fort Lauderdale. And I have been fortunate to have the Solix in the clinic for the last couple of months because I was doing a very cool study on it. So I have had an opportunity to play with it. And I will tell you that I have not been so excited about using a new OCT in a very long time. This machine is rocking it. That's all I can say. So let me get started here. So as Adam alluded to, I'm going to go through some of the amazing things that Solix is going to bring to us, starting with full range anterior segment. And I'm going to show you images of everything that I'm talking about. So what does full range anterior segment mean? Essentially, it's going to give us a panoramic view of the anterior segment of the eye from the front surface of the cornea to the posterior surface of the lens. So we don't have to go through multiple images to essentially see the entire front surface of the eye. And I do want to say that when I first got this machine, everyone that knows me knows I love retina, but when I first got this machine, this feature took my breath away. So my husband is on the side. When I have this machine in front of me, this is what captures my attention. But this scan is incredible, and you'll see it in just a minute. We also are going to still have the ability to look at ocular surface disease and angle assessment. So that is obviously going to carry over from the Avanti and all other OptiView units. Full range retina, the scans are going to be bigger. They're going to have better resolution, better definition. The glaucoma protocol is one of the biggest modifications in this new Solix device. There is a new scan pattern that's going to make the repeatability and reproducibility much better, allowing us to have faster detection, and better care of our patients. The angioanalytics we all know and love. I still think that OptiView owns the market in this area We were the first OCTA to have this angioanalytics FDA approved. We have quantitative data that has been FDA approved. So we rock in this area. We still are the only ones to have that. We have excellent projection, artifact removal that, again, in my opinion, is unparalleled. The Angio Wellness platform put OptiView on the map. This is really the platform or the protocol that allows us to early detect disease. If you can't find disease, you can't treat disease. So let's jump into some of these amazing images. So here, pardon me, let me go back. Here is that incredible anterior segment, anterior chamber image that I was talking about. What you'll notice here is this is what we call a full panoramic view of the front part of the eye, from anterior cornea to posterior surface of the lens. Everything is on one image. And like I said before, every time I see this, these images blow me away. One of the really cool things about this is that we're not going to have to take separate angle images, and I'm going to go into more detail in just a minute, because everything is essentially on this one image. You can even view a cataract through the lens because the definition and the resolution is so outstanding. This was a picture of a patient that I took. You will notice that this Solix also has the ability to take a picture. So on the left side of the screen, you'll see this really pretty picture of an anterior chamber implant with an LPI. And what's really neat is that you can actually image the anterior chamber right along, or you can view the anterior chamber right alongside the picture. So you'll notice on my anterior chamber scan here that you can see this anterior chamber lens situated right here. So I think this is super, super cool, because if you have a patient that has an anterior segment pathology like a pterygium or a pinguecula or a conjunctival intraepithelial neoplasm that you want to look at on OCT, you can actually look at the image simultaneously with the OCT. So this is a new feature of the Solix, and it's also pretty incredible. This is just a summary of some of the great anterior segment features of this technology. So we are carrying over the epithelial thickness map testing, which we use in dry eye assessment and also assessment of other anterior segment abnormalities. We can measure tear meniscus by looking at the corneal line scan. We can do an en-face map of the corneal tear film interface to look for dry eye or any other surface abnormalities. And this is super cool. This is new. This technology has an infrared image that allows us to look at the meibomian gland patency. So you can see here in these images, the little kind of gray lines here are meibomian glands that perhaps have atrophied. So you can check patients over time and check for the patency of their meibomian glands. So this is a new feature and a fantastic, exciting feature for those of you that are treating dry eye. These are some more anterior segment features. We're all familiar and love the pachymetry assessment that you can see here on the left-hand side of the screen. This is the good old-fashioned way that we used to measure on the Avanti. We used to measure angles, and I will tell you that I get a lot of questions from colleagues on how to properly assess angles using OCT. And the Solix takes away so much of the questions, or so many of the questions that I get asked, because you don't have to worry about having the patient look in a certain direction or move their eye a certain way to reduce parallax or to reduce any aberration. With this new technology, you can image angles straight on. You can put your calipers right in the little crevice here, and you will have your anterior segment measurement, or I'm sorry, your angle measurement. So this is a huge, huge benefit of this machine, because there are so many errors in angle assessment when you don't know how to do it properly. So using the Solix and using this full range AC feature really takes the guesswork out of it. The next amazing feature, just kind of going through our list, is what we call full range retina. So one of the things that this technology is bringing to us is a bigger scan. What you'll notice here is that this scan is a 6x16. So that is a huge scan. So in this patient here, this happens to be a high myope. We all know that imaging high myopes on OCT is often extremely difficult, because the images give you a very convex shape and you can't always get it on one scan. But using the full range retina and using this new larger scan, wider, deeper scan, is going to allow us to get the entire image on one scan. And just to kind of put this into perspective, if you look at our competition, this is what they're imaging. They're imaging a 2 millimeter on average window. Look how much of the retina you'd be missing essentially if you didn't have this taller scan. So this is a huge asset because especially in high myopes, you can get a lot of pathology that's not happening directly in the foveal area. So if you had a macular schisis or you had some type of pathology that was happening outside of this 2 millimeter width, you essentially would have to go through multiple raster scans to capture the entirety of the lesion. These images, second to the full range AC, are ridiculously incredible for being my favorite. So the Solix gives us many options, just like the Avanti did. There's a 3x3 that's not imaged on this particular slide. There's a 6.4 by 6.4, 9x9, and now a 12x12. And if that's not enough for you, can do a montage as well. But look at the resolution. So we're often told, you know, when I've been talking about OCTA for years now, and one of the biggest downsides to OCTA is that, or used to be that, when you're getting farther out and you're trying to get more, you know, bang for your buck, you're going to lose resolution. Well, that no longer is the case. These images have a ridiculous amount of clarity. The resolution, its high definition is just, you can see, I mean, I don't need to tell you that, pardon me, that the resolution of these scans is really tremendous. And this is a 12x12, this is a big scan. So we can find pathology now and not have to worry, is that an artifact or not, because we're gonna carry the resolution over that we had on the Avanti. It's gonna be even better now because you can get farther out. So this is another huge change that Solix is bringing. And I am very excited about it because it's actually taking a lot of the guesswork out of OCT interpretation. So on the Avanti, we used to have this color metric on the left-hand side. It was a rainbow. We had red, yellow, green, light blue, dark blue. And essentially when a practitioner, including myself, saw red, I would say, uh-oh, that patient is falling outside of the reference database. They're abnormal. And what began to happen is that I was picking up on a lot of, quote, red disease. Essentially what that means is that I was identifying patients that were abnormal when maybe they really weren't abnormal. Okay? Maybe they didn't fall within the selected reference database, but that doesn't necessarily mean the patient's abnormal. So the new metrics, or the enhanced reference database metrics, have a new color scale, which you can see here. And essentially what this is going to do for us is it's going to take away a lot of that red disease. So if a patient falls somewhere between the 99, 95th percentile in here, and we're not sure, well, do they really belong in the red? Do they really belong in the yellow? Where do they fall? They're going to get this orange kind of diagonal line. And that tells us, hold on, doctor, that doesn't necessarily mean my patient's abnormal. It means we're going to take another look at them. We're going to think about it. Maybe they're going to go red, or maybe they're going to stay in that orange, or maybe they might even be yellow, but they're not necessarily abnormal. And this, again, is going to help us to not use or not devote the word red to so many patients that might not necessarily be abnormal. So you can see on this presentation here that the RNFL thickness map is demonstrating this new RDB. And you can see these orange kind of hash marks here showing us that those areas, yes, they're on the borderline. They're falling somewhere in that 95th to 99th percentile, but they might not necessarily be red. And on the same idea, we have it with the blues. So if a patient isn't necessarily in that really low 1%, but they're somewhere down there, they're going to have that hatch mark in the lighter blue, which you'll see on the retinal thickness map. So these color scales are going to transfer over not only to our RNFL, but also to our retina scans. And as you can see here, this is in a quartile or quantile method, the same idea. We're going to use the same RDB colors to show the statistical significance of various parameters using this new color scale. This is an example of what a bilateral AngioView retina report will look like. There's a lot of data on here. So what we should do as practitioners to make it easier is to start off on the two outside columns. The first thing you're going to notice is that, yes, not only does the Solix have an anterior segment camera capability, it has a posterior segment camera capability. So what you're noticing first is that we took two retinal photos, obviously right eye, left eye. Directly underneath the color photo, you can see the B-scan. The B-scan can be displayed with or without flow overlay. This particular one has the flow overlay. Directly beneath that, you can see the GCC thickness map on a micron scale, and you can see the retinal thickness map using the new and improved RDB database that I just discussed. In the center, you can see the angio analytic platform for the right eye, the left eye, with each of the pre-cut slabs that OptiView is known for: superficial, deep, outer retina, and choriocapillaris. And on the bottom of the printout, you're going to see all of the parameters that apply to our analytic platform. FAZ that we know and love, our retinal thickness map, superficial vessel density, deep vessel density, all in a quantitative, numerical way that's easy to follow. So even though at first glance it might seem like a lot of data, it's actually very easy to interpret if you kind of start on the outside and move your way in. And it also allows you to look at an inter-eye relationship. How does one eye compare to the other, all on one page? So I said before that the glaucoma protocol has changed tremendously, and it has changed tremendously for the better. So what I'd like to do here, you know, when my friends at OptiView first gave me this slide, I said, oh man, there's no way that I'm going to be able to discuss this. But believe it or not, I actually became a little bit of a scientist when I tried to learn what this technology is doing. So on the top part here is our old glaucoma stuff. And on the bottom, I'm sorry, vice versa, retina, glaucoma. So let's start off on this side first. This is what the old Avanti used to work on. What this is it used a grid style map. It was a 6x6 grid style map with 250 and 500 micron spacing to look at abnormalities. So essentially, if a patient had an abnormality that fell somewhere within one of these grids, you would find it. But what if the patient shifted fixation? What if the ETDRS shifted? You would lose that defect either because the micron spacing was too large or because the map was not big enough to capture it. So what the Solix is doing differently is it's using a cube style grid, or not a grid, it's a cube style, it's a retina cube. It's a 6.4 by 6.4, so it's bigger, and it's 12.5 micron spacing. So it's a tremendous advantage over what the Avanti used to do. So if the patient shifts fixation and you're worried, oh my God, am I going to miss the lesion? There's a very small probability now that you're going to miss the lesion with this new technology. On the bottom, you'll see that our RNFL for glaucoma used to be based on a radial line pattern because it was super, super fast to get. For those of you that are familiar with this, with the Avanti, super fast to get a radial line RNFL scan. But again, lots of space between the concentric rings. The new Solix is going to again use a cube, a 6 times 6, 512 by 512, giving us 11.7 micron spacing. So you're going to get so much more information in between the lines than you did with the concentric rings. And here is a really pretty example of what I'm talking about. On the left-hand side is an example of what we were using on the Avanti, these radial scans, okay? Very fast, very efficient, but more prone to missing things than the new Solix. Check it out. I love this. So you can see how close together these lines are, allowing us to take a much more specific look, or more precise look at abnormalities than on the old radial pattern. So in turn, what is this going to do for us? We've improved the scan pattern. Okay, we know that we have much tighter microns. We're getting more information. So what does this do for the doctor? Well, essentially, it's going to give us better reproducibility and repeatability. Well, what does that mean? It means that if you were to look at the Avanti, just for argument's sake. Let's say we were looking at the superior RNFL on the Avanti. The repeatability is 2.2 microns. On the Solix for the same area, the repeatability is 0.7. Well, what does that mean, Dr. Rodman? I don't understand. It basically means that if you have a 1 micron change that you're trying to pick up on, it's going to take you almost double the amount of time to pick up on that abnormality than it would if you had the Solix with a 0.7 micron change or repeatability factor. Okay, so it's going to take us a lot less time to diagnose someone with glaucoma. And as we all know, glaucoma is a disease of progression, and we're looking for change over time. So this is very important. And something else to keep in mind is that OptiView is, there might be one I don't know about, but OptiView is, in what I know, the only one that bases their GCC on 3 layers: the nerve fiber layer, the ganglion cell layer, and the IPL. The IPL is often missed, and the IPL is super important because it does carry information on the axons which go into the optic nerve head. So that's a super important thing that may be missing from the other companies. So here's a map that shows you exactly what I was talking about. On the top would be, let's say, a schematic of the Avanti. On the bottom is the Solix. You can see that it would take, each of these little yellow dots is a visit. It would take all of these visits at a little more than 1.5 years to find that the patient actually is progressing with a 2.2 micron reproducibility, versus on the Solix, you can see how much less time, 3/4 of a year, using that 0.7 micron change. So it's a much tighter amount of time, gives us better information because of the new scan pattern, and allows us to make a diagnosis in a faster amount of time. This is what the glaucoma printout looks like. So before I showed you the AngioView retina printout, this is what the glaucoma printout looks like. And again, a lot of information, very easy to interpret. So what you'll notice is we start off again on the 2 outside columns. We have an optic nerve head photo here. Okay, so before we had retinal photos, here we have optic nerve head photos. Right next to the optic nerve head photo, you can see the RDB. What this is telling us is, where does this scan differ from the reference database? So those colors are showing us where there's areas of abnormality. If you go down, you can see that there's a GCC thickness map on a micron scale. And what's super cool about this printout is that I started off telling you that we have this RDB map up here. Right below it, we have our RNFL thickness map using the new RDB or reference database. And then below that, we have our angioanalytic platform with this radial peripapillary capillary density map. So you essentially have 1, 2, 3 ways, all kind of right in line for you to assess an abnormality. You don't have to go through scans. You don't have to flip between images. This is showing you 3 different representations of nerve fiber layer thinning in a potential glaucoma patient. So if you don't necessarily love angio and you're not familiar with it, you can use your RNFL thickness map. You can look at the reference database colors up here. So there's a lot of different ways. Then you can look at things, which I'm showing over here, on a quantitative map. So if you like numbers, you can look at things either in a hemispheric or quadrant analysis. And on the bottom, we have our good old-fashioned B-scan. And the B-scan is actually movable. So you can take your mouse and you can move through the scan. You don't have to go to your 3D baseline map. In the center here, we have all of our metrics. These are the metrics that we all know and love with OptiView. Very easy to understand: our RNFL analysis, our optic nerve head analysis, GCC analysis. And then on the bottom, we have our angio, our radial peripapillary capillary density metric or map. So, and our T-SNP maps are still there. So everything is in one very, I think, easy to interpret way. And again, the ability to have all this information on one page allows us to look at inner eye symmetry or asymmetry, depending on what the condition is. We also have amazing post-processing alignment, and the purpose of this is so that we can look for change over time. So if the patient moves, or if the scan moves, or something goes awry, there's a lot of room for error because of this excellent post-processing alignment technology. This is an example of what the change analysis or trend analysis would look like. This is new and improved. I love it. The top, you can see the RNFL based on that RDB map that I talked about before. Underneath it, you can see the GCC map on a thickness scale. Here's my T-SNP maps with all of our events that we're used to seeing on the Avanti. One of the biggest changes down here is the representation of change. So this is super easy to understand. You can look at any area of the RNFL, and all you have to ask yourself is this straight or is it going down? If it's a plateau and it's straight, the patient's doing well. If it's going down, if it's trending down, the patient is obviously progressing. So this gives us much more specific information than we used to see on the trend analysis. We used to just have one map. Now we can specifically look at areas. We can look at hemispheric analysis. This gives us 6 representations versus 1. And over here, you can still see from first to last visit what's happening and the differences between the eyes. And we all know and love the angio. That is still there. We still have all of these metrics available. We have flow area measurements for things like choroidal neovascular membranes. We have no flow measurements for things like diabetes or vascular occlusive disease. We have fovea vascular zone measurements for diabetes, vein occlusions, any ischemic condition. Retinal vessel density, warm colors, good perfusion, dark colors, less perfusion. And then our ability to look at the radial peripapillary capillaries, which is extremely useful in our glaucoma patients. And we all know and love the wellness platform. This is, again, what put OptiView on the map. You can't diagnose disease if you can't find disease. So we want to get into the habit of running a wellness map or wellness scan on patients. And when we find disease, bring them back and use the amazing capabilities or the more advanced scans that the machine has. I'm just going to run through a couple of examples, which I think will kind of summarize my presentation today. This is an example of wellness. So this is a 45-year-old African-American female. She's got a decent A1C of 7. We want it in the real world or realistically to be below 6. She's got diabetes for 10 years with excellent blood sugar control. And really what I want to emphasize here is that you look at her fundus image, she may have 1 or 2 MAs. You look at her OCT, she looks amazing. So, before the advent of OCT, this is a patient that we would say, please come back in a year. I'm really proud you're doing amazingly well. Well, let's say you did run a wellness scan on her. You get the wellness scan, you have your B scans on top, you have your retinal thickness maps, you have your ganglion cell complex, you have RDB, you have the addition now of angio analytics on the bottom, and you ask yourself, what do I do with this? What does this mean? Well, when you get really good at interpreting angio, you're going to appreciate that there actually is something not so good with this vessel density map. The RDB map is falling a little bit outside of our reference database. So here I show you our patient on the bottom for a diabetic patient versus the control. So you can learn to appreciate what this wellness scan is telling us is maybe this patient isn't doing quite as well as we thought she was. How would I manage her differently? I probably would communicate with the primary care physician and bring her back sooner than I would have without it. So early detection, early diagnosis equals better care. Some retinal case examples. Diabetic retinopathy, we know in a normal patient without, I shouldn't say normal, but a patient without diabetic retinopathy, we have a very well perfused superficial and deep papillary plexus with a very nice circular foveolae vascular zone. In our diabetic patients, we know that we can look for less perfusion throughout the superficial and deep plexi. We can see enlargement of the foveolae vascular zone. We can see microaneurysm formation, and we can see bunches of areas of blackness, which are areas of non-perfusion. So being able to identify these microvascular abnormalities early on is really crucial in taking the best care of the patient. Here's another, this is going back to our patient that had maybe 1 or 2 MAs with a normal OCT. We did the wellness scan and we identified that she had some abnormalities on her vessel density map. So we brought her back and we ran the Solix for the best, get the best information that we can. And we come up with this. And essentially, this is what I was telling you, is that even though fundoscopically on B-scan, structurally, we think she looks okay, she's got a lot of stuff happening behind the scenes that potentially could lead to this in a year. So the idea is we don't want this to happen. We want to arrest this at the stage where she is over here. Okay, we don't want it to go on and develop massive areas of poor perfusion. We can't even see the foveolavascular zone. So this is what we want to stop. Here's another 50-year-old diabetic female who's been a diabetic for 10 years with an A1C of 5.9. Her vision's 20/20 in both eyes. And I look at the pictures and I'm like, man, she looks pretty good. But on really close inspection, I noticed that there was something happening in this parafoveal area. And I'm like, what the heck is that? Let's get some angiography and see what is going on. And I was really impressed with these images. She's got all of these microaneurysm, kind of anomalous capillary network in that foveal area. And she really didn't have any other maculopathy or fundus abnormalities going on, but I thought this was super neat that you can actually see with this precision what's happening in this macular area. If you look at the deep plexus of her right eye, this abnormality goes down to the deep plexus. And her left eye looked similar, and in fact, probably even worse. You can see there's a lot of areas of capillary non-perfusion throughout, which continues on through the deep plexus. And then I brought her back. I was curious what would happen if I brought her back a couple of months later. I wanted to look at a multi-scanner trend analysis, and nothing happened. So actually, I should take that back. This area looked pretty normal, but look at this. She is getting worse. She has a big patch of capillary non-perfusion here, and this is really over the course of about 2.5 months. So this technology continues to blow me away. It's showing me things that I certainly cannot just see on fundus exam, and the patient was actually able to really appreciate these images and understand when you say to them black is bad, they understand that something is not going right and they need to do a better job. And that's her other eye. Another diabetic here, again, at first glance, it doesn't look too bad. She doesn't have a ton, the patient doesn't have a ton of retinopathy, but there is something going on right here if you look very closely. And what you'll appreciate here is brilliantly, this is neovascularization. You move your, you can make a custom slab and move your line to the vitreoretinal interface, and you will pick up on these this neovascular frond. So maybe you weren't sure. I certainly wasn't, because there wasn't a whole lot of retinopathy going on. But this certainly said to me, yeah, she's got neovascularization there, and this prompted me to send her to the retina specialist. This is a newer patient that I just had that I was very excited about. So this is actually imaged on the Solix. This is the fundus photo was imaged on the Solix. And what I wanted to show you is that you can actually move your line. You can move the green line up and down, and your B scans will move with it. And you can see the angio right next to it. So not only can you manipulate the picture to look along the B scan, so you can specifically look at an abnormality, but you can also look at the angio at the same time. And we are the only people, or the only company, that can put all three of these technologies on the same platform. This is a patient that has diabetic macular edema. We can't even barely see the foveolavascular zone. There's lots of anomalous vasculature in here with areas of capillary non-perfusion. But the other eye is just amazing. Here's another image on the Solix. You can see there's an abnormal area here. And these photos can be made bigger, by the way. What I wanted to do is just show you everything on the same printout, but you can blow up this picture. You can increase contrast. You can take away exposure. You can do whatever you want to really make things pop. And here are these ridiculous, when I got this image, I sent it to all my buddies over at Visionics, and I said, I love this image. Foveolavascular zone is completely anomalous, and look at all of these beautiful neovascular fronds. Not so good for the patient, but certainly fun for us to look at. Going to switch over to AMD. I'm almost done. Just a couple more cases. A 66-year-old Caucasian who had a history of AMD. She feels like things have gotten worse in this left eye. There is an anomalous lesion here in the macula. And look, just check it out. I mean, this is a 9x9 scan. It might even be a 12x12. I can't tell. I think it's a 12x12. It's incredible. Look at the resolution of that corneovascular membrane. And this did not take any manipulation. This is just straight on imaging. This is a patient with geographic atrophy. This is a 9x9. And I think you can appreciate here that, again, the quality of these images, no manipulation necessary, patients looking straight ahead, is incredible. I mean, you can visualize all the way down here to the choroidal vasculature. You can even use this technology to monitor GA over time, which I'm starting to do just because the resolution is so excellent. And you can see the en face image right beside it. So one is structure, one is giving you function, and you're able to look at them side by side with excellent precision. I put the red square in there to highlight that if you were to use a good old-fashioned angio, you would capture probably, what does that come out to, about half of the lesion? You'd be missing this whole area of the lesion. So this new wide fields capability, or the wider fields of view of these images, really allows you to capture the entire image in one frame. Another patient, question, is it a CNV? Is it not a CNV? You can see that there is some bleeding there. There is an anomalous area in the macula. And again, check out the corneovascular membrane. Now, this patient was not very cooperative, and I wanted to put it in here just to show you that even when you don't have a cooperative patient, even though you can see there are some saccades, there are some blinks, you can still capture brilliantly this corneovascular membrane. And this is a massive one. So this one was a 6x6, and I believe I have her on a 9x9 too. There's the 9x9. So this, it just shows you in perspective how much area this corneovascular membrane is taking up. And again, not a good patient, a lot of movement. The image was still able to capture. So a lot of times you have these difficult patients that can't fixate, perhaps because they have a CNV, and we just give up and we say, we're not even going to try to get an image. But guess what? You can get an image. This machine is able to get through so much mess because of the post-processing power and the projection artifact removal. And then glaucoma, just to sum this up, these images were taken on the Solix. These are two optic nerve head photos taken on the Solix. When I looked at these, I thought that the left eye looked a little suspicious for glaucoma. There was definitely some asymmetry in the cupping. So I went ahead and ran a report. And here's my report on this patient. And I was shocked to see that essentially that left eye did not fall too much outside of where the right eye fell. Most of the parameters came out within our reference database. One thing I did notice is that the GCC, again, was falling in that orange zone in both eyes. So something to keep in mind, something to watch, something to see in a patient that does not have any other retinal disease. When the GCC is abnormal, we want to keep an eye on it, make sure it's not an early indicator of glaucoma. Again, we have our angio maps here, everything that you could possibly want on this page. This is another patient, very, very cupped in that right eye, somewhat cupped in the left eye. Is it glaucoma? Is it not glaucoma? And this kind of goes back to why that R&R, that better 0.7 micron resolution change, is so important, because we want to be able to pick up on glaucoma as early as possible. So here's kind of a magnified report. I picked out pieces just to show you. We have our en face images on top. We have our RNFL images. And in this particular patient, there was asymmetry. That right eye that was much more cupped than the left is definitely showing some RNFL defect, which you can see here, which we're not seeing on the other eye. You have the vessel density map, that peripapillary or radial peripapillary capillary density map. So you have a way of looking everything side by side, and you have all of your metrics in the middle that we talked about before with the new RDB. So I think that is it. Let me see. Yes. I hope that I got through my excitement to all of you. I'm happy to share or answer any questions that anyone might have.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much, Julie. That was actually a really great tour. I think probably just about all of us out there haven't really had exposure to the technology yet. So thank you for giving us an introduction. By the way, if anyone wants to ask questions, click on the question box on the right side of the screen and feel free to ask, and we can try to answer a few of them here. So the first question, and Julie, I don't know if you're going to be prepared to answer this. What is the cost?
Well, it's a good thing I have people on here from the company to take that one. That's not for me to answer.
Right. So yeah, I don't know if anyone from the company wants to chime in with the approximate answer. Yes, no. Well, we'll move on to the next question. Maybe if somebody wants to jump in. Let's see.
From Visionics, if you want to book a virtual demo, we can go through the ROI calculator and show you kind of the features and then determine if it would fit with any of the clinics.
Okay, cool. Thanks, Rachel. So they do that online?
Yep, absolutely.
Excellent. So head on over to your website, I guess, and then just fill out the form and that should do it. Cool. Okay. Question here, dilated or undilated pupils?
Every scan that you saw here was done through an undilated pupil. Believe it or not. No, actually, the chorionovascular membrane was not. That was done through a dilated pupil. You can do it through both. It's the same as with the Avanti, the same exact idea. You know, you can try to do it undilated. I have had a lot of success, or you can always dilate. Either way.
Right. Question here, and I guess this is more of a general question. Somebody has a different brand of OCT right now, thinking of upgrading and moving to Solix. So the question is, how do you compare images from an older OCT to this new unit?
Well, there's two parts to that. I mean, for retina, I would compare OCTA to an MRI or a CT. Once you know how to interpret a scan, it really doesn't matter what technology you're on. Now, glaucoma is different. Glaucoma is going to depend on the platform that you're using because we all have different color-coded maps. We all have different metrics. So if you're familiar with one, you learn the other. I will add that Visionics has a platform called Visionics Academy, where there are tutorials on all different disease states and how to capture and interpret images. We also are going to have a platform where you are able to specifically ask me or another expert questions that may arise. So we have excellent customer support for the machine. I understand because when I first was starting to learn, I don't know what I would have done without my contacts over at the company. I was on the phone with them all the time. So I understand the importance of that. So yes, it's with the retina, same. You learn retina OCT, anterior segment OCT, it's easy. It's the glaucoma platform that is going to be different. And it's like learning to ride a bike. Once you learn it, you learn it.
Right. Question here, how fast is the image acquisition?
It takes about between 40 seconds and a minute in a cooperative patient. One of the differences between Solix and Avanti is that, for those of you that are familiar, Avanti would do two separate scans. We would get a horizontal, then it would stop, and then you would do a separate scan. The Solix goes straight through, which is actually an asset because the patient often, as you probably know, pulls back or stops participating if you allow them to, whereas this scan is a continuous flow, so the patient stays in the machine situated in the same location throughout the entire scan. I would say it won't take more than a minute.
Right. So we've had a couple questions here about anterior segment. I know you didn't get too far into it. Someone was actually asking about scleral lenses as well. Can you speak at all to sort of the anterior seg functionality?
I don't know if Peter, if you want to chime off on that. I mean, I know that this is being used for scleral lenses. I don't fit scleral lenses, so I don't want to answer incorrectly. But whatever the Avanti did, the Solix can do better because you have that full range AC. But if anyone from Visionics has something to add, please do.
I can help you with that. Are you talking size-wise or are you talking functionality size-wise? We're looking 18 by 6.25 functionality. Do you have specific questions?
Yeah, so the question here just, will it show the full coverage of a scleral lens?
Give me just 1 second.
I mean, because the full range.
Are you talking vault and landing zone? Yes, if 16 millimeters.
Got it. Okay. question here, does the machine utilize eye tracking technology?
Yes.
Excellent. And, oh, interesting question. Can we use the device to screen for early keratoconus?
Well, I'll answer what I know about that, and then I'll let them chime in. But I know that you can use the epithelial thickness map to show you abnormal coloration or areas of redness where there's peaks or thick or thinning or thing like that on the cornea. But if you guys have anything else to add, that's the only way I know how.
Yes, using the epithelial thickness mapping. I agree.
And a question here, I think we've had a couple of questions sort of about the software. People are wondering sort of, can you distribute the data to different workstations? Do you have to be at physically the machine to work with the data, or can it transmit it to other machines around the office?
I'm going to send that to the software people over there. That I don't know.
Yes, it can transmit the data via the review stations software.
Great. And let's see.
Full functionality.
And billing and coding question here, if you guys are game to answer it.
Oh, goodness.
So I don't know, this one might be above all of our pay grade. So is it billable to CPT 92134 or 92133 only? Are there any additional CPT codes for the advanced angiolytic imaging?
No. There is no coding right now for analytics. I mean, for angio at all. You have to code it for regular OCT. That's going to be on any device, any angio that you buy. That is across the market. There is no OCT angiography codes.
Right.
That is correct, Dr. Rodman.
And let me see what other questions we have here. Oh, so this is actually a practical question. Will you be at Vision Expo East?
Oh
yes, we will. Absolutely.
Yep, and in fact, the Solix itself will be there as well, right? And I believe you are going to be at booth 2205, F2205. I know they've rearranged Expo East this year and renamed a bunch of the different areas, but it's going to be F2205, which is right at the front of the exhibit hall, if I understand correctly.
Yes, that is correct.
Yes, we will have multiple units there. We were going to have our first in-person preview of Solix, so please come by the booth, preview the product, get your live demonstration. We're going to have a special event on Friday evening, the first first exhibit. To have you there.
Great. And I have one more question here. Hopefully you guys can answer this. When will the units actually be available for purchase? Are they shipping now, or is there a lead time?
They are available now.
Great. So I guess if someone wants a quote today, they can just hit up your website and get it that way. Or if they're coming out to Expo East, they can see you there.
Absolutely.
And if any of you have any practical questions from a clinical standpoint, doctor to doctor, that you don't want to ask on here, if you're shy or you think about it, please feel free to email me. Adam, I don't know if they have a way to share my email, but I'm always happy to answer any questions. Like I said, I've been using the technology. Nobody forced me to continue working on this device, and I chose to, and I love it. So just letting you guys know, if you have any questions, please reach out, and I'm happy to answer the questions.
Excellent. And we'll actually have an archive of this webinar on ODwire with the discussion thread beneath it. So people can feel free to ask questions there and we can get a conversation going there. People might also be watching this at CEwire. We're going to be rebroadcasting this over and over again at CEwire this weekend. And I'm sure that's going to generate a bunch more questions as well. And I think that's about it for now. So thank you everyone for attending tonight. And, I look forward to hopefully seeing a bunch of you at Expo East. Getting out there again. But if not, hopefully we can all get together online. So Julie, thank you so much for doing this again tonight.
Thanks, Adam. It was fun. Good luck, everybody. Right. Have a good night.
Yep. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Hey everybody, it's Adam Farkas. Welcome to another edition of ODwire TV. Now, as you know, if you've watched any of our programs before, technology is sort of what drives us. It's why we get up in the morning. It's why we do what we do. We love talking about it. Whether it's diagnostic instruments or products you dispense to your patients, like contact lenses. Technology is really why we do the things we do, particularly technologies that help you in your practice, and today is no different. We're going to be talking about permanent water surface contact lens technology from Alcon. And believe it or not, if you've cracked open a copy of Tyler's Quarterly lately, you may or may not have noticed that these lenses represent their own category of lenses, like hydrogels or silicone hydrogels. So the three permanent water surface technologies are scientifically advanced and have some important characteristics and features. And so today we've decided to invite two clinical experts to talk to us a little bit about these lenses. Dr. Susan Resnick is a principal at Drs. Farkas, Castillo, Resnick & Associates in New York, New York. Fitting contact lenses has been her primary focus throughout her career, and she served as an advisor to industry and as an investigator in the contact lens and pharmaceutical industries. And Dr. Michael Slusky is the president at Chicagoland Vision Consultants in Schaumburg, Illinois. In his practice, he also emphasizes cornea and contact lens management, and he too has worked closely with industry to help consult on the latest contact lens technologies. And just to remind everyone, this episode of ODwire TV is sponsored by Alcon, and both Drs. Resnick and Slusky are paid consultants for Alcon, and were compensated by Alcon for participating in this discussion today. And so Susan, Michael, thank you so much for being here today.
Pleasure.
Having us.
So I guess, we should probably start off from the basics, right? So what is a contact lens surface technology? Susan, maybe you want to step us through it.
So a lens surface technology is something that we look at that's obviously very important, because what we're looking to do is ensure that the contact lens has certain key features